me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back. Show me what you got. Back up, 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 2, Day 2. I'm Digital Cast, William Zhang, and of course, with me tonight, 2Tap Tony, Anthony McMullen. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm capable of the action this evening.
Yeah, absolutely, because now we are definitely near the tail end of the year, and this is the final closed qualifiers before teams can actually have a chance of making it into the Oceania Championships, well, regional finals first, and then Oceania Championships, to basically have a chance at going to the last chance qualifiers, and maybe the Champions Tour. Well, guys, let's just go check out the tournament explainer video first, so for the newer viewers out there, you can have a better idea of what it's all about.
Welcome to the Valorant Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American Valorant Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance Qualifier, with the winning team invited to the Valorant Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as-yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to Let's Play Live/VOT.
Oh yeah, look, you guys saw the video, and if the Champions Tour, the final grand tournament of the year, is going to be anything like Masters 2 or even better, I'm super excited to be held in Los Angeles. I want to go there personally. But hey, look, let's just get through this part first, because there is still prize money involved as well, despite this not being the Oceania Championships. As you can see, the prize pool for the regional finals coming up, $4,000 in first place, Tony.
Yeah, that's a heavy amount of cash, and then second taking home 3,000, third with 2,000, and then fourth with the 1,000. Of course, not only are they taking home money, though, they're taking home points to qualify for that last chance qualifier, and of course the regional final and the OAS Championship overall.
Indeed, and that is basically what these teams are really fighting for. The money is just a little bit of an incentive to, keep going, keep their morale high. Order, they've taken the $4,000 cash prize once, wildcard the second time, and this time, maybe it's another repeat, or perhaps a third contender will be coming into the pool. But besides, of course, the prize pool, there's also a Vodafone MVP prize of $250 to the MVP of this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, cash on top of cash for all of these players, and we'll look, of course, to see who will be crowned our Vodafone MVP. And, there's a ton of players. There's a star-stacked lineup of talent in this closed qualifying. I'm so keen to see how these players do this evening.
Yeah, well, let's check out the bracket first to see exactly what teams are playing tonight and actually what games were played last night. Because last night, it was 4 games, 8 teams, best of ones all the way, upset city. Nothing particularly stands out to me, even though, Ninum, he did make a huge comeback, triumphant return at least to Dire Wolves, but unfortunately, Peace did end up pounding them. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. A little bit of connectivity issues for Pigeon Esports last night versus Villains, but tonight, Funky Monkeys versus Orglis, and Pigeon Esports and Dire Wolves, which will be the first game.
Yeah, these are going to be some crazy matchups, of course, especially this Pigeon Esports versus Dire Wolves matchup, at least on paper, probably one of the closer ones we've got. It's a bit of a rematch from the Open Qualifier semi-final where Pigeon actually took it in a 2-1 game, and of course Orange Pearl was much to credit for that performance.
Yeah, Orange Pearl, despite him being, not quite a duelist role, he's a very cracked player. He used to play for, I've got the other team name, it'll come back to me a little bit later, but he was actually on the Australian team for the Red Bull Campus Clutch. Star performer on all fronts, tons of experience, and just a great player all around. But also to mention tonight, it's Dire Wolves. Ninum, he's back, and I wonder if that will make a difference this time round.
Yeah, definitely looking, of course, over from Dire Wolves' game yesterday, and as you said, Ninum coming back into this roster. Such a welcome fresh of air for this Dire Wolves roster, and as well, credit to Lou. He looked very on point and very on par with Ninum as well. And of course, Funky Monkeys versus August later in the evening should be a good one.
Well, that comes a little bit later, because for now, let's just check out the team breakdowns of this first matchup at the very least. So, of course, Pigeon Esports first up. Black images all around, and you know who they are. Issa, Orange Pearl, Jerky 64, Yuna, and Dilusion.
And of course, we've been very speaking highly of Orange Pearl, but I have to give credit to, of course, Jerky, Issa, as well Delusion, their IGL that's been doing absolute bits here and really getting this Pigeon Esports roster a little bit more regimented in how they want to play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, when you speak about Jerky 64, I just want to point out, last time I briefly spoke to the team in a game that I covered, Jerky, I believe he's a bit of a newer player into the Valorant scene, and he's mechanically skilled, to say the very least. But, the actual game knowledge, the game sense isn't quite there yet. Let's hope so, and of course hope that Dilusion, their captain IGL, has pounded some more info into him. But enough of Pigeon Esports, let's check out Dire Wolves on the other end, their opponents for tonight. You know who these boys are. Wrath, Lou, Pain, Ninum, and Mist. The gang's back together.
The gang is back. The friends of 5 here, of course. Core 4 Dire Wolves were before Ninum, of course, previously departed the wildcard roster, and now is back with his mates in Dire Wolves. And, well, maybe friendship breeds success. We'll have to see, of course, later on in the evening how this game goes. But Dire Wolves, as a core of 5, this is a very stacked roster on paper.
Oh, absolutely. Wrath, Pain, and Mist, those 3, I like to call them the 3 support pillars, the backbone of Dire Wolves as a team as a whole. And meanwhile, Lou and Ninum, those 2 are the real killers. They send them in, and it's just an absolute bloodbath wherever they go. Lou in the past, he had a little bit of a rough time of sorts because he had to basically solo be the firepower for Dire Wolves. But now Ninum is back, the big bro's back in the game. Hopefully tonight it's a different game. We'll see. But let's check out the head-to-heads of these 2 teams, Pigeon Esports and Dire Wolves. And who other would we have besides Orange Pearl and Lou?
And as we, spoke very highly of Orange Pearl, looking at his, of course, ACS and KD, a little bit Chill, of course, on the end here. Compared to Lou's absolutely massive performance ACS-wise, 279, and of course KDR 1.3. Lou's been putting up numbers here in this closed qualifier, and of course the open qualifier to get them here.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, once again, going back to the point I was talking about earlier, Lou, he was basically that solo sort of firepower for Direwolves. They had a few, you know, subs here and there, pairs, reloaded as well, but they could never, you know, really match the prowess of Lou. So Lou had a lot of work to do. On the flip side, though, Orange Pearl, we speak highly of him, and for a good reason. Lou, he's been playing the duelist all along, right? But however, Orange Pearl, he does play the Jet, he does play the duelist sometimes, but on other maps like Ascent, etc., he plays the Sage, and he still manages to put up numbers and more often than not get those opening picks and rounds.
It's, I guess, a testament to how the meta is shifting, at least in Oceania overall. Of course, you know, some of these duels players swapping over to the Sage, making it a little bit more viable for some of their teammates to have the glory, maybe.
Yeah, well, guys, let's check out the vetoes as well, because these teams, we've talked about the players enough. Let's talk about the maps and see what we have for tonight. So Split, Breeze, and Icebox are... Split and Breeze are banned, and Icebox, Ascent, and Haven will be the three we go to tonight.
Yeah, it's a very interesting call. Of course, Pigeon, I don't think they've played too much Icebox recently. Direwolves either. Icebox is a little bit of an interesting one. Maybe Pigeon had a little bit of a surprise card up their sleeve, but Ascent and Haven being very stock standard picks. Pigeon love to play Ascent, and then, of course, so do the likes of Direwolves. Haven being in that pool as the decider as well. It's going to be really up to who gets this early lead on this first map.
Yeah, Direwolves banning Split, I think it does make sense, because the past few times I've seen them play Split, things haven't ended quite well, because if memory serves me right, I think I covered a game once upon a time with Crash of Direwolves versus Villains Esports, I think, on Split, and it went to, it was a 3-mapper, absolutely banger of a matchup, but unfortunately, Direwolves, they just couldn't go all the way with Villains, of course, you know, credit to them playing out of their absolute minds to take down DW on Split. Breeze being banned by Pigeon Esports, I think it's a no-brainer. I don't really think I've seen Pigeon Esports play a lot of Breeze. Direwolves as well, not much Breeze. So those two are the weaker maps, at least in this pool. Makes sense to have it out of it. But like you said earlier, Icebox being the first pick, and it's a little bit of a mystery map of sorts for both teams here. I think it's the situation of we want to get the worst map out of the way first before we truly duke it out on the final two, Ascent and Haven. No bind, which isn't too bad.
Yeah, they wanted to maybe throw a curveball, I guess, before, you know, getting really down to throwing punches. And then, you know, Icebox has sent Haven the maps to do it. And of course, we saw, you know, from Direwolves yesterday in their game against Peace, it looked really good for them to start it off. 6-0, I believe, on Icebox to kick it off. And then I don't think we saw much from them ever since. They went, I believe, 6-6.5, and then Peace just absolutely took them on their defense side. Direwolves looked a little bit out of sorts, but hopefully they've worked on their issues. Maybe they've practiced a little bit before this game, got a little bit of a warm-up in, and maybe they're ready to take it again on Icebox.
Yeah, hopefully, because last night I believe we were truly expecting, who was it? Who was the other player? It wasn't Ninum, the other fifth. It was maybe Pez, I think it was, meant to be on Direwolves to play. And then it was literally last second in the lobby, you know, last night, Komodo and Conky, they were hyping it up. Ninum, he's back, boys! And yeah, I was very surprised, to say the very least. And I suppose it's that, you know, adrenaline starting things off, having a lot of fun on Icebox, the gang's back together. They were fragging out, like you said. And then Peace, you know, they just calm down, just think a little bit, and then just completely flogged Direwolves all the way. So that goes back to the points of Direwolves. You know, Ninum just got back. How much prac and cohesion could they possibly have come up with literally overnight? Because this is elimination.
It's going to be a very, very interesting game, of course. And I guess, you know, we've been speaking a lot about Direwolves. We have to speak a little bit about this Pigeon Esports roster. You know, a ton of roster shuffles recently. You know, there was a few different players in the roster, I believe, for their last closed qualifier games. But, you know, we've got Yuna now back in this roster. We've got, of course, Jerky, the new gun, and Orange Pearl adding much needed firepower to a roster that's had a little bit of inconsistencies as of late.
Yeah, there's one thing, but I also want to talk about these two teams because Ascent and Haven, right? These two teams are actually decently good on both maps, and of course, you can assume for Ninim, just jet playground on these two maps, Ascent and Haven. Orange Pro last night, he had some connectivity issues, so we couldn't see the full potential of Pigeon Esports on Ascent. But I've seen them play Ascent. I've seen how they leverage those Sage walls and utility on defense. I'm expecting big things coming out of these guys. So once again, it's just that first map, get that out of the way, and then hopefully it's a 2-1 3-mapper, but we'll see what happens. Without further ado, though, the Agent Pick Select is on our screens right now, so let's just dive into Icebox and see what these players are choosing.
And I guess we look at this Direwolves roster, it's wasting no time here. Lou locking in the Reyna, Ninim straight to the Jets, and Miss gonna be locking in the Sage, Wrath with a bit of a Viper here. Pigeon thinking a little bit about it. Of course, Issa, coveted Sova player. We've seen him a little bit on the Phoenix and some of those Dorse as of late, but it's good to see Issa back on the Sova doing some filthy lineups. Orange Pearl going to be locking in the Jet, which leaves this a little bit interesting for Pigeon Esports as a whole.
Yeah, the thing about Pigeon Esports is that, well, the thing about Icebox, maybe I should say, is on this map, I think it really tests the depths of each player's, agent pools. Dilusion, he goes on Killjoy. Yuna goes on Sage instead of like a duelist. Jerky, he's their smoker. So, of course, Viper, probably the best smoker for Icebox. And Issa, you said earlier, he usually plays duelist, but only for Icebox, he gets on a Sova role. It's just what the team needs. And Orange Pearl, this is one of his rare opportunities to go on a duelist and truly show us what he's made of to frag out one-on-one versus Ninim. Well, in this case, Ninim and Lou.
He's going to go toe-to-toe with some of the sharpest players here on Direwolves. And, of course, Direwolves, they get to start defense. I feel a little bit more of an easier start, I guess, for a team of their caliber. Pigeon Esports going to be on that attack side. And, this Killjoy pick for them is a little bit of an interesting one, playing a little bit more for the late game, little less so than the, of course, early advantage.
I think for Pigeon Esports, looking at their lineup as well, they're looking to just get the attack side done with initially, and then play the defense, because that should be where the composition thrives, at least on paper. Direwolves, last night, we saw them play well on the attack, but however, when things changed around on defense, I believe, Peace truly started to pound them. But yeah, honestly, it's been a night. Let's see how much prep these boys have managed to get in. Maybe it's just morale and just getting that little bit of a rest done and dusted. Of course, bit of a mirror matchup. Sorry, Lou on the Reyna as opposed to Dilusion, of course, on Killjoy.
Yeah, and as you're saying, hopefully they've had a little bit of time to shake off, I guess, the nerves. Of course, opening best of ones, always a hard thing to do. Of course, double elim though, so they've got a best of 3 to still get a chance to qualify here, but they're going to have to make it, as we said, of course, in the pregame, and as we've discussed, Direwolves, this is their last chance if, of course, they want to make that top cut in the regional finals and, of course, the OS Championship.
They have 30 points already, so I suppose there is a chance in which they make it in regardless, but hey, look, competition is going to get a little bit stiff towards the end right now, and pistol round underway. Of course, you have Lou and Ninim buying up Sheriffs, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and I think it's actually not too bad to have it on these duelists. And Dilusion, sharp shot already, taking down Mist mid with a single high noon headshot, and Ninim now looking to get into some aggression.
And maybe this is not what Direwolves are about. They're a nice shot, though, traded by Yuna. And this is where Pigeon Esports start to set their sight on B. The Viper Wall goes up, though, to cover the likes of Direwolves for the moment. And Pigeon, they're going to be backing off. They got the man advantage, so they're just going to play with the numbers for the moment and play in the heads, I guess, early on of Direwolves, because, you don't want to commit too many to one site without the possibility of course, a rotate here from Pigeon.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a deja vu from last night as well. It's all down to Lou over towards the A site, having to face off against, 4 players of Pigeon Esports. Everyone's here, and the wall blocks off all vision from sight. Lou, he has to just wait and maybe do some damage, spots out a few jumping players, fires off a few shots, and gets 1 in return.
Yeah, but Pigeon are able to get out to safety here, and this is Direwolves very rough for the moment. You can see Orange Pearl holding that line. Nice shock dart. Doesn't actually land any damage, but Pain able to set up a wallbang shot there on Orange Pearl. Direwolves are feeling a little bit cheeky now, going for this retake. Wrath with a jump right click, though. Yuna playing the range here is the last player standing here against the 2 of Direwolves there. He's done a heavy amount of damage. He just needs to secure this final kill on the Lou. when he isn't going to do so. Pain going to stick the defuse, and Direwolves were able to retake that site against 4 members of Pigeon.
Yeah, eventually that basically was a 2v4 of sorts, and I was really surprised there because Pigeon Esports, on paper, they should have had that round. Man advantage, Spike is down, planted for a post-plant angle up over towards the belts and more, but I think it was timing that ultimately was their downfall because we saw Direwolves, especially, who was there, that player on Viper? Wrath. He peaked really aggressively, and with the classic managed to even up the numbers, and then that was it. The aggression started on the retake. 1 by 1, Pigeon Esports fell, and now it's Direwolves, of course, on a bit of a buy round. A few Marshals, Spectres, looking to be a clean sweep, unless Yuna can say otherwise.
It's a bit of clash of fates at the moment. Lou's actually able to take out Yuna. You can see Nidham getting very, very aggressive, and Pigeon Esports, they read it. Though Wrath still in the mix, looking to make a mess of this push here. Orange Pearl, nice little off angle in the kitchen. He's able to sneak up into positions that Direwolves aren't really expecting. A long-range Spectre from Wrath. He's going to be receiving a shot, and it's even, to say the least. It's a 3v3, a little more HP favored for the Direwolves side, but Orange Pearl's in a really good spot here. He could catch so many players off guard.
Oh, just timing, Lou. I think he briefly checked the corner, and now Pigeon Esports, they've turned this round completely on its head. They had classics, basically one Marshall starting things off, and now the man advantage as well. Direwolves' last 2 players really split up, one on A, one over towards B. If anything, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Pigeon Esports just take their time and win this round. They have plenty of time to do so. Direwolves' Pain, he's making a lot of noise. But Issa, low HP, misses a shot. Okay, numbers even.
30 seconds left.
That's not one you want to miss if you're Issa right now. You can see 30 seconds on the clock, and Pigeon Esports are looking now a little bit more scattered in where they want to go. They've wrapped all the way through spawn and might be looking to go towards A here. And of course, 2 players left here for the Direwolves. Wrath still over at that B site. And of course, Pain on his way. He's got full HP as Spectre. A few shock darts as well to work with. This is a doable retake. Jerky's not even going to expect him up on top of this position either. He's going to get the kill on a Jerky, and that's now a 2v1 here for Direwolves.
Orange Pearl, he has to go huge here. He's already done so much for the team to start the round off of. A lot of damage done to Pain. The last players are very low, but Orange Pearl has no armor. 10 bullets, probably can't even afford to reload. He gets spotted out. Oh dear, what is this? Absolute shenanigans. Pain trying to cover his teammate, gets wallbanged to death. 3 for Orange Pearl, looking for 4. He clutches it out, barely 2 HP. That's a statement already made by Pigeon Esports.
That's a round to steal away from the Direwolves. And, you know, normally you see a team that wins the pistol, they normally take the second, but Pigeon, they take it off of them. 1-1 in the scoreline, and it's all to the credit of Orange Pearl. He's back better than ever, baby. He's already almost to the knives as well. 1 away, you can see Delusion 2 away from the lockdown. They're starting to secure these ultimates early. Pigeon are starting with a bit of a vengeance here in this first map.
Yeah, hopefully they can, you know, maintain the solid economy and, of course, guns further up in first half, because you don't want to mess around with Direwolves, especially not letting, you know, Nidham or Lou get activated towards the later stages of a map. Also, I want to point out Orange Pearl, you know, he single-handedly basically was a winning factor for Pigeon Esports that round, and it comes to the compositions again. Imagine if it was Pigeon Esports on defense with the Killjoy setup over towards mid and kitchen. That wouldn't happen. Nidham, or the other Jet, could not sneak up and basically get the drop on 2 players, essentially. But now this B-Take looks to be coming down real soon, but Pigeon Esports not really rushing into it, just taking their time, getting some intel, baiting out rotations, and potentially going back over towards A.
Yeah, I'm really liking this approach from Pigeon so far. You can see just letting Orange Pearl hold it for a bit of a lurk. Direwolves, of course, going to be playing Lou in this close corner. He's going to hear Delusion jump up and gets a sound cue, and they give the sound cue over that Lou is backing off. Smoke dash forward here for Orange Pearl, and Pigeon have rotated completely over towards A. It's a very nice angle from Orange Pearl. Shoots out the B to miss. Now they're trying to entry into the site, but there's a few players still here for Direwolves to hold it down. Peek from Maze, though. The kills are going Pigeon Esports' way.
The kills, the plants, not a player down just yet. And Direwolves, look, name of the game is damage at this point. It's going to be rough. As I say that, though, Mist does open things up, and then it's just back and forth between them. It's all down to last player, Mist. He got 1 kill earlier. Can he get another one?
And it's not very likely. 7 HP. He's got a wall. Maybe he can try and throw off this angle, but Orange Pearl well on his mark right now. Second round now to Pigeon Esports, and Direwolves, a valiant effort in the retake. They took 2 players off. They stole a bit of economy away, but this is Pigeon Esports really starting to turn the Jets up early, and it's all to the credit of Orange Pearl already securing the knives, and we're only 4 rounds in.
Yeah, you say that. Uno also has the Resurrection available, and Orange Pearl at the start of the round, they're very nicely done, passing over that rifle to a teammate, so they can basically maintain even economy across the team and use the blades early, which without a doubt, he'll get it back again at some point later in the game. But however, Direwolves Wrath, he's the only player, the Viper with the Viper's Pit, and really early on the round, invested heavily. Lou working down mid as Pain does get taken down early.
Yeah, Lou playing underneath his tube. He's just waiting for the Delusion to peek into him, and he's going to give him a freebie, though. This is where Orange Pearl drops in. Right click doesn't do the full amount of damage, though, because it wasn't as close as Orange Pearl would have thought. Now it's a freebie for Lou. He backs off through the kitchen. And this is a disastrous spot to be in for Pigeon, though. They've got the res, as we said, in, of course, the pre-round. But Ninham, he's gone a little bit too deep and a bit of a missed opportunity for him. That was a good flank, but Pigeon Esports, they turn tail, and they understand that Direwolves like to try and get up in the mix, try and get them on the flanks. But Pigeon, they're just playing like a well-oiled machine right now.
Yeah, it's to be expected at least coming out of Arena and maybe a Jet. But look, there was that basically point I mentioned earlier, Killjoy util guarding those angles. And I would like to say, he did miss a few shots there early on. It's still early in the night. But fast reaction by Delusion, assisted of course by the turrets. Now Spike to go down, Direwolves down a player, Ultimate invested, and the Viper's Pit being used by Jerky on the side now. This is going to be quite a tall order for Direwolves. I'm not sure if they should go for it.
Yeah, it's a very, I guess, unwinnable situation for them to be in, but anything is possible. They've still got 3 members on the board here. Lou sneaking up through the top of that Viper's Pit, through the rafter here. Raph on the other side, he's still looking to push through it, but he actually is going to hold his nerve. This is smart from Issa. He just baits for the timing, he baits for the swing here. Lou and Miss going to be dropping into the side, but they're taking a heavy amount of damage from that Viper's Pit. Pigeon winning it off the utility alone, and Direwolves are going to have to run for the hills here. It's 3rd now to Pigeon, starting it off on this attack side of Icebox.
Yeah, look, and there's that Killjoy turret again. I think Direwolves, they probably will be aware of it at some point and start to punish it. The Destroyer early on over towards mid. Yeah, that round there, it was really rough. Post-plant, the ultimate went down, and Jerky just invested early because he'll get it back towards, the mid and later stages of the first half. You had the Nano Swarms down by Delusion, so overall for Direwolves, having to go into the Viper's Pit, lose HP while at it, and clearing all these angles, play against post-plant util of a Sova and Killjoy. Very tall order, and the save, it eventually did come out at the loss of course, 1 player. 2 hero rifles on Direwolves, 2 rifles, but hey, don't count these boys out because their Sheriff shots are almost second to none.
Yeah, and anyone you want to be seeing hitting those shots, it's of course Ninham and Lulu, very high up on the board, but we're yet to see Ninham really show his own. Of course, we spoke about him very highly in the pre-game. Raph here to hold a cheeky little crossfire here. Ninham playing very hidden for the moment. Pigeon just going to be checking it, but they're not going to be checking up top above them, though. It actually will be checked. Yuna, very smart angle to peek from. They're going to find Wrath as well. That's a B-site given over to Pigeon Esports just like that.
Yeah, not only that, Yuna used the Resurrection in the previous round. That's 2 kills, and plus the Spike Plant. 4 out of 8, halfway there already. Orange Pearl, nice tracking, takes down Mist. This guy is a real show-up Jet, at least in this map 1. And Lou, last player standing. His teammates are all gone, has full armor, has the rifle. Just save it, man. Live to fight another day.
Keep the weaponry and the spirits high. Pigeon, they're soaring through the skies right now. Here, Direwolves been made the prey so far, and you can see no one, either for Pigeon Esports, going too aggressive for this hunt. They know they can go for it because they've got the money, but they never know where Lou can be in a cheeky little corner here, just towards the belt. You can now hear Yuna's footsteps. He's going to hear it. Swift blow to Luna, but overall, not really too much damage being done to Pigeon.
Oh, okay, Lou, he does survive. Yeah, 1 kill, you take those small wins, but look at the economy right now for Pigeon Esports. It's absolutely amazing. Everyone's stacked. That reinvestment cost them almost nothing. Dire Wolves, yeah. If they lose this round, the bank's it's going to be broken again. Pain has the Hunter's Fury available to perhaps play with in this round. I'm expecting him to use it maybe early round for damage, because Pigeon Esports, similar kind of setup. Killjoy turret over towards A to watch mid, and of course a flank potentially. And they drop the spike, just go for that slow intel game. Maybe work a pick or two, see what happens, see what Dire Wolves tries to do now in this in their second proper buy round.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit more passive for the moment. You can see Ninum playing on top of the A site, just holding for the jump up there. Aldrin goes through and missed. Gonna be spotting Delusion up in kitchen, a little bit overzealous. Maybe, though, Orange Pearl able to trade it back and even it up. Yuna snuck well into this A site, though, will be spotted by Pain. Smart check there from him. Dire Wolves now understanding that they don't have to over-aggress when the players are coming towards them.
And Lou, similar story now. He's pushed down the tube. Really aggressive angle, but Orange Pearl, my god, again, look, they don't have that kind of util, but Lou was somewhat aware, but the angle didn't favor him. He only saw 2 legs as he got completely rolled. A-site looks to be ripe for the taking, but there is Ninum standing between them and potentially winning this round.
Ninum playing
30 seconds left.
in the left side of Maze. He's only got 31 HP, so he's going to have to find that first headshot. Jerky taken out, down to 18 now, and Issa, of course, with Orange Pearl, are trying to overwhelm this A side. It's Jets and Sobers only here for both sides. Orange Pearl's in such a good spot. He's going to catch Ninum, low HP. He's shot. Now that's the ace for Orange Pearl. He's so smart in this flank. He's so in the head of Dire Wolves right now. An ace, knives secured again, and we're only 6 rounds into this game of Icebox.
Orange Pearl, he's warmed up, baby. The afterburners are hot, and look, it's the same story again. We saw it earlier on the previous few rounds. Orange Pearl managing to sneak his way up over towards Kitchen and do a lot of damage to Dire Wolves. That just happened again this time, though, and nets him the ace. Dire Wolves, I think they're playing a little bit too split apart, potentially, and you really are only seeing Lou and Ninum, you know, get those frags. And speaking of Ninum, only sitting on 2, so, no, a bit of a rare occurrence, but this time, though, he has the blades to play with, and we know what he can do with those knives. But I don't think Pigeon Esports are going to let Dire Wolves get much out of this, as it is a full buy versus a bit of an eco.
You can see already starting the onslaught over to A. Nobody taking too heavy amount of damage. And there we see the Ninum knives, as you said. A headshot swiftly taken on Orange Pearl, and might be holding for this flank from Delusion in just a second. The noise and the sound cue has been given over to Delusion. Wrath here to back up Ninum. Full knives available in his belt. He's +2. No one going to be landing it. He's found Yuna, but there's the flank from Delusion, as we expected to see from him. Now it's just Wrath. Snake's Bite. Not really much he can do. He can try and grab that gun, maybe in sight, but this is already another secured round off the utility alone available for Pigeon.
Yeah, look at the paranoia of like Wrath right now. He's expecting Delusion to still be lurking around over towards mid, but instead Delusion, he's chosen, I would say, perhaps a smarter play, rejoin his teammates and have his util, you know, ready for a potential sneaky defuse by Wrath if it happens. But I doubt it at this point, as it's a little bit too far gone. Wrath trying to chase them up, do some damage, but he's the one to be taken down. Jerky charging up the ult points a little bit more, getting the Viper's Pit, perhaps again. And I just want to say right now, Pigeon Esports, they're leveraging this intel game and the patience very well. You saw Delusion there, just playing over towards mid. He doesn't really have to aggress. They know that A site's under their control, so he's just being patient, listening to the sound cues, and it's just like a little bit of a mental battle with Ninum there. Ninum, he was somewhat aware, but just wasn't quite sure. And once again, time was not on their side, so he couldn't, you know, fully clear mid. Had to invest heavily over towards the A site, and then Delusion strikes, hearing the footsteps, and downhill slope from there. They're up by 5 rounds, Pigeon Esports. Very nice show up, but this is different from Ninum. As I say that, he does miss the jump, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a bit of a more wild boost. We haven't seen too many Sage Jets go for that one. Issa already finding Lou there. Very aggressive player with tendencies that seem to be of the essence here. Orange Pearl with a nice flank though. Ninum on top of it, not aware of what's going on. As soon as Wrath falls here, the Hunter's Fury going to be popped by Issa. He's actually able to snipe out. Miss. That's an ace sight taken completely. Jerky's going to get walled up. He's going to drop off, get that spike down, and again, Pigeon Esports just living rent-free in Dire Wolves' heads.
I'm a bit concerned as to what this may do to the mental game and, once again, paranoia for Dire Wolves, because that's 3 rounds now. Orange Pearl, the timing works out so well for him. Just snuck into kitchen, and that teamwork is beautiful. Recon had to come through, and Ninim had to look away, and then they just swing off of it. That was almost a flawless round. It basically could have been the flawless round. Orange Pearl, it just was timing. He didn't manage to catch Ninim, who was basically right under his legs there earlier rounds. And 7-1, 7-1, and they're not even on the defense side yet for Pigeon Esports.
Yeah, and I guess this is a call to fault, I guess, Direwolves' defense side. As we said yesterday in the game against Peace, they looked really, really good on that attack side, but where they faltered was the defense. They just looked out of sorts completely, and Peace were able to overrun it with, I believe, a flawless half to finish out that game. After such a close affair early on, this is... Pigeon doing the same thing that Peace did. They've done their research. They've done everything. And you can see Delusion's put a ton of metal to all of these players, and they're showing up massive.
Yeah, I think it's the mental game as well now, and Pigeon Esports are winning it, because you saw Orange Pearl, play really aggressive over towards mid in the previous 3 rounds, and this time they've changed things up, just going for a straight B take. Delusion was the one to hold that angle, but unfortunately he does get caught out by the footsteps of Ninim as he looks away. Orange Pearl looking for more. Oh god, this is just so free. He's tapping away now. It's like we're watching, the wrong player on the wrong account of these 2 chests coming into this. The movement, absolute chaos. That's a 4K. He could have gotten another ace, or maybe 6 in this round. Direwolves down on their last legs, having to go inside the Viper's pit. It's suffocating.
That's especially dire though.
Okay.
Ninim, nice little wall bang on the east, so he's a little bit too close for comfort, and well, Yuna able to trade it back, and then you can see Yuna also hot on his trail with another underpaid, securing another res, and Pigeon securing yet again another attack side around. This is disastrous from the Dire Wolves. Well, I guess to, call out their name. It is Dire Straits right now, and Pigeon Esports are just all on it. And you can see the ultimate utility as well. They're playing around these ultimates. Of course, Orange Pearl, 2 away from the knives again. Res available, as we said, for Yuna, and they almost have a lockdown. They're halfway to that as well.
Orange Pearl, he's about to get 20 kills, and we haven't even reached 10 rounds yet. So, more than 2 per round. Sort of clown math there, but regardless, Pigeon Esports, of course, change up the pace once again, and Ninim just gets executed by Jerky. Pain, nice stink initially, hopping around the headshot angle. Oh, that's a sharp flick onto Jerky 64. Alright, but Yuna had the res, so it doesn't really affect Pigeon Esports that much in the long term, but perhaps this early flank would from B. As I say that though, they fall back.
Yeah, Pigeon Esports, they sense maybe a little bit of early discrepancy, and they go, you know what, we'll take a step back, we'll take a breather, we'll rotate it out here. Delusion's so deep in kitchen. This is normally where we see Orange Pearl, but he's with the team. This is Delusion on his own accord. There's 2 players towards B main, and there's 2 over towards A. This is such a split take here for Pigeon Esports, and this might look to pay off.
Yeah, Delusion, I'm not too sure what the call is here, right? I think he's going to eventually maybe make some noise over towards B and base out rotation. Okay, nice shots, but the trade was instantaneous. Yep, Delusion, he's going to catch the rotations right now. Already executes, missed. Direwolves, half the manpower of Pigeon Esports, and with far inferior guns. This is probably going to be unlikely. Oh, they are aware, though.
He is aware. Delusion knows that Wrath is, and Wrath knows where Delusion is now, but will they expect a long flank here from Lou in just a second? Maybe steal away a gun, because, this round's almost solidified, of course, bar a miracle Orange Pearl taking out Wrath. Lou's able to secure a Vandal, but the rest of Pigeon Esports, they make their way out through the spawn side, and maybe actually look to hunt for Lou, because they know he might be going in. So, yeah, and there it is. Yuna securing it on the Lou. Another round for Pigeon Esports. This has been 9 straight. Direwolves to pistol.
Yep.
It's been nothing but Pigeon ever since.
Pigeon Esports are completely pounding Direwolves right now. That's the least I can say. Direwolves, there's yet a player to even break double digits. A timeout finally gets called only, 2 rounds left in the first half. Man, I gotta ask, is it a little bit too late? Because we haven't really seen much impact coming out from Direwolves, this entire first half. Earlier on, Pigeon Esports, aside from the fact they got so much map positioning, Orange Pearl and Dilusion sneaking up over towards mid, kitchen, tube, getting these frags, catching Direwolves off by surprise. And on the rounds that they don't, they, pick off Direwolves one by one and then utilize the ultimates to get even more picks. And then they just leverage the man advantage going to these post-plant situations. And for Direwolves, it's just so difficult to deal with. Tony, I don't really think there's a way for Direwolves to at least, come back maybe into this game at all, because this is starting to really slip out of their hands.
Yeah, and I guess as we said, looking at this veto process, this is a bit of a throwaway for Pigeon. They were the ones to pick Icebox, of course, and Direwolves, they'll happily take the defense side on a map such as Icebox. And this is not the result we were expecting. I was expecting a little bit closer, but Pigeon, they've come out of the gate swinging. Orange Pearl wants revenge for getting dropped to this lower bracket, and he's looking to do it against a star-studded roster like Direwolves.
Okay, Orange Pearl, right? He's a good player, we know that, but he's playing against the region's perhaps 2 best, well, not amongst the region's best duelists, Ninim and Lu, and he's dropping 21, while the next teammate down is only on 10 kills, everyone else on 5 apiece. Direwolves, this is a nice change-up though, showing aggression down over towards mid, using Util and to pick off Jerky off first. That's the sort of smoke scone for Pigeon Esports, and this may be a game changer.
Yeah, but they're looking to change the pace here. Nina playing a little bit more passive in the back of sight, finding Issa. And you can see only 3 players left here for Pigeon Esports. Direwolves have over-rotated, though. There is a heavy amount of A presence being shown. Delusion sees the wall. Unfortunately, not going to be able to sneak up through the kitchen this time. Wrath going to be holding it towards the undertube. Pigeon thinking about this B hit, but Direwolves immediately sense that the rotation could be made. They're going to bring Lu back over to that side.
Oh, I thought that was Lu for a second holding that angle, because we've seen Lu in that position so often. And yeah, this is definitely a bit of a change up from Direwolves. They've never managed to use the Sage Wall over towards mid-tube there. That was the first time they've done it. And yeah, as a result, they can freely basically position players over towards A, because they weren't sure if Una had rotated off or not. And B was basically, they were just going to play the rotation game. But however, this time, they're split across the map, and they're just being patient now. Dilusion trying to make a similar sneaky play, gets caught out. Then I think he saw briefly the opponents have Orange Pearl. Sparks to go down, but a 2v4, I mean, it's doable, but it's getting highly unlikely by the second. As I say that, Pain is the one to clean things up, and Direwolves, the first flawless rounds of this half, and better late than never. This is good.
Sometimes all you need is a pause, I guess, to really identify, take a big step back. Of course, we've seen Pigeon Esports do a bit of step backing on the fly as they, retake a different side of the map. They rotate themselves over to a more favorable position. But Direwolves, I have to say, and I have to give credit to them, they identify that their mid's a little lacking right now, so they put a heavy amount of pressure on. And that's where Pigeon Esports started to crack there.
Well, still, I feel the timeout maybe could have come a little bit sooner, because at the most, Direwolves, they can perhaps get 3 to 9 in the first half, but it doesn't help a lot, because in the second, if Pigeon Esports manage to win the pistol round, it's just going to be very one-sided again. Early aggression by Ninim, changing things up a little bit more, but hey, look, they basically, both parties retreat back, trading a few shots, ultimate being invested, but the Viper's pit over towards B, and he's holding that part basically alone. And this time Dilusion again trying to make a sneaky play, but runs right into Mist, who unfortunately wasn't pre-aiming the angle. And Pigeon Esports, they have a man advantage again. Dilution gets away with murder, picking up Lu. Okay, now this is back to where we were before the timeout.
I was about to say, this is a smart adaptation there from Mist, playing the off angle there and holding for the kitchen swing, but Delusion, he catches him on the timing. He's able to take it there. Ninim able to take Issa lower mid, but he's not going to expect Delusion to pounce. Delusion, he thought he'd go through kitchen, but he goes back down through the tube, captures another player off of Direwolves, and again, mid presence is being absolutely marvelous. Orange Pearl with a quick flick, wasting no time in getting this round over with. You see the lockdown towards middle and a sharp shot to close it. Delusion, my god. A lurking Killjoy is a good one. 10 to 2 on the scoreline as we swap it. It's Pigeon Esports in a dominant lead.
Double digits, man. And yeah, that round was all Dilution. He got those first 2 picks over towards mid and kitchen early on, and then just played the absolute patience game. I guess he had some faith that no one from Direwolves would be working into kitchen again, and he had a teammate mid who got picked off early by Ninim. And once again, just the timing, just using audio cues. As soon as he hears Ninim starts to look over towards A, he swings, gets that kill, and then the Killjoy lockdown. It was basically the last round of the half. Dunk it down, and then that was misdirection as Orange Pearl, Pigeon Esports as a whole, they took control of the A sites, and then, they went further in, getting more and more kills, and this is it. This is where we are right now. 10-2. Direwolves, bit of an understatement to say they need the pistol round.
This is very, very lackluster from the Direwolves, but very good from Pigeon. Ninim, a little bit of spice to start it off, finding Orange Pearl up on top of the screen box, and well, that's the player you want to find. He has been tapping heads for the side of Pigeon Esports, and well, maybe settling the confidence that Pigeon Esports have gained after such a dominant half. Missed even holding for a cheeky little flank to come in from Delusion. You can see the Toxic Orb goes up, Delusion going to be tagged low, and even off of these picks, Direwolves are playing it slow.
Oh, that timing there, Ninim. Getting caught off guard here, but slow, precise crosshair placements just executes Yuna. Unfortunately, though, Miss will have to heal him back up to full health, so that's another 40-ish seconds of no Sage heals. And Direwolves playing this round very, very slow. And it's Pigeon Esports who are the ones getting caught off one by one. They're hearing a lot of noise, and Pigeon Esports, they've left A side all empty as Direwolves just rushes right on Dilution. He has to get some more kills here, otherwise the special round is all but lost. As he goes down, Ninim already in prime position to execute Issa. Did Issa even see him?
No, he's going to give it up to Lou, but Issa able to take it. Yeah, Ninim, there we go. A lovely little wallbang headshot. He's going to peek on a Jerky, but Jerky was expecting that swing. 3 more players here for Jerky to deal with. He's going to spot Pain jumping and dropping off for free. Going to be trying to take the Dahlia's Wrath, but he's run out of bullets. He's run out of time. Direwolves are going to be taking a much-needed pistol and securing themselves a third.
I think Jerky may have just panicked for a second there, or Jerky aim, because he was firing a few bullets into the chew up top briefly. And well, all things considered, very nicely done by Direwolves. And Ninim, leveraging the Sheriff to his advantage, one shot basically to the head at all ranges on pistol rounds. And the thing is, it's a perfect gun for Jet as well, in my opinion, because Jet's util, it's really the dash that's most effective on pistol rounds. The smokes, maybe not as much. The updraft on pistol rounds, even less so. So might as well just, take the gamble and use the Sheriff. Even if you don't kill them, you do 50 to the body, right? And basically that's one click to the head with the classic for your teammates to clean up on. This round, though, Direwolves, they're starting to just get a little bit grouped up over towards mid, and that's exactly what Pigeon Esports are doing as well. A huge curveball strat, a humongous crossfire, but Direwolves aren't taking the bait just yet.
This is very smart here, Lou, again, in this crusty corner.
Okay.
He's been in so very many times before, and he's netted himself another kill. The side of Pigeon able to trade it back. Direwolves still trying to approach this B site, but they're awfully cautious. Zornfell can be anywhere. He can be peeking from any spot. He is going to be using the tailwind to get himself out. He's with a nicely lined up shock dart, maybe looking to pelt out a second one. Direwolves have got the spike down, but Pigeon could go for this retake just with pistols.
Pigeon Esports, they've actually done quite well at least in the first, second round. But now, Direwolves, they finally strike back. It's all down to the last player, Issa. He just gets absolutely mowed down. Direwolves, okay, this is their chance. Build up some economy and get a few more rounds rolling. Make up for lost ground, now or never, because it's a proper buy round now coming out from Pigeon Esports.
And, of course, we have to credit here Ninim. A colossal flip of the script here. He was very rough to start this game off, but he's starting to find his footing. He's starting to hit his shots. He's starting to hit all these knives that we want to see from him. 15 and 12 to, of course, Orange Pearls 22 and 8 still. But as we said, this is Direwolves starting to long the loss of a lead that Pigeon have found themselves in. And this is a buy round for Pigeon, and this is a much needed round again for Direwolves.
Yeah, Ninim, but he was a bit cold, to be honest, at the very start there. And Pigeon Esports, I guess they took it to their advantage, just strike hard and fast, while, the good players of Direwolves have, you know, adapted or woken up yet. But now this may be problematic as Pigeon Esports, their composition, I said earlier, I think it suits defense and Icebox a little bit more. But Direwolves, they're also playing very slow, just, you know, baiting U2 out. Sage Wall, as you can see there by Yuna, it's already invested early on, and there's still a minute left of the round. So perhaps this early usage may come to bite them back in the ass later on. We'll see what happens though.
Jerky throwing up that toxic screen warning Direwolves that if they attempt to go to A, then it might end in disaster. Mist, though, not too scared of it. Delusion, I have to say, one of the more aggressive Killjoys I've seen in recent times, and I have to give him props. Aggressive IGLing as well as trying to hunt for these kills. It's very brave to see. Now Direwolves trying to take this site with 30 seconds, and Issa locks it down before they can even get in.
Yep, Direwolves is falling apart now. Wrath gets spotted out early on. 20 seconds. They have to plant the spike now or never. And there's so many players of Pigeon Esports just on the sites. So many corners to check. Nice crossfire. Direwolves get mowed down. Pigeon Esports 11-4. They've won the buy round now. 3 players standing. Oh dear, Tony. Oh dear.
Yep, it's getting dangerously close to the wire. Of course, this is Pigeon's map pick. And, you know, Direwolves, we saw their attack on Icebox is pretty sound. And, you know, that defense side, it appears to be their kryptonite at the moment here. Orange Pearl and the rest of Pigeon Esports. You know, we speak highly of Orange Pearl, but it's numbers here from Yuna and Delusion as well. Issa and Jerky chiming in when they're needed. And this is up to Direwolves now. Knives out from Ninim. He goes really high, but Orange Pearl with the Guardian is just tapping heads left, right, and center. But he will be dropped 6 foot under. That's a nicely secured trade here for the Direwolves. They can look to go B off of that, but Blue up to lurking ways. Wall goes up for the plant. Toxic Wall goes up, and Jerky's just going to spray it down.
Okay, and you can see the Killjoy util over towards the kitchen there. So if Lou managed to, you know, get up a little bit deeper, that would know exactly where he is. And the alarm bot as well. Lou, yep, he gets detected. Delusion is aware, but doesn't flip around in time. They were distracted as Lou gets that much-needed lurking pick. And now, Pigeon Esports, this is going to be a bit of a tough round here. Post-plant util coming in, but the wall from Yuna, this may actually allow us to get the defuse. Not like this. Wrath gets one, this rain blindly, and they get nothing as Yuna secures the defuse. Match point for Pigeon Esports off of that. Unbelievable.
That's one of the bravest sticks I've ever seen. Yuna able to toss the wall up and then just absolutely hold it in the midst of 4 Direwolves players spraying directly at you. The lineup just wasn't quite there, and Pigeon secure themselves map point here on this first map, and 12-4. Not a scoreline that we expected Pigeon have come to play this evening, and Direwolves, they're going to need everything now. They're going to need 8 straight just to go to overtime.
That's a very tall against how Pigeon Esports are playing right now. And, you know, the Sage Wall util, there's 2 schools of thought. You either use perhaps early or mid-round to basically buy time and delay pushes, or you save it for a post-plant when you guys get on site and then just wall yourself up and try to stick the defuse as much as you can. This round, however, it's walled off partially, and Enemy's made a lot of noise, though. Direwolves, you said earlier on, do or die. They have better guns coming into this. Let's just hope that timing works out for them.
I like this, I guess, aggressive peeking over this rope here from Ninim. He's able to really play with the sound cues here and play with the incel. He spots out Yuna, but of course, a little bit more inaccurate on the rope, so shots aren't as prevalent to hit. Ninim going to be backing off for the moment. Pigeon, though, they're sensing the pressure. They're sensing this all start to mount towards A. Orange Pearl holding underneath the tube, and Blue's just going to walk up completely through it scot-free, but there's a turret there to spot for him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and that's the difference, you know. Delusion, Killjoy util over towards mid and kitchen. They'll know exactly that there's a player, you know, potentially trying to come up with a sticky play. Ninim, oh my god, 2 sharp taps, 2-tap Tony. Delusion and Yuna go down. Direwolves, they are surviving.
Oh, Ninim's a cold-blooded killer. You never look away from him because he does stuff like that, and even Delusion's props. A nice shot being landed, 2 nice shots. As we said, 2-tap there from Ninim, and Pigeon, that's their hopes dashed of a retake here in this round. They're just going to play for exits and a nicely secured round all off the back of Ninim there.
Oh, if Luke can get this kill, perhaps. Okay, I'll take it back. I cursed it. Direwolves, they do lose one player. Any more, maybe a little bit disastrous, as they can't really afford to, you know, lose much more economy. It's already bad enough as it is, and Pigeon Esports just counting their losses. They're gonna back off. But the operator, though, yeah, never mind. Goes nowhere. Orange Pearl hangs onto it. So yeah, Ninim, you know, he's known for pulling off these absolutely insane moments, but they're gonna need a lot more where that came from, because like you said earlier, there's still a lot of ground to make up for.
There's a ton more. 7 straight now. Direwolves getting a few more on the board, but still Pigeon Esports with a sizable lead here, though not sizable economy, unfortunately. Few guns being saved, but this is where Direwolves can put the pressure on still. They've got almost knives available again for Ninim. And of course, the Empress for Lou. Not going to pressure to this B side early on, but Orange Pearl nails a shot directly to Ninim's dome.
Look at this util usage as well coming up from Pigeon Esports. It's so nice, and the 2 players stationed over towards middle ready, potentially to take down Lou. The shot was missed, but perhaps... Okay, Orange Pearl, he does follow up, and Lou just gets absolutely mowed down like a rabid dog there. Spike, however, does get planted by Direwolves over towards B, and there's a retake. Down 2 players. Well, soon to be down 1, and of course Ninim gets resurrected, but Pigeon Esports are already early on the flank. Just how aware is Direwolves?
It's a testament here, Ninim going up in air. Of course, as we said, the res to come through, so he's got the knives to use here. He's going to land a shot on a jerky, but he's not able to finish the job. The swing comes out, Mr. able to take 2, but it's Yuna back with the pistol combat here against Wrath. Vulnerable, it's Orange Pearl v Wrath, and it's going to be the right-click finisher from Orange Pearl. That's going to be the time, end the game. Pigeon Esports are going to take it 13-5 on Icebox. A statement first game.
That is more than a statement. That was an absolute, I don't know, cannon blast. What's the next level up from a statement? Because unbelievable. Yeah, 13-5. That's not what you expected coming out of Direwolves, and Orange Pearl especially. His jet popped off. We talked about it earlier, you know, and I was saying, basically, hinting at the fact that Orange Pearl, even though stats-wise, it's not as good as Lou, but I think it's to do with because, you know, he's not always on the duelist. He has to play other agents at times, and as a result, that may bring him down a little bit. But today, at least in game 1, that was an absolute shock. Almost 30 bombing in 18 rounds there. Very well done. And Direwolves, they had their moments of brilliance here and there. Ninim got a few, you know, clip-worthy moments, but overall, as a whole, they just got picked apart by Pigeon Esports.
Yeah, and a very selfless play there from Orange Pearl, I have to say. And overall, from the side of Pigeon Esports, that was a fantastic game. We saw Delusion with this lurk play on the Killjoy that just time and time again caught players off in Kitchen and just absolutely got in the heads of Direwolves early on, and you saw there was no recovery since.
Yeah, I suppose there is a, you know, 2 ways to think about this, which we'll talk about a little bit later, as we will be going for a short breather, guys, before we go into map 2 of Pigeon Esports versus Direwolves. Catch you guys soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 2. I'm Digital Cast, William Zhang, and of course with me, 2Tap Tony, Anthony McMullen. We just finished a banger of a matchup, but before we talk about it, I just want to shout out, guys, if you want to play some casual Valorant or slightly competitive, play in the league. Sign up at letsplay.live/events for all the details. And guys, Season 3 for Amateur and Open are currently available for registration here. And I gotta say, it's probably the best experience you can get from Valorant. Proper team comms, proper, focus, concentration, dead serious. Play and see how far I can get. Maybe one day we'll be casting you guys on a grand stage like this.
Yeah, and I guess a credit to some of these players that, have just come up recently. This Pigeon Esports roster, one of those teams that, we saw an amateur, I believe, a season or so ago. And, well, now they're here playing with the best of them in the closed qualifiers.
Indeed, and not only are they playing with the best of them, they are beating the best of them. And absolute shop, game one there. It's, to say the least, I wasn't really expecting it. Neither of us were expecting it. And I was going to say that for Dire Wolves, just having, Nidham back into the team fresh as a whole, how much, work could they have possibly done overnight? And on the flip side, it's Pigeon Esports having to go against two very good players in the region, backed by a solid crew of, support pillars. So not only did Orange Pro have to play well, someone else from his team probably had to step up as well to basically, support him and to go against Dire Wolves. So, Tony, that first matchup, is there any words you have to say about it?
I'm still awestruck after that Nidham 2K, of course. Those were some sharp shots. We need to see ton more of that from Nidham. We need to see a little bit more from Lou as well. And of course, now we go over to Ascent and we get to see the picks swap up potentially because, we saw Icebox, the picks a little bit different, compared to a map like Ascent.
It is a bit different. Icebox are very, I wouldn't say an unorthodox map of sorts, but players, their agent pool gets tested on that map and Breeze as of now. But Ascent, very stock standard. This is the map of fighting in Valorant, the smallest map by far. And Pigeon Esports, my eye is on Orange Pro already. He's getting off of Jet and going onto Sage on defense. He's an absolute powerhouse. But let's see what Dire Wolves can do to show up against them because they're already a map down and this is in the lower bracket. It's elimination if they lose.
Yeah, this is, well, if we see the same Pigeon Esports roster, this is potentially series point at the moment. We could be seeing Pigeon take a 2-0 over Dire Wolves and, well, they've gone back to the drawing board. They've swapped it up. They've put Rathen out of the Killjoy, put Mist back on the Astra, and you can see Though Pigeon Esports, they've swapped it up, as you said. Orange Pearl no longer on the Jet to the Sage. And they put Issa on the Phoenix here. A little bit of an interesting swap up. Delusion as well, going over to the Sova.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well because both these teams, well, mainly Pigeon Esports, they have the ability for individual players to play multiple agents, and it's good to see that both teams, as the primary smoker, they are choosing Astra because the Astra meta on Ascent, it's simply too good to ignore. You know, you can use those stars to buy time and delay pushes in certain choke points, and as well as her smokes, you can place them anywhere on the map. Cosmic Divide, don't even get me started on that on a small map like Ascent. On the flip side, though, to touch up on your points earlier, you were saying that Dilusion, he's getting onto the Sova. He's just playing for the team, and Sova, a quintessential pick on Ascent. Issa, once again, multi-talented man. He will be playing the Phoenix and letting Orange Pearl do what he does best, whatever he's comfortable with, playing defense on Sage. But now, pistol round is underway. And early, I want to say aggression, but just a little bit of scouting over towards mid from Direwolves, potentially leading up to a B split at this rate.
And they've read this perfectly. There was 3 stacked up on that short position for Pigeon. Now they're going to have to rotate a little bit quicker. Star goes up here. Yuna in a very aggressive position, though. Pigeon played far back for the moment.
No.
They're letting Direwolves take a ton of room here, and if they're allowed this much room, they can almost take this site, though. Delusion spraying some shots through. Walk in, though. Yuna able to take the first on the Lu, and they've already pelted a few more bullets into a few more Direwolves players.
You know, no player has actually seen anyone on the other team yet, like, fully visible. It was all through smokes that round, and so much damage has already been done to Direwolves. Working around to come through. Mist just gets gunned down. Direwolves, they secure the plants, but now this is going to be a very tall order as the entire force of Pigeon Esports about to come down on them.
Yeah, the flash comes out there, the hot hands, the curveball available, though only the curveball going to be used. Yuna and Jerky taking out Pain and Rat, so it's left to Nidim to pull off some heroics here. He's able to get walled off, actually, completely. He's going to have to bust that wall completely down, and Jerky's there ready for him on the other end of it. Smart play being used here by Pigeon to retake on the pistol, and Orange Pearl's just having a ton of fun with it.
I don't know what to say to that, really. Almost disrespectful. Orange Pearl, that's $400 for a wall. He probably didn't have to burn, and instead he just does it and leaves them in the back with the sheriff holding the bag. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do right now? They're defusing a spike right in front of me. That was absolute comedy to start off, you know, map to Ascent. And Pigeon Esports, okay, they won the pistol round. Orange Pearl, no armor onto a Vandal. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, I guess, Hail Mary buy for Orange Pearl. Normally you see the coveted Spectres that the rest of his team have gone for, or even just Ghost Light Armor to keep the money high. Orange Pearl's playing with a ton of confidence, and I have to say, why not? If you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And Direwolves, back to these Sheriffs. We've seen a few shots being landed from them in some of these rounds on Icebox, but Ascent a little bit of a different breed. You have to take a little bit more space before you really line them up.
Yeah, especially around these smaller distances. Perhaps SMGs may actually come in better. And Orange Pearl, just playing around with his food, peeking in and out, doing so much more damage, and he escapes that engagement scot-free, not even having to use the heal early on.
You can see that's sensed now that the rest of Direwolves could still be going towards his A-side. Jerky losing his mind almost, going for that aggressive duel. He's going to be traded 1-for-1 with Lu. Orange Pearl still has this Vandal to put to work, but Direwolves have the A-site to take with a little bit of a ticker on the clock. 25 seconds to get that spike down. They will get it down. Lu gonna fall victim again to this Orange Pearl force-up Vandal.
Lu was the only one with a suspected, at least, in that round as well, and Direwolves' best chance of potentially winning this round is gone, as one by one, they just get taken down by Pigeon Esports. The defuse to come through. Early on, I was a little bit concerned there because Jerky, he definitely invested into a push that he didn't really have to go to. They had the man advantage and, of course, the gun advantage. So him getting that one kill was good, but he got traded out instantly. And then the Spectre in the hands of Lu on Reyna, probably the worst possible scenario that you could have for Pigeon Esports. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work that way. And Direwolves, okay, it's the full buy now. Let's see if they can bring things back a little bit.
A bonus here for Pigeon Esports. We You know, saw Direwolves, they took pistol in that first map, but then we didn't see anything from them, at least until that second half. And on Pigeon Esports, getting off to a 2-0 and a very aggressive 2-0 here. Orange Pill going high over that wall. Lou is spotting for it because, you know, just a small gap is all that's needed for a headshot to be landed. And Orange Pill, he senses that he's going to back off completely. And Direwolves just playing a little bit more default for the moment, maybe expecting Pigeon to come to them with these Spectres.
Yeah, Pigeon Esports, on a sense, they pull off some interesting stuff. And Orange Pearl, I've seen them do this wall quite a few times, either with a Vandal or an Operator. And then you saw the composition, the teamwork there. You have your Sova shoot a recon out over towards mid, so even if he's smoked off, he could potentially still do some damage. And the A-long orb lineup as well. You had your Gravity Well, plus the Hot Hands. I think they managed to do some damage briefly, but they couldn't secure a kill. But at least they got some intel. And now Direwolves, your Sova's down. Another recon out to come through. Lou may get scanned by it, but this time, no one to follow up.
Yeah, no one to follow up. And you can see Direwolves again, still playing for these picks, but Pigeon just giving them nothing. Star goes up towards B. But you can see there's a ton of util. Ninham actually able to find a lurk kill on a Jerky, and that actually might sense and start to put in motion that this A-hit is a reality, and Lou's still holding short. Orange Pearl getting his head ripped and deleted from the server. 3 now to retake here for Pigeon on the bonus, and Spike going to be planted securely by the Direwolves in just a little bit.
Well, hopefully, because time is running very short here. If they can have some lineups and deny these spike plants, that could be game over. That's not the case. And a sneaky shock dart to come through, just tagging up Lou a little bit more. Smoke just in time. Now, Pigeon Esports, make no mistake, this is their bonus round. They can still win this out completely. Nimbus' position has been exposed, and Direwolves just trying to make the most out of this post plant.
Yeah, they're playing crossfires beautifully there. You can see 2 towards that main position and 2 towards the gen. As the dart comes out from Delusion, he's just trying to steal any kills there. He gets the shock on the Mist on the fadeaway, and another onto Wrath off the swing. Third round, though, goes to Direwolves, but I have to say, heavy amounts of economic damage being dealt there by Pigeon. Such a smart timing on that first shock dart there from Delusion to half destroy that door, and then just able to bust it completely free, leaving Direwolves a little bit scarce in their hold, but still able to hold it down in the end.
Yeah, Dilution, towards the very end, you know, being the last player standing, damage is probably the best thing he could hope for, and he certainly did that to his full extent. The shock dart kills 1, and then he gunned down another, came down to 1-1-1, and then, you know, missed those shots, which, let's be honest, he probably wouldn't. That could have gone very poorly for Direwolves.
Oh.
And Slew, that smoke was fake, and I don't know, maybe miscommunications of sorts. And then, once again, Orange Pearl Operator gets the pick off, and similar to Icebox, again, Issa using the audio cues to his advantage, just swings as soon as he hears a reload or Ninham turns around and walks away, gets that kill. Direwolves now down 2 players to start the round off.
Yeah, getting in Direwolves' heads early on their map pick too. This is not what you want to be in terms of the situation. Shock dart as well from Delusion, almost landing on a Wrath, but he's able to sidestep it. He's able to back off for the moment, and well, Direwolves still have 3 players of the ton of util to put in play. The lockdown is available for Wrath if they want to go for this B hit, but there is a ton of Pigeon Esports players ready to rotate. There is Yuno, of course, holding that crossfire in the laneway. Delusion going to be holding the stairs here. The walk up from Pain just not going to pay off, and I feel like it's a little sour here for Direwolves at the moment.
30 seconds.
Yeah, look, they're still lacking manpower. There's Killjoy lockdowns on both sides, so Pigeon Esports, they can honestly use a counter lockdown to counter Wrath's lockdown potentially. Look at Pigeon Esports, they're all grouping up, being patient about this, watching each other's flanks, and Wrath, she's just gunned down like that. Killjoy lockdown, extreme prejudice, just to take down Mist. My god, that was almost overkill of sorts, and Pigeon Esports, they win this round, their first buy rounds, actually, very convincingly. And
I guess I think we haven't been speaking on too much is Pigeon's ability to play off of each other. You saw just a simple kill such as that could have gone awry with Direwolves. I don't know who it was, but someone playing that close position, that could have been 2 free kills for him, and that would have been a little bit disastrous on that retake. But you know, Issa tosses the curveball out, and his teammate swings it, trades it for free. Pigeon Esports just looking a level above Direwolves at the moment.
Yeah, team cohesion and communications seems to be much clearer perhaps on Pigeon Esports, or maybe it's just a delusion. Its brain's just gaining wrinkles by the minute, trying to make these calls, these reads for Pigeon Esports. On the flip side though, the previous round there, Direwolves, that being their first proper buy round into this round, you have one player working mid solo, you have one player working A long basically solo. No trace to come through, and no one to really watch their backs. They got picked off. And now Pigeon Esports back to the old strats. This time though, Orange Pearl gonna save the wall, gets that first pick onto Lou again, but Ninim, he has Blaze, and he sees the strike back. Issa not aware that the player above him as Ninim goes on an absolute tear, takes down Jerky, Wrath guns down Issa, A-side has been opened up, and Direwolves, they filch off guns.
It's the Ninim knives, it's always a possibility when they're in play. And Direwolves, securing the spike plant and securing themselves a pretty easy round off of Ninim. As the dart comes out, reveals his position. No Delusion able to trade it with Yuna, but they're not going to expect Ninim in this close corner. Ninim's just playing with his food at this rate. Direwolves secure themselves second round, and Ninim couldn't have made that look easier.
That round was a little bit weird coming up from Pigeon Esports because Issa, he essentially pushed A-Long by himself after the combination, the hot hands combo with the Gravity Well didn't really get much, and that was a little bit questionable because you don't have guaranteed intel if there's anyone out there or not. Maybe he heard the orb being tapped there. I couldn't quite confirm it, but as a result, basically, as soon as he goes down, it just leaves only Orange Pearl to try to defend short, which, he got already taken out early on, and then it was a downhill slope. This time, though, look at this. Direwolves, they are aware of what Orange Pearl is trying to do now over towards short. Ninimals watching the angle, and this time Orange Pearl. Let's see how he will adapt later on.
You can see tossing up the slow orb early. Actually going to go for the wall. Isn't one he can necessarily jump over. But it's just played a headline, and oh my god, Lou! He's a barber! Giving him a fresh fade. Delivered, and that's the first kill delivered to the players of Direwolves, though the ultimate being popped by Delusion just to get some early damage, stop this B hit and slow it down a little bit for Issa to rotate. Lou sneaking up through the market here with Ninim. This is a very dangerous position to be in for Pigeon right now.
Oh my god, that's perfect! Look at this, they're playing off each other so well, using utility, they're grabbing one of the hot hands. Lou gets gunned down, but Ninim does manage to trade back. B sites is not the sites Direwolves they want to commit to at the end of the day, as they're all just, hightailing it back over towards A. They know there's perhaps maybe another two-player over towards B. Nice Nova Pulse, but I think Direwolves they managed to dodge it, as Jerky just, perhaps the timing or the placement wasn't quite there. Spike to go down. I guess right now Pigeon Esports, damage is the best thing they can do as they take down Ninim.
That's a good spot here, and well, they've done, as you said, damage is the best thing they can do. They've done a ton of it. This is a retakeable round if they want to go for it. Just about securing positions and about securing crossfires here. Yuna, of course, top of heaven, is going to place out the turret here, the sentry turret. Pain going to be taking out Yuna here. Delusion, not really much you can do, just secure a kill maybe, but Wrath, he's got his number for this round. Direwolves able to take a 3 back and make it 3-all here. And I have to say, a little bit of an interesting and maybe over-aggression now for Pigeon. But still, the team plays there. You saw, and as you pointed out, the Gravity Well into the hot hands, masterfully played.
Yeah, also flush out one player, which, it worked out, but if they had a smoke over towards Archers a little bit deeper down, that would have been even better. But they take what they can get. That was a bit of a half buy of sorts. Now, it's Pigeon Esports on the eco. And I just want to point out as well, in these two teams' past matchups, Ascent was actually one of the maps that Direwolves managed to win against Pigeon Esports. In fact, it was the only map they won against Pigeon Esports on. And Pigeon Esports, I've seen them play Ascent quite a few times. I think it's pretty solid. But let's see if history repeats itself.
Lockdown going out here from Direwolves and sensing the Pigeon that they should probably get out there. Yuna going to be backing off to the safety of the outer side of that ring. And Darty's actually going to ping him. They know exactly where Yuna is. They've even pelted him with a bit of bullets for safekeeping. Lou, he's just going to hunt for him.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Lou wants more. But however, 8 bullets. May have to commit to a reload here. And Ninim's there to join the battle. Okay, this is looking much better. Direwolves mowing down Pigeon Esports 1 by 1. But however, Jerky that distance with the Stinger. He's the one to come out on top. The last 2 players a lick away from death. And Lou, he's thirsty.
He's hunting for these souls and will be given Delusion for free. Jerky to 4K in the round for Lou. Masterfully played on the Reyna, dismissing himself a few times. And, well, Direwolves now instilled a little bit of confidence. 3 rounds in a row, their economy starting to surmount and succeed here. And Pigeon Esports, you know, they're now back to a bye. They've got a few ultimates to work with, Cosmic Divide, the Res, and maybe we see Issa get a little bit more aggressive because, you know, we saw a little bit of it in that one round, but it didn't really pay off because Direwolves just were able to capitalize off the positioning. Maybe we see Issa send this run it back early, get some early intel, maybe try and find an early pick and put Pigeon back on the right path.
Essentially, yeah, and you know, right now we're seeing Orange Pearl using the operator. Usually I would be a little bit concerned, like, oh, Sage operator, okay. But I'll make an exception because it's Orange Pearl and he has a pretty decent track record with it on Sage, on Ascent to say the least. Sage will be used early off over towards mid to block off a potential, you know, mid split coming from Direwolves. And Direwolves, they knew the past few rounds it was a little bit easier for them because the buy for Pigeon Esports was worse. But now they're taking a step back as they just want to poke and prod before they, you know, dive too deep and bite off more than they can chew.
And you can see all grouping around this B side. Orange Pearl posted up with his operator. As he sees a shock dart go out, he immediately suspects that there could be a few more coming off that hour drone to go. And but a collateral from Orange Pearl. He's so patient to do that, man. He's absolutely insane. The key star-studded play here for Pigeon, and he just does it time and time again. Issa finding Nenem on short, and Direwolves, their hopes dashed in this round.
I said I would make an exception, and yeah, I still do. Only for Orange Pearl on Sage, though, because, look, the Owl Drone came through, he got pinged by it, he still held his trigger finger, because he probably was expecting, you know, Direwolves, a player, or at least one player, at the very least, to go for the swing and get the kill, because it's wall hacks, right? It should be easy. But no, he just gets a collateral for free, and that basically was the start of shutting down Direwolves. The last 2 players standing, they have to save. There's no way you can win this 2v5, especially considering the util Pigeon Esports have. There's a Resurrection, of course, there's a run it back you mentioned earlier onto Issa. I was about to say earlier on in the previous round that I was going to praise Direwolves because they were playing the extremities of the map much better than they were earlier on. You had, you know, players backing each other up, going for the A ult orb and then the B ult orb. They were farming the ult points a little bit more, getting a few maybe ultimates online, and then they start to group up for, you know, a more coordinated site take. But Pigeon Esports, yeah, they showed up.
Showing up massive again, Orange Pearl top of the board here with Jerky of all players. Of course, we haven't seen, you know, we didn't see too much from Jerky in that last map. Of course, it's to the credit of Orange Pearl. But, you know, Jerky is one of these unsung heroes here. As we see Orange Pearl just get another pick. It's all too easy for him. Puts the wall up. He might even go for another. He's on top of it. Nenem on top of that other wall. Issa, they're able to spot it out. The Hunter's Fury being used by Pain only to tag up Orange Pearl to halfway, but he's got a heal orb. He's got everything he could ever want in this round.
That was a much better adaptation actually from Pigeon Esports because Issa, he pushed A long this time with the Astra. They duoed it to ensure at least a trade to come through on top of any potential utility usage. And Orange Pearl, the operator, man, he just changes up his position all the time. He got a pick over towards short, now he's walled it off, and he's gone over towards mid to lock that angle down. Rotations from Pigeon Esports going over towards A. Direwolves, he's down by 2 players. You have a potential Cosmic Divide to come through, but this is going to be quite the tough side take if you have no more duelists left standing.
This is such a
crossfire as well.
Yeah, it's just too good. The coordination from Pigeon, Issa, and Jerky. Normally, you know, I guess a credit to Issa's growth as a player too. Issa, a very aggressive player. That he's known to peak angles like that in some of their previous games. But, you know, Delusion now in this roster, keeping him under wraps and allowing plays like that being set up beautifully here. Pigeon now 5-4, and they're in now the driver's seat. They've got money as well to work with. They haven't even expended any of these ultimates.
They don't need to because they're starting off the round so well with always initial picks. And the Orange Pearl again, he's off of short, he's off of mid, and he's playing aggressively, well, sort of over towards B. So he's just ever, you know, on the fly, adapting, and he just leaves Direwolves perhaps a little bit, I wouldn't say honest, but let's go with that, right? And the previous round there, Dire Wolves, I'm just feeling that perhaps eventually they will have to use a lot of useful just to clear angles for Orange Pearl's operator, because the Owl Drone, it clearly wasn't enough. Maybe next time we'll be seeing an Owl Drone plus a Leer to come through. And look at how much positioning they have running for Pigeon Esports. They know no one's over towards B, and they push in as a duo using Util. Orange Pearl's locking this angle down. Wrath, left, right, good night. Orange Pearl is not missing anything right now.
He's just on a different level here. Jerky gonna block the vision here, catching a vulnerable player, though Ninim's snuck up through the generator and able to get the backstab in a Jerky. He's still outside of the site, but he's gonna play for this retake. The rest of his teammates are all gonna gather up and really try and go for it. A bit of an interesting, and not a point we normally see all too often, to the side of the generator, because the position here not too great for the Dire Wolves to hold for this retake. Right back goes out for Easter, curveball in. Cosmic Divide 2, this is Pigeon looking to retake this site.
And the Cosmic Divide, however, it may honestly be a double-edged sword for both teams here. We'll see what happens. But Pigeon Esports, the ultimate's been invested, but they're not stepping onto site just yet. Now finally it happens. Trade for trade, tit for tat. Hank gets walled off. Miss still holding his ground underneath Hell. Cosmic Divide to clear up the wall. The no-scope misses from Orange Pearl. Time has ticked away a little bit too much. Issa probably just wants to kill at this point. He does get it. But the defuse, it's a pipe dream.
That was so beautifully held there from Mist underneath underneath Heaven in the Hell position on the left side. And well, Pigeon Esports, they had to drop and peek into him, and a bit of a blunder there, I guess, from Orange Pearl going for the no scope. But of course, sometimes you just have to. You can't really afford to scope into that position. And well, Dire Wolves, they're able to even it up, but still, Pigeon Esports didn't burn all too much. That was Dire Wolves having to expend the Cosmic Divide. Mind you, it won them the round, but now they don't have it to work with in some of these later stage rounds. It's, of course, 2 left in the half, and Pigeon, they've still got 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5 even ultimates available.
Yeah, not too stressful right now. You know, the scoreline 5-5. It's a definite improvement compared to map 1. But honestly, I don't really think Pigeon Esports are too stressed about this, because they've shown they can play a set quite effectively. Now, fast aggression over towards the B site, and then leading the charge again, but you may get picked off early. As Dilusion trying to just juke around, letting the Fragile wear off as he gets a double. And Pigeon Esports, they're here to juke it out, man. Dire Wolves getting gunned down on site. Dilusion, the triple! It's done from here, surely. Lou needs something monstrous to bring this back. The res was just a bait, and Lou, he swung off of it, trying to kill perhaps Orange Pearl, but no. Jerky was already there, covering the angle. Once again, teamwork from Pigeon Esports. It's on fleek.
And I have to give major props to Delusion. Just even one kill, finding Ninim, and then holding that side, delaying the Dire Wolves push was more than enough, but he got the cherry on top, of course, of an already iced cake here, and 6-5. Again, it's Pigeon Esports in a lead. This time, though, as Dire Wolves to start attack, they're going to have to swap to that defense. And, well, what we saw, at least on Icebox, defense not all too great for the Dire Wolves, but they've got a little bit of a change-up of comp, of course. But now, Orange Pearl, again, still peeking the short position, still trying to get in the heads of Dire Wolves, trying to get an early kill on the board. And, well, Dire Wolves, they're playing a little bit more default.
Pigeon Esports, I mean, they've played this setup for quite a while now. Basically 3 over towards A and 2 B side, but this time Killjoy Util heavily loaded over towards B, and the Odin on Dilusion as well to basically cheese out any potential aggression. Not that he's going to use it just yet, as the Hunter's Fury catches out Wrath, and that's 1 player down for Dire Wolves again from pure Util. Oh dear.
That's a really rough position to be in for Dire Wolves, and you can see Ninim just trying to make the best of a bad situation. Going to be pinged on the alarm bot. The recon comes out. Ninim just completely being revealed to the side of Pigeon. You can see how far back they're playing, because they know if Ninim's in this close angle, then his teammates could be a little bit closer. You got Lou up on short, going for the Empress, and just looking for any sort of an entry here, because that's really what Dire Wolves need right now.
Yeah, but Orange Pearl, he's holding a little bit further back. The smoke, however, that's good. And the Leer does indeed get used by Lou over towards the site to clear it up. Orange Pearl, another shot, another kill. Pain's down. Lou has to sort of step it up right now. Misses, and Issa guns him down. Dire Wolves, 2v5, post-plant. Lockdown goes down from Yuna. Good luck.
Yeah, here's all the ultimates, and good luck. As you said, Issa goes out and swings for a few more. Batter up to the plate Pigeon Esports. Even going to toss the molly on for a bit of fun at the end there. 7, and a secured, flawless retake there to close out the half. 7-5. Pigeon Esports now to their attack side. We saw them start Icebox off resurgent. And of course, now we look to this pistol to see which way this game will sway, because Direwolves still pretty sharp on their pistol rounds and still sharp with their pistols overall, so we can see them, maybe even if they drop this round, they can steal away the second and really get in the heads earlier, Pigeon, because that's what we need from Direwolves. This is very scary situation for them.
Yeah, you can say that again, because it's a better scoreline compared to Icebox, but once again, you know, this is an elimination, and this scoreline, it's simply just too close for comfort. That previous round there, Pigeon Esports, they just played basically stock standard for what they're comfortable with, and I think, you know, the conditioning and the punishment they dealt out to Direwolves earlier on in the first half, it was starting to kick in, and Direwolves, they were just, I wouldn't say a little bit scared, but just, you know, on the tippy toes a little bit more. Okay, pistol round now, and Pigeon Esports, let's see how their attack is, and, you know, I don't fully remember, but off by memory, I'm confident their ascent on both sides is good. Cutting noise, this A-site take looks to come down real soon.
They're going to send it in potentially with that Owl drone just scouting early on, and they will be pinging Mist towards the back of Generator here. Orange Bell's got his sights locked in, a right click on to Mist, and there's nothing really much Lou can do. Ninim just taking pot shots from short, but it's ace site secured here on the plant from Pigeon. Delusion though going to be caught on a swing from Lou, but immediately Pigeon, they're in positions to trade it, and this is why they've been winning so many of these rounds. They're just playing together as a unit. Yuna might be caught on this flank from Ninim in just a second though.
Yeah, Ninim has to get this kill here if Direwolves want a chance of winning. Indeed. What more could you expect, really? 3-on-3 now, but Direwolves, time is ticking away. And Pigeon Esports, what are you doing? Jumping around as Wrath, the turret, the Phantom 6-man gets a kill. And one by one, Direwolves. Okay, they complete the retake without dropping a player. This comeback, you know, looking much better.
I guess a little bit of a blunder from the side of Pigeon Esports. They didn't even have to peek Heaven. They didn't even have to go for jumping right clicks or whatever they were doing there towards the back of Generator. Just play on the hell, play for post plant, but they'll I guess Direwolves, they'll take that round. Spectres now, Marshall's going to be invested, and well, Ninim and Lou starting to put numbers back up on the board here, and those are the two players we want to see hit it off. Orange Pearl still top of the charts. Jerky and Delusion this time joining him.
Exactly. Overall, much more evenly distributed kills, at least in this second map. I was really going to praise Pigeon Esports, you know, for that pistol round earlier on. It was so simple and basic. Just follow the Owl drone in as a team. They didn't even really invest any flashes, I think. They just fully sent it onto the A sites, and then, you know, trading out teammates. But unfortunately, they got a little bit too trigger happy towards the end, and then things fell apart. This round, however, look, it's just Direwolves against Anti-Eco, doing what they do best, getting these kills, charging up the ult points. A flawless round by Lou, the no-scope. He's a master of Jet, you know, in his own right, and having the Marshall in his hands on Reyna, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, just stealing away, killing blows, and evening it up now 7-7. For the side of Pigeon, though, they'll take that round, they'll throw it away, because of course they were just outgunned completely in that one. Now going to be on the Phantoms, Vandals, anything else they can muster. Direwolves, their bonus, and we're all at an even standpoint here. Direwolves, good props, of course, taking pistol and taking the second, looking a little bit better than their Icebox.
Let's hope you don't jinx it. Okay, never mind. Very nicely done there. Util combo, and then Ninim, poof, explodes Delusion. Great start on the buy round. That's one rifle gone, and then recon arrow is gone as well. Even more damage dealt out by Ninim. Can he do more?
I'm definitely looking for it. He's though doing a little bit more than what Ninim can do right now. Molly goes in, but Pain, he's holding this laneway here with Wrath. He's got a beautifully established crossfire. He's able to drop off, send the Owl drone out, scout for the intel. There is so much utility being set up here by Direwolves. If Pigeon just opt to rotate out, this could be a free A side off of the heavy committance here from Direwolves.
Potentially. It's good from Direwolves that they aren't over-rotating just yet, because Pigeon Esports, they haven't fully pushed it, and they already had a crossfire of sorts set up on the B site, Market, and of course lane with a lot of Killjoy util to stop a potential hard, fast push. But indeed, Pigeon Esports, they are going to commit to this B-side after all, and this may get bloody. They need to win this round, otherwise Dire Wolves, they will take a lead.
And the swarms go out.
Baby.
It's a util vacuum there. The alarm bot spots it, but you know, these players take a heavy amount of damage. They're still walking into this site, limping almost. Wrath gonna be trying to bust that wall, but as soon as the sound cue's given, Orange Pearl should have had that kill, but Wrath, he takes it, picks up the Vandal. It's a low jerky in the back of the site, and it's Issa now to pull off some heroics, and I don't think he can do it. Dire Wolves have too many numbers on the board, and they will be taking a lead for the first time in this series overall.
Yeah, much better round there, but I also have the question, because Killjoy util, it tends to be quite loud, and you saw, you know, the players of Pigeon Esports really close to B main for so long. Could they not hear the alarm bot or the nano swarms? That's the most curious part to me that round. But hey, look, Dire Wolves indeed the round lead, and they won their bonus round, so this is really good. They could potentially go even further and basically nearly touch double digits, because Pigeon Esports, this is going to be a very rough buy for them. Another anti-eco to come out, and Dire Wolves, the Odin on Pain over towards B. The cheese is already coming through. This should be quick.
Oh,
or
no,
not.
it's a quick shot from Jerky. Ninim, not what we expect to see of a player of his caliber. He falls victim to the Astra swing with a Marshall, and well, that's put now Pigeon in a little bit of a more stable position. He's given the ult orb over to East, so that's run it back, end the Cosmic Divide. This is a site completely on the cards for Pigeon, and there's nothing Dire Wolves can do about it. But they're rotating out.
Oh, indeed. They use a Cosmic Divide on an eco round, and they've based their rotation sure, but they aren't committing to this A site. If they do now, okay, sure, let's just see what happens, I guess. They have the man advantage and a few smokes to play with. Delusion's Recon Arrow is available now, and they're just banking on basically all on East's runner back to clear space and do damage.
And there it is.
A-site's free, though.
A-site is free, yeah. There's a Killjoy backed off completely to the short side wall and door. That's a heavy ask to, you know, bust out if you're any player. Even with Operator, it doesn't do that much damage to, of course, the situation that's currently in play. The Gen Plant here, it's the right side though. It's out in the open here for Pigeon, so they can hold for some swings if necessary.
Okay, so he was the only rival on the team, and he swings and goes down just like that. Dire Wolves, I mean, this retake, it seems to be rather going well with them right now, because they're getting these kills one by one, and Pigeon Esports all down to Jerky. That's 3 kills of the Marshall. He's done his job, I think. And just a little bit more, they may have secured the round, but that was good damage, all things considered, on the eco round. But the 2 ultimates, especially the Cosmic Divide early on, I don't know, Tony. I feel like maybe they could have played off of it.
Yeah, maybe second-guessing themselves. They even, off of that rotate out to the rotate back in, Dire Wolves sent 2 over towards that mid side. They didn't have the numbers there to hold it, but they're able to play with the numbers for the retake and play with weapons advantage. And now we can see Dire Wolves in a 2-round lead here, starting to look a little more better than Icebox defenses. We can see them have taken 4 straight here. Nothing from Pigeon yet on their attack of Ascent.
Not just yet. So we could be seeing a 3-mapper early on. And Dire Wolves, I feel, you know, they're starting to really get warm now. Pigeon Esports, their defense was good. But indeed, you said it, starting to struggle a little bit on the attack. Delusion by himself, it doesn't matter. He out-duels Lu, and the A split looks to be coming through potentially as a Killjoy util, however, from Dire Wolves has been rotated over, and that could potentially do a lot of damage.
And again, a props to Delusion. I've never seen this man play with such confidence, even, you know, playing these more util-oriented comps, by himself. And he's just the one-man army, even with Orange Pearl, you know, putting up numbers. Delusion's still here to frag. Ninim has a heavy flank here. He's secured a ton of intel. He knows they're not mid, or they're either already up short. That alarm bot has spotted Delusion. And Pigeon are leaving this one a little bit late, because Dire Wolves, they've got all the players over towards this A side. Rotation and the retake is ready.
It's not too bad. Delusion, he does get picked off by Ninim towards the end there, but Dire Wolves, they are a man down, but the only thing they have going for them is Wrath, Killjoy lockdown, and of course Pain, the Odin cheese to come through, sprays down Issa, numbers have been equalized. On the flip side though, counter Killjoy lockdown, no one can get anywhere near the sites. This is hilarious to see.
You can see a player detained, though, for the side of Direwolves. That's pain. And feeling the pain right now is, well, the time is ticking. Alarm bot is triggered this time, and Direwolves are still opting to go for it. That wall is going to have to be busted, but Jerky's on the other side. That's such a sneaky little angle from him. He's going to find another on the Rat, swinging into heaven. Pigeon, play off the positioning there, and unfortunately, Direwolves, if Pain didn't get detained there, that retake could have came in a little bit quicker.
Potentially, yeah, and he had the Odin, which I think would have come in really clutch for maybe perhaps a few wall bangs here or there, or just, you know, noise in general. And I think at the very start, you talked about Orange Pro, you know, having these really nerdy Sage slow orb light-ups, and that's exactly what we saw. Over from Wine, he tossed it up over towards Heaven, and that just brought even more time on top of the Killjoy lockdown. Direwolves, that was really rough, to say the least, that retake. And Pigeon Esports, once again, credit to their teamwork. They swing almost all the angles as a team, and Direwolves, for so many engagements there, it was one player going up against maybe one or two or potentially three, and there's no way you can win out in that engagement.
Yeah, it's an unwinnable fight here, and you can see Ninum going for an almost untradeable fight, but somehow him and Lou were able to pick off two players of Pigeon Esports, and as we credit their teamwork, it seems to be a little lacking in this round because there's no one ready to trade that. And well, Delusion, he snuck up through short. He's going to be cautious of Lou, though. Lou's looking the wrong angle for the moment. It's able to flick back to his head. Issa and Jerky, now the last two remaining members in this round. This is Direwolves potentially looking for double digits, unless we see some heroics for the two Pigeon players.
Well, they have, I don't know, maybe 2 stars on Jerky to work with, so it's doable. But if you go over towards the A side, Ninum is the Guardian they have to get past first. And I don't think he'll miss these taps.
Oh,
Easy for Ninum, easy.
That's just too clean from him. Ninum on game and on point right now. You can see Direwolves now 10 to the 8 of Pigeon, though. Still a buy potentially on the board here. We can see a few players tossing up whether they buy the Phantoms or the Guardians. There's going to be a few Spectres. Ultimates available for Jerky and Delusion, but there's 3 ultimates available for the Direwolves side. They've got plenty of money and starting to build back that confidence because they're now in double digits. They're 2 off of that match point. They're 3 off of taking this ascent and going to our 3rd map.
You know what's curious is that I haven't actually seen Ninum on the operator much at all, at least in both maps right now. He has the Blades this round, so he could have maybe dropped the gun over towards a teammate and then opt to use the operator, which he can afford, and pull out the Blades to boot. But I suppose maybe he's just not feeling it, feeling sharp on the Vandal, so understandable. But Pigeon Esports, they're just playing, you know, for the old tools early on, getting the small wins first before it seems like they are going to commit to this B-side take as a whole 5-stack. Nice adaptation.
Very nice swarms there to come out. Dink on Issa from Lou. That's not normally what you see from a Vandal. It's a little bit more of a lethal weapon to the head, but well, Pigeon Esports, they bait out the utility at B, the swarms and such, all gone. Lou's caught shooting out a turret, and well, here comes the firing squad from Pigeon. They're all out through middle right now. Heavy dink on a Wrath as they cross up towards this A site. This is going to be up to Mist to hold it down. Only finds one, finds the second on a Jerky. Spike dropped and he's given a freebie onto Issa. Pigeon could have made that round work if they just didn't fall victim there. Very well played crossfire from Mist.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they know exactly where unit is now.
Pulling them in.
Direwolves really looking to make this a 3-mapper. They're confident in it, and now they're just playing this rather slowly, and Mist, well done. Quad kill in that round, single-handedly shutting down Pigeon Esports. 11 on the board now for Direwolves, Tony, and there's a few ultimates available for Pigeon Esports. Now or never, they should be using it.
Yeah, they're going to need these next few rounds. Direwolves, as we said, close to match point and close to taking us to our 3rd here. 11 to 8 in the scoreline. Pigeon, we're going to need 3 just to match it. And well, from what we've seen so far on this attack side, it's looked a little bit out of sorts. Direwolves seem to work out how Pigeon opt to go for their takes. Not too much mid presence being shown by Pigeon on this attack side, and that's really where Direwolves are starting to capitalize.
And the fact that, like, you know, individual fragging ability, you have to deal with Ninum and Lou, who, despite here and there, you know, going for these solo plays to an extent, it's working out because on defense, especially as a Reyna, you can always get a kill and then dismiss the safety while getting intel to boot. Pigeon Esports this time, once again, teamwork. I keep talking about it. The double stack from short, triple stack long, but Direwolves, they seem to be somewhat aware because Ninim, he's covering the B main angle, so so much information is in the hands of Direwolves now. This could get really bloody real soon.
And you can see the effect, the economy. Orange Pearl doesn't have a wall here to cover, so it's just going to be a swarm to come out, and Mist is actually not going to be able to shoot it out in time, so he's going to be flushed off his angle, and the Hunter's Fury comes in. It actually lands on the pain, and this is Pigeon Esports in a favorable position to go for this take. Easters run it back. Now Orange Pearl to take out Mist. Spots another there on the rack, and this is Spike going down. 30 seconds, and Ninim's on the flank. Beautifully found.
One enemy remaining.
Issa, this is deja vu. The exact same story. Going for a whack-a-mole, he just gets gunned down from long. So, where were the comms for Pigeon Esports that round? You already know that one player of Direwolves was on the flank from long. Your teammate died there, and then you're still out in the open making a play like that. I don't know. It's it's so on and off right now for Pigeon Esports. You see the teamwork in the swings, it's so well. And then in crucial situations like that, maybe too many chefs in the kitchen sort of scenario and just too much noise. So match point for Direwolves and Pigeon Esports. Okay, looking to be on the last legs now because this buy, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, you can see 2 light shield vandals here, and well, still 2 ultimates available. Of course, the Cosmic Divide and the Res available if they were to take an unfavorable engagement, but you can see Ninim, Lou oozing confidence right now, going for this double aggressive short. Swarm comes out to try and flush them from pushing, but Ninim's just got a very nice angle posed up here towards top mid.
Oh, you have to shoot that because Pain, he has a Hunter's Fury, which doesn't choose to invest. And Ninim, yeah, look at that, just jumps down mid. He cleared top mid and the smoke as well to clear tiles. I think Direwolves know exactly where Pigeons are going to hit now. Ninim, of course, not respecting that wall. Double Cosmic Device to come through. Absolute chaos. Util being thrown around. It's a mow down from Pain, and Pigeon Esports are still aggressing onto the B side, though. And they get the trades, and they've evened up the numbers. Spike to go down.
And Spike go down in a bit of an open play, maybe a panicked one from Delusion, but it's still not a bad one to play it here. Issa. Sorry, and the rest of his teammates now to hold down the site. A little bit of a wallbang on Alu as he exits out the market. Curveball goes in wide, and Issa, he's going to blind 2 players, but Lou, ready for the swing, he knows and punishes the Issa's over aggression. Now it's up to Delusion, the last player in the site, to hold down the hopes, and his hopes are dashed. Lou sucks the soul and the life out of Pigeon, and that's going to be 13-8. Direwolves are going to be taking us off of Ascent and onto our 3rd map.
Yeah, Haven is going to be an absolute treat to watch, to say the least, because Direwolves now, they're much warmer and playing with much more confidence on Ascent. Granted, it still came close, though, and history has indeed repeated itself. Pigeon Esports losing to Direwolves on arguably their best map. Ninim and Luke, no surprise here, just topping the scoreboards. And I think in that final round there, it was crucial to mention, Issa, as much as I hate to say this, I think he went for a bit of a hero play. The curveball was good, but then he tunnel visioned onto Ninim, who jumped into B main, and probably wasn't expecting Lou to already be so close to, follow up for a kill. And then, yeah, it was a downhill slope from there. Players going down one by one, and that's it. Any last words from you, Tony?
I have to say, and I guess it started to really crumble there, the pressure that Direwolves built in that, and you can see why they're a team of their caliber. They're able to play in these positions where they're, put on the back foot, they're down a map, they're down in rounds, but they're able to claw and slowly make their way back, identify the mistakes that, Pigeon are making and able to capitalize off of it. And I have to say, well played to Direwolves there. They take Ascent and we go to a 3rd.
Indeed, which we will get on to real soon after the short breather. We need a break. Get hydrated, guys. Don't stay up. Well, do stay up for us, because we'll see you soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 2. We just saw Map 2 of Dire Wolves versus Pigeon Esports, and, well, Dire Wolves, they have shown up, and we're going to Map 3 now, Tony.
That's, I guess, what we wanted to see maybe from Dire Wolves on Icebox, but we finally got to see it on Ascent, and hopefully they bring it now, of course, to Haven, because we're 1-1 in this series. Map point here for both of these teams, of course, elimination on the line in this lower round, and I have to say, Dire Wolves showed a ton of adaptability there. They played off of maybe a little bit more of over-aggression from Pigeon. You saw a ton of hero plays try to come in, but, you know, as a team overall, and I guess to credit Dire Wolves, as a core of 4, very calm under the pressure.
Oh yeah, it's just pure experience, especially on the map that I'm sure all the players are very familiar with. Icebox, like we alluded to at the start, not as much, so hence that scoreline. But Pigeon Esports, you know, also have to give credit to them. They played fantastically as a team. They also adapted to Dire Wolves, but it was just perhaps in those final crucial situations, the composure wasn't quite on par with Dire Wolves, who are definitely more experienced players. But yeah, okay, Tony, Haven. I want to hear your predictions for this because it's 1-1 elimination. I've seen a bit of, I guess, the old iteration of this Pigeon Esports roster on Haven, and it wasn't too great, if I'm being honest. And Dire Wolves, Haven, a pretty comfortable map for them overall. Of course, a core of 4 that have been playing this and scrimming this, practicing this as a 4 for quite a while. They've got a ton of, you know, unique strategies that they look to pull out, of course, on both attack and defense. And I guess this is to a call now, Dire Wolves. Do we see the same defense we saw from Icebox, or do we see them the same as they did on Ascent now? I think it's going to be a little bit dangerous, to say the very least. I'm also eager to see what Pigeon Esports bring out. Once again, I'm expecting Orange Pearl to be on a duelist. Issa 2, probably. Yuna goes on to the Cypher. But Dire Wolves, I'm very scared to say this, but it could be potentially a bit of a playground for Ninum, because we only saw the Operator come out towards the very end there of Ascent, but Haven, a much bigger map. I'm definitely expecting, you know, the more stock standard Ninum jet things that we see all the time. On defense, you know, long range C, maybe mid, perhaps the aggressive A peak, get the ult orb even, and do damage early on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a jet playground, and I guess Ninum is going to look to use that to its full level. And I guess, you know, to, I guess, predict the compositions here a bit, I expect to see maybe the Orange Pearl Sage to come out again, because, of course, he hasn't been playing jet all too much, especially on a map such as Haven, as, of course, speaking about his former days in, I believe, the Villains roster, he still was a pretty prominent Sage player, and hopefully get to see a few more of the players, because we saw Jerky really step it up big on Ascent. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite get it over the line there, but hopefully we see more of these Pigeon Esports players step it up.
Hopefully, and, you know, once again, to a point that I think I mentioned earlier, it's Dire Wolves, you know who these guys are, really big names. You have Lou and, of course, Ninum. And for Pigeon Esports, a really newer team coming into this part of the Oceania Tour. Oh, man, they don't have a lot of experience to go off of, and Orange Pearl, obviously, one of their star players, he can't really be going up against, you know, the full might of Dire Wolves by himself. So, yes, like you said, other people have to step up, which, granted, they have, but perhaps calms a little bit when things get too dicey. That's when things have to fall apart, and to say the very least, I'm concerned. And the 2 matchups for tonight, you know, I thought it could really swing either way, but now, already for game 1, well, the first matchup, I don't know. All cards are off the table.
And yeah, all the way down to now the wire. Third map, Haven here, and of course, as we wait to get the players ready, you know, we'll speak a little bit more about the matchup, because, you know, as we said, our head-to-head overall in terms of this series was Orange Pearl v Lou, and I guess to credit Orange Pearl, he's really stepped up big in that head-to-head department.
Absolutely. Well, it's not just Lou as well, because originally I would have liked to do Orange Pearl and Ninum, but you know, Ninum, he's been missing in action. I'll just say that for quite some time. And Lou, without a doubt, he's been putting in the absolute hours for Dire Wolves. So it's only fair to put him as the matchup. But you know, stock standard stuff. We're seeing Ninum back, and yeah, he's starting to just top the leaderboards, get all these kills. But guys, we are just having some technical difficulties, so we will be going for a short breather before we come back and hopefully jump right into Haven. Don't go away.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the Valorant Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 2, and we're still in Match 1, just waiting a little bit longer for some players to suss out their technical difficulties. But, Tony, okay, we're back again, and Map 3, Haven, Dire Wolves versus Pigeon Esports, they've gone the distance, to say the least.
Yeah, and I guess, as we said, this is a rematch of their semi-finals of the Open Qualifiers, and, well, what better way than to go the distance here in an elimination match such as this? You know, this lower round, the loser of this best of 3 falls out of the closed qualifiers, and I guess the VOT as a whole.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but if anything, I want to say that's a little bit more dire for Dire Wolves. I mean, no, dire for Pigeon Esports, sorry, because they're the ones who don't have any VOT points just yet, so there's more on the line. But Dire Wolves, even if they get eliminated, it's not the end of the world because they only have 30 points. And potentially, if things go their way, no new or upcoming teams manage to qualify in, they're still set to go into the Oceania Championships. But while we are waiting, Tony, do you want to talk about the next matchup potentially of the night? Because this game, map 3 at least, may take a little bit longer.
Yeah, we've, just sorting out our issues. And yeah, well, I guess we can speak a little bit about our next series. Of course, that's going to take place after this. Funky Monkeys taking on Auglis, ton of potential that I've seen recently from this Funky Monkeys roster. And as well, Auglis, we saw them in the first closed qualifier of this stage. Unfortunately getting Order, the first draw in a best of one's not the greatest thing, especially on Bind as well. The best map of Order, and it looked rough, but, they've had moments of brilliance. This is, I believe, a different lineup overall, substituting, I believe, a few players out. Toxic and Cream are no longer here for Auglis, yeah.
A funny thing about Auglis actually is that their roster, at least for LPL Valorant, it's the biggest I've ever seen. It's basically union of players without signings at this point. So whenever a player leaves to go become a free agent or to just retire, I don't know what Toxic and Cream are doing nowadays. They can just pull someone off the bench and sub them in. So who is it? The two new players? It will be Hyok and Hunter, I believe. Last night, actually, watching Auglis go against Nebula on Breeze, I actually was rather impressed. Granted, Nebula did win, but partially that was due to Minimize just having an absolute pop-off as Sova, multi-kill after multi-kill. And Auglis, though, they've lost strong firepower in the form of Cream, so I don't know, maybe that may have some effect into what happened last night, but we'll talk about the matchup a little bit later, as I do think the players are actually ready to go into Haven right now for Dire Wolves versus Pigeon Esports.
We've, of course, got our technical issues gone, and should be going into picks. It's going to be an interesting one because, we saw Orange Spell swap up to the Sage. We expected to see him on that now in this map, and, well, now we go over to our agent selection here for our final map. It's, of course, going to be Haven here, the elimination match here, the first best of 3 of this evening, and we've gone the distance.
You doing all right there, mate? Looks like you could use some first aid, maybe. Or maybe some food. Man, what a matchup to start things off tonight. But yeah, look, standard stuff. You definitely won't see Killjoy on Ascent on Haven, because it's just too big of a map. Granted, Team Bliss, they do play Killjoy, but it's because they have a really set game plan and strats with her. So for teams like this, Pigeon Esports and Dire Wolves, it will be the Sentinel plays Yuna and Wrath going on to Cypher and stock standard stuff. Look, Issa on Phoenix, Orange Pearl on Jet, toe-to-toe against Ninim and Lu.
Yeah, no, Sage is a bit of an interesting one, and I guess, we were speaking a little bit about Orange Pearl. This man knows a ton of lineups. I've seen him throw some slow lineups that land all the way into lobby, of course, all the way from defense side at spawn. This man has been doing the prac, the hard hours, but if he's confident on the Jet, let him play the Jet. We saw him go off a treat on Icebox, and they're going to need this here in this final map, because Dire Wolves, they looked a little bit better on Ascent, and they're looking back on form after a rough first map.
Speaking of, Orange Pearl and Sage, all things, it's one of those interesting things to play Sage on Haven, to say at least, because in my eyes, right, if you want to play Sage on Haven, you have to be able to take sites really well, at least on attack rounds, and then afterwards, you have to save your util, basically, to buy time, delay the retake that comes in, perhaps eventually, right? But yeah, like you said, Orange Pearl, he is a man of many talents. Sage is one of his agents, but his other, of course, a duelist on Jet, so he should be fine, to say the very least. But Haven, such a big map, a little bit of a playground for Jets eventually when the operators come out. I'm just eager to see what happens, because the only real 2 differences we see on the compositions is that Mist is going to play Omen, which I actually quite like on Haven, given his repositioning ability, the ultimates, and as well as the smokes being able to toss long distances. But Jerky on the Astra, of whom we don't really see too much in OCE, there's only one other Astra player that comes to mind, and when we order Techstart, which, oh my goodness, you don't see that coming through, as Ninim executes Illusion to start things off.
A strong start there for the Dire Wolves. You can see, still playing default. They're trying to get in the heads of Pigeon early on and just play in off angles that they're not going to be expecting, and maybe catch Pigeon overzealous and over-aggressive to rotate, as you can see. For the moment, Smoke goes out towards the A-Link side. Direwolves could look to group up for this B hit.
Maybe. Pigeon Esports, nice jump spot by Jerky, and he has some util potentially to stop or delay the Seaside tech, and Direwolves, the split is working out quite well. 2 inside Garage. Isa has to get this kill onto Nim to say the very least. Nim fires with a few shots, curveball to come through, and now he goes for the reload. The double swing for Pigeon Esports, teamwork coming in clutch as they manage to win out in trades, and Seaside, not yet for the taking.
Now they can't afford to give it up here for Pidgeys. The Orange Pearl pushed against the box and pushed a little far too up as he's taken out here. Wrath in such a nice little off-angle double dink on the east. It's left to Jerky. In a very unfortunate position. He's either going to be wrapped by Wrath or he's going to be wide-swung by some players on A's side. Jerky knows that his position is cautious, and Wrath isn't going to expect him to turn over towards him.
Yeah, it's 1 kill at least, but look at this crossfire setup. He's about to get completely dumpstered on as soon as he swings out. 1 smoke. Oh, nice one way actually. But there's still 2 more players he has to worry about. Lou swings out, and Jerky, just starts tapping away a little bit too fast there. No bullets landing onto heads. Direwolves, they get the pistol round. And I would like to say, it all started with that single tap at distance from Ninum.
And you can see, and I guess we called it out, the impact that buying that Sheriff first round has. If you can just bang a shot like that, especially given a Sheriff over to a player revered as Ninum, it's always a sight to behold. And, you know, free damage, even if you don't land that crucial headshot. I believe it's 45 or 50. I'm not quite sure on the number, but free damage is anything Direwolves could ever want as they take the first round now here in Pigeon. Just going to save it completely. No crazy force buys, no crazy half buys to come out from them.
On Haven of all maps, you know, if you are going to try play a crazy eco strat with classics, I'll probably just go down mid, run it down mid, and use the numbers advantage. It's the best thing you can hope for. But Lou, he just works. He just walks all the way onto C, gets 1 tap onto Isa, and looking for more at this point. And Jerky running around like a headless turkey, really doing some damage. Nothing comes his way. C side's basically open. Ninum takes down Dilusion, all down to last player. This should be so easy for Direwolves.
That's all she wrote in that round. Direwolves securing themselves a much expected second, but you never know when pistols are in play. Anything can happen. Pigeon now on to a buy. Phantoms out for 4. Orange Pearl waiting to see what he will opt to purchase. I expect to see maybe a Vandal from him, because he's a little bit more of an adamant Vandal player, and he's been tapping heads with it, to say the least. So it's a Guardian, actually. All right, Orange Pearl, I see you.
Yeah, it's because he wants to really save up cash for the operator later on, I think. But okay, they had an internal discussion and they decided it was best for him to play with a rifle for the time being. Maybe get the operator if their economy is a little bit steady up. And now that's good. The bait and switch. Orange Pearl takes down Ninum to the side. Orange Pearl gets away with murder. That's a 2-piece for him. Okay, Direwolves, that did not go their way.
Yeah, and the chips do fall. It's Pigeon finding themselves 2 there, and I guess a credit to Delusion if that was the call made by him to give that, you know, Guardian a little bit thrown to the wayside, put him on a Phantom early on and get some early kills on the board, get the knives available is what we want to see again from Orange Pearl, because we saw the knives in Icebox were absolutely beautiful, and, you know, even the shots were as well. You can see Direwolves feeling a heavy amount of impact after losing both of their duelists. This is going to be a hard C site to entry into.
Yeah, they've lost their star firepower. It's only Wrath right now holding a single rifle in his hands. So if he goes down, basically count this round out for Direwolves. But then again, you're already down 2 players on a bonus round. Just do some damage, ideally win the round. But 3v5, it's a tall order. And Unit, last line of defense here onto B, goes down ASAP. This is looking much more doable now.
Yeah, this is looking doable though. Oh my god, Direwolves just combining for a hat trick of frags. Wrath is feeling it right now. Delusion going to be taken out to Jerky. 64 now, the last player to entry in and missed. He says no way. Jose will take 3rd bonus secured by Direwolves, and this is the dominant side of Direwolves that we saw from them yesterday. They're feeling angry that this is going all 3 maps.
perhaps maybe a few players are hangry, you know, as the night drags on. But that was a round that Pigeon Esports really shouldn't have lost there, especially 3v5, no trades at all. Dire Wolves, one by one, they just picked off all the players, and that's definitely not how you want to start off Haven. Granted, slightly attack-sided map and standard stuff, you know. Smoke down by Orange Troll, gets the ult orb, and Pigeon Esports are aware, and Ninim sprays down, but Dilusion manages to body shot Ninim with the Sheriff. Okay, that's a good start.
And I guess it's a little bit of an interesting one there, and going for the ultimate orb, as we said, going for the knives as soon as possible for Orange Pros, pop them here in this quote-unquote eco round, but, well, they found themselves in a favorable position. They could try and retrieve that gun, but you can see Lou is holding for it. He knows that Pigeon really want to solidify a more heavy arsenal as they try and hold off against this Dire Wolves side, because rifles against pistols, it's normally the rifles that win.
Normally, but players at this level of competition, Sheriffs basically, it's a really budget Guardian of sorts. The Seaside take looks to be pretty hotly contested, but look, the Astra Util, it just slows them down so much. A Gravity Well or a Nova Pulse potentially, and now finally the Sight's take is coming down, and Dire Wolves, they're getting kills left, right, and center.
They are securing them there. Unit, though, securing one under Lou in the lower mid position. Dire Wolves set up for this crossfire. You can see it. It's a deadly one to walk into. Missed just on the other side of this smoke. The camera goes up from Wrath. The cage goes in too. This is so much util just to cover this garage side and Delusion. Though there's no cover towards the spawn side as they try and walk it out here. Him and Issa. A beautiful shot landed by Issa. Now it's Wrath tucked against the default box, and he's going to absolutely rail them. Pigeon Esports fall victim to Wrath, and my god, they're going to need a pause after that one. A bit of a technical issue, and maybe the round was underway. We can't match medic that one. Dire Wolves take 4, and Wrath 10-1 at the moment.
Yes, actually, the Battle Cypher we're seeing on Haven, very strong start for Wrath, to say the very least, and not much to really talk about that round, but Pigeon Esports, they made it very competitive despite being on an eco versus Dire Wolves. They did a lot of damage, came down to basically a 1v1. Issa, unfortunately, couldn't quite land the shot point blank, and Dilusion, yeah, unfortunately, he DC'd there last second, so potentially Pigeon Esports could have won that round in a perfect scenario, because I'm pretty sure Dilusion had a rifle in his hands as well. But, hey man, some things just go that way, and, well, Tony, while we have a little bit of downtime, not much to really break down, especially Esports. They're down by 4 rounds. A little bit of a rougher buy from what I can see. Let me ask, how are you coping right now in Sydney?
Well, it would seem I'm not actually in Sydney. I mean, Armadale, a little bit more regional. It's a little bit further out of the way side. And of course, you've probably noticed a lovely new office. I've recently moved and, get settled in. But, so the players, they're getting settled into this series. And I guess, yeah, as to credit, there's not really much to analyze there. It could have been potentially possible. You saw Issa swing out that log side, get that first pick, and unfortunately, Delusion not able to follow up off of it. I believe with Delusion's comms, they could have, put that round together, put themselves a first on the board, and put themselves in a little bit more of a healthier state. But unfortunately, it's the discrepancy of an online league. There's always bound to be a little bit of a technical issue, and hopefully we can get it sorted as soon as possible. But my god, Dire Wolves have come out with a resurgent performance here on Haven. I have to say, very much props to them.
Yeah, 4 rounds back-to-back, it's definitely something to talk about, but it's not the end of the world, I gotta say, for Pigeon Esports, because as long as they manage to perhaps win the next few, they'll definitely have a fighting chance to make this series go all the way and give us a proper best of 3. And honestly, right now, Tony, I think I'm about to devolve into madness because, man, technical difficulties. What can I say? Everyone in lockdown. The internet usage must be at an all-time high. So let's just, give everyone a break here, as we will take a breather, and we'll see you guys soon after everything's been resolved.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 2. I'm Digital Cast, William Zhang, of course, with me right now. 2Tap Tony, Anthony McMullen. Man, I'm getting sick of saying that long line, I won't lie. So let's just get right into the game right now because Haven, it's still underway. Direwolves versus Pigeon Esports. And Direwolves, you know, they're leading by 4, but things may change because that was a pseudo technical timeout.
Yeah, maybe some things have changed here in the Pigeon Esports camp, and of course, we had a bit of a technical issue with one of the players, a little bit of an internet issue, but good to see them back and recovered now. All 5 for both sides here, and Direwolves, it's still, them in this heavy amount of lead. Orange Pearl going for a heavily aggressive play, and he's just going to be tagged completely down low. Our drone beautifully baits the wire, and this is Direwolves looking to set up B quickly. Loom, a wallbang, and the timing of absolute proportions here as they look to come in strong.
Yeah, Delusion, he may be prey right now for Ninim as he does get gunned down. Lou, he's no stranger to playing a Jet himself, so I suppose it takes one to know one, and he knew that angle exactly down to the pixel. Easy wallbang, even though he had no vision, really. Spike goes down for Direwolves. 3v5 on the post-plant retake for Pigeon Esports. I don't know, I think they probably have to save this. Not much util to really play with.
Yeah, might have to now that paranoia's come out. It's well timed, but somehow Luke, and Jerky are able to take a few kills before falling victim to Wrath. You see the cage though. Oh my god. Again, timing is of the essence, and time is on the side of Direwolves. 5-0 secured in style there with a cheeky little tap through the cage. 5-0 here, and Wrath is just, he's turned up the heat completely.
Wrath, he's a bit like the Energizer Bunny right now. He just keeps going and going and going because that was disgusting to say the least. I suppose it is a common pre-fire angle of sorts, but to work out this perfectly, basically 2 kills in that round, working out due to timing and angles for Direwolves. They'll take that. They'll take that. 4 ultimates online now. Not that they really need it because their buy's going to be much better compared to Vision Esports. Ninim, he's going to basically only buy a Sheriff and invest the Blades as he wants to be the shooting target first for the team to get onto the C sites.
And yeah, there's no one here for the side of Direwolves.
Yep.
Pigeon to really defend here. They're all stacked outside of A, maybe hoping for a Direwolves read, but Direwolves, they're going to close the book and they're going to plant Spike. Now, I guess for Pigeon, just try and steal away a gun. They even all crouch and try and beat that wire and Spawn, trying to hold this crossfire, giving up the gun, but he's got Pain to back him up. Because now, Dink comes another shot from Pain. This is all that he's bringing right now. It's just going to be Orange Pearl and, of course, Issa. A few guns on the ground to retrieve if they want to go for him, but other than that, Direwolves are just going to hunt for these kills.
He jumped the gun a little bit there. And the Stinger, you do tend to get punished if you miss that initial burst. Orange Pearl having to do it all right now. He's getting ganged up on from all angles. Misses a few shots, can't get the resets. And it wasn't him to get the final kill. It was missed, actually. So Direwolves, 6-0. This is very good for them, to say the least.
Yeah, Pigeon just maybe feeling a little bit hurt after, this technical issue. Delusion is calling, maybe starting to struggle a little bit because, it's hard to, when you're faced with these sort of tech issues, bounce back and mentally reset yourself back into, it's game time. We're down 4-0, Direwolves elimination match. This is, where Direwolves can really play with the mental game of Pigeon Esports.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, Pigeon Esports, they are able to buy back into this rounds, but once again, they have to win this because Direwolves, they at least cannot lose this first half. They already have 6 rounds gathered. Delusion, he's in a bit of a risky spot here because if Ninim does go aggro, there's no one to back him up or trade him out. Delusion makes a smart play, falls back. Well, the timing. Okay, never mind. I jumped spot. I had the gun a little bit there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a sound cue, and Direwolves, that's the cue for them to actually go over towards this long side. All off of Ninim with his walk up through short. He's holding for Orange Pearl, maybe swinging wide of that window. Smoke will cover Orange Pearl. Now can't see them as they enter the site, but he can hear the footsteps and the gunfire. Wrath. My god, man, he's just got lineup upon lineup. He's got shot after shot through smokes. This man is onto it right now. Delusion taking low, but damage being inflicted back to the side of Pigeon Esports as they try and set up with the run it back here to retake into this 4v4.
Oh, so it's just absolute chaos. The runner back, it basically amounts to nothing as Ninim basically kills Isa twice in a span of a few seconds. One by one, the players of Pigeons are just getting picked off. Oh my god, the wolf pack is here and they are just munching up all the birds.
They're coming back howling, it would seem. And you can see, again, Wrath 14-2. Neural Theft hasn't been expended, I don't believe, this half so far. He hasn't needed it. When Direwolves are just taking pick after pick and cherry-picking apart this Pigeons roster. You can see now Bai potentially coming in. It's a little bit of half one because they don't quite have the same economic situation as Direwolves are. They're completely loaded. 3 players with almost max money.
Yeah, and you know, to talk about your point earlier on, Dilusion, him having these connectivity issues, it's really bad for a team that were running hot. It just takes you out of the moment. So they have to really mount a monstrous comeback of sorts now. Now or never, I suppose. A little bit of aggression shown over towards mid, and Pigeon Esports. Aggression by Yuna, but he's by himself. And Direwolves, I think they're somewhat aware. And as the shots on this, Ninim, he's just jumping around, and Steven still secures that kill. That is just disgusting.
He's just absolutely filthy player. Ninim just playing and toying with this Pigeons roster. As you can see, already 2 players left. He even goes for the updraft, because why not? Ninim does Ninim. And the Direwolves are doing everything right now. 8 and 0. Wrath securing that final kill. Fitting of a player who's been tearing Pigeon apart this round after round, pick after pick. It's just Pigeon looking a little bit out of sorts, but I guess a shiny gleam of light in their dark tunnel right now. They've got to buy yet again. Orange Pearl has pulled out this operator, but we're going to need to see these duelists really hit these picks.
Yeah, he hasn't actually managed to land a kill yet with the operator, I think. And I can finally use a joke that I've been thinking about for quite a while. It's not Pigeon Esports, it's Pidge Off Esports right now. Maybe that was a little bit toxic, but hey, look, I love the team for what they are. Direwolves, I wouldn't really say it's that they are playing very well. I think it's really stock standard, but it's rather Pigeon Esports. I think they're starting to get a little bit flustered and it's going for, like, you know, these, I won't say crazy plays, but they're swinging out individually, not using util, and then Direwolves just managed to outgun them. Orange Troll again has the operator, doesn't get a pick with it. Lou guns him down, 4.7k investment, down the drain. Isa gets spotted out. He's holding his ground though, and Direwolves, they're just being patient in return.
You can see, yeah, very aggressive though. They want to go for this fight. They know that Isa's on his lonesome. He will be dropped dead. Ninim, a bang headshot to Jerky as soon as he comes out that window. They know how to play against it. Ninim, just doing Ninim things, jumping around, spraying left, right, and center here. Lou now to try and find it, but it's going to be given over to Mist. 9-0. This is the Direwolves we wanted to see map 1, but we'll finally get it, I guess, in map number 3.
Yeah, and that round, you know, do you see what I mean exactly? Because after Isa was taken out over towards garage, right, he didn't really use any util to slow them down or to escape. He just challenged, and then Direwolves, they just use clean-cut comms, a flash, a paranoia thrower, Ninim dives in, easy kill, and then Joku just runs into garage solo to try to get the refrag. He just gets gunned down easily. And then following up was Dilusion, who, granted, he did get the kill, but then by that point, the round was too far gone. And now Pigeon Esports on another eco. Good start this time as Illusion tag team with Orange Pearl takes down Lou, and Orange Pearl dives right in for that rifle. Alright, this is looking a little bit better, but once again, Direwolves have gone flawless thus far.
Yeah, this is maybe, you know, aggression too late being shown here by Pigeon Esports. It's a nice little Nova Pulse catching on to Pain, but Direwolves, they play as a 5, they play as a team together. Really getting in the heads of Pigeon. You can see Isa going for this push towards the garage, the cage tossed up, and they smoke the cover. Orange Pearl, the gun was retrieved, and the wallbang comes out. Ninim finds another on the swing, and Pigeon just caught out in the open as Direwolves adapt to how they want to play this attack side, because they're playing defense on attack, and it just seems to be working as well.
It's like, again, one player gets picked off, and no one else is really in the suitable position to trade, so they just run out and they get picked off. Ninim's taking down Yuna, almost getting that flick onto Jerky. But Jerky, no util left to play with. 1v3. Looking to be double digits for Direwolves, as much as I hate to say it.
A very unwinnable situation, almost impossible for Jerky. He doesn't have any smokes to cover himself, so it's just going to be pure gunfights alone. One, of course, still planted at long for him to throw up the star, but Direwolves, they've got the post plant position, half tag there through the box. The camera comes out, and this is all really she wrote. Jerky is going to stick it amongst three. The shock dart comes in, and just to add insult to injury, another one on top of that. 10 double digits and nothing from Pigeon on this defense side. This is Direwolves' map.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Double digits. You know, I don't know what to say anymore, because teams do have tactical timeouts, 1 minute per half, and Pigeon Esports, they're just opting to not use it. I'm not too sure why. It's better to use it and potentially have a slim chance of coming back into this. Otherwise, you just, you know, running down all your potential opportunities to the ground. Maybe the other thought process is that Dilusion has been having shaky net issues, so they want to just play out without any delays. But still, nice aggression this time, because the also Blades have been pumped, and Direwolves 5-man stack over towards A. This is looking to be a bit of a tsunami, as Dilusion does get the initial pick onto Liu again, but we saw how it played out in the previous round.
I was surprised that the side of Direwolves, I guess, were able to get out scot-free, taking no damage off of that ping.
That's true.
From Delusion, because that spotted like 3 or 4 players. I normally expect to see a wallbang and maybe a few warning shots to come out, but yeah, Direwolves unscathed. Issa playing a nice little cheeky angle. He's pulled out the judge finally. It's Issa's tried and tested gun, and he's known to get so many crazy kills with it, and it's finally good to see him put it back into work. Ninim on this lurk over at A. There's 3 players committed to this site. Delusion will find it, and now there's only 2 here for Direwolves. Their streak might be broken here.
Well, still 10-0 in the first half. That's pretty good. Going into the second, 10-2. That's perfectly fine. You've already done so much. Cherokee, he does get revealed in the cyber cage a little bit more. It finally swings a flawless round, a flawless and a thrifty, by the way, from Pigeon Esports. Okay, better late than never. 1 on the board, but the first half, it's been completely lost. They have to come back into the second with an absolute vengeance if they want to have a chance at eliminating Direwolves.
I got enough time to go into
last round here. Direwolves, as we said, and as we've seen, so many flawless rounds, so many flawless takes. Their money sky high. They can, even drop a second Vandal or a Phantom, go for it. A bit of a swap up in the spray, swap up in the way they take their fights, but 10-1. Pigeon are going to need this. They're going to need Pistol. They're going to have to do a similar run to what Direwolves did to just even get close to what Direwolves are bringing right now.
Let's just wait and see what happens. Pigeon Esports, I suppose, just trying a bit of everything. Nothing to lose. Show some aggression. If you can get a pick potentially early on the defense, it makes your lives a little bit easier. But Direwolves, Ninim's on the Blades, and he's just running around like an absolute little maniac right now. I want to see him pop a few heads with the Blades. He takes his time to pop the camera, and the Paranoid gets both players. This should be relatively free. Ninim slashes and dices 1, and site's been taken.
I have to say, it's a very smart play, I guess, to credit Miss there with that Paranoia. Able to get Ninim scot-free on top of that cage, and able to take out the Cypher play before he can really hold it down too much. Lou catches Issa with a curveball in hand. Ninim fighting Jerky. Now it's Orange Pell. The Soul retake is all on his hands. He finds Ninim, but there is a wall in his way. That shock dart is so well timed. You can see Lou and Payne just holding Crossfire, and almost a unlikely situation. Orange Pell will win this.
The funny thing is actually that wall was his teammates, and it ended up being a double-edged sword. This Crossfire is going to be very rough for Orange Pell to deal with, as he can't even get the first kill. Oh dear, 11-1, Tony. 11-1.
This is not what you want to see if you're a Pigeon Esports fan. Haven, a map that they're not too bad at playing. Of course, I speak about, the results over in, I believe it was the Autumn Cup. They, almost went winless. They did take out, I believe, McTeam. But, that was a different iteration of the Pigeon Esports roster. Still a same core, I guess, of Issa and Yuna and Delusion, if you can even count that. But, this is very rough for Pigeon. Pistol, maybe stemming into, the eco, the force, of course, to come out, maybe from Direwolves. But, again, Ninim, Sheriff, Tailwind available. Let's see if he can hit another doozy.
Early aggression by Direwolves. The big Boba Orb looks ripe for the suck. Vision Esports, of course, they need this pistol round, and just look at how aggressive Direwolves are already. They've taken A control, and this should allow rotations to potentially just go over towards B and C. This is already a bit of a bad start, at least on the checkerboard for Pigeon Esports, as they're funneling in over towards the C sites. Granted, no one's on there to defend, so we could be looking at a 5v5 post-plant situation, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
You can see, though, on the map, it's a unchecked flank for the moment. The wire goes up, and no one's checked Delusion in this little bit of an off angle. Ninim over, and here we see it. Lou, now the flank comes to activation. Pain takes out Yuna. He also gonna take out Delusion. Orange Pearl spots at range. Lewis, Jets, Orange V, of course, Pain. Full HP via 13. Orange Pearl's just gonna need the headshot, but he's not gonna be able to find it. Pain is crispy on his aim. A little bit of dab to close it, and this is going to be match point already. This is a series point now for Pigeon Esports. They're going to need 11 straight just to go to overtime here, and then if they get to overtime, they're going to need 2 after that.
Match point.
Oh no. This is... Everyone, okay, raise your hands, send Pigeon Esports some power because they need it. Because this is very, very dire. That pistol round, it looked okay on paper, but then Direwolves, they started to rack up the frags, and the pressure has to be immense right now. Look at this. They have to force. They don't have a choice at all. Pigeon Esports, all game long, we've seen most of these players just be rather quiet. Orange Pearl, despite usually dropping bomb performances, he's just very quiet. And in fact, it's the player, the IGL, the captain, Delusion, who had connectivity issues early on. He's top fragging, although not by much. Tony, you want to be the priest and say the last rites, maybe? I don't know.
The sermon is in underway. Issa trying to sneak out through lower mid, and you can see Direwolves getting aggressive. Judge out for Lou. Not normally see a Judge on Arena. He's just going to be tucking in that box, playing off of the crossfire from Pain. Aggressive shock dart. You can see so many aggressive angles being held by the side of Direwolves because they're just not scared of Pigeon at all.
A wolf versus a bird. I mean, like, come on, dude. Even in a battle royale match pit, you know probably who's gonna win. Lou, I'm banking on him to give us a clip here. The Judge point blank. This could be absolutely disgusting. But Pigeon Esports, you have to clear this angle. All right, they're going in. This is so tight. Oh, no! 1, 2! And that's what he's good for. Okay, I hyped it up. It's okay. But I think it's time for the priest to come into the church right now because this is looking very rough. The down a player and A sites, they're getting boxed in.
Say your prayers for Pigeon now. Pain going to come out for the wide swing, but it's actually going to be east side, and Jerky lining up to a few there. Missed, able to take one against the wall. Ninim V2 here. Spectre in hands, 13 seconds to work with, and they're not going to expect him already in that position. 10 seconds, Issa goes for the tap. He's expecting him in a different angle there. Issa a little bit cautious where he's aiming. Ninim v Issa, Duelist v Duelist, and Ninim just going to catch him out in the open. Issa not looking the right angle, and that is going to be the sermon concluded. Direwolves are going to be moving on through the lower bracket. A dominant first game there for, a dominant first and last map there, 13-1 on Haven. My God, that is Direwolves back in form.
Amen. That's all I can say, because 13-1, and that final situation there, I don't know. I think Issa maybe he was a bit flustered because he knew who that Lou peeked him from long, and then straight after planting the spike, he looks over towards short. That was a little bit confusing to say the least, and then got shot in the side of his head. That was how the story unfolds, I guess. So not much to really say here. 13-1, Direwolves just complete tip-top shape. But once again, I can't really say it's the fact that they played well. They were having fun this game. It's rather the Pigeon Esports. I think their mental was just completely all over the place, and one by one they just kept getting picked off, and then as the lead starts to extend further and further, your mental and your motivation just decreases. So unfortunately this does end Pigeon Esports' run, at least in this part, and they're out of the running for the Oceania Tour. So, guys, let's actually go for an interview right now because Direwolves Payne, he's here and he's ready to talk. So, Leon, Payne, nice to meet you, man. That last map was an absolute treat. How do you feel?
Yo, what's up? Nice to be here. I feel okay.
Nothing to really, to talk about because map 1, I think you guys struggled a little bit, but maps 2 and 3, it was the full warm-up comeback from Direwolves.
Oh, just a bit of a warm-up scrim on the first map. Had to get our footing, and then it was fine.
And yeah, I guess speak a little bit now about your adaptation, bringing in your lovely friend Ninum, becoming a free agent. Wildcard released him, and you guys snatched him up. And how's it like in the I guess the team atmosphere now, playing with your lovely friend Ninum?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. We have all the boys back together again. We used to play with Johnny Ninum back in the day, like a year ago, right after the beta finished, and just feels great to have him back. It was like our second game playing with him, though. We haven't gotten much prac in with him. But yeah, just the whole vibe is much better now.
Yeah, just all the old friends back together, so just a very friendly atmosphere, I trust, in the comms, and you guys just had fun. Map 1, even though you guys, I wouldn't say lost quite badly, but I guess you guys bounced back perfectly fine. I'm like, yeah, guys, don't worry about it, all friendly here, and just trusted in the skills of your players to bring things back, man. Cool. Going forward, up into the bracket, how do you feel? Are there any teams that you want to specifically play against?
I don't know. I don't even know who's in the bracket, to be honest. I guess we're just kind of playing,
Just cool, to have fun.
Yeah, just playing to have fun with it. And of course, to wrap up our interview and I guess to, call out any, shout out to all the fans out there. And of course, shout out to any sponsors as well.
Yeah, shout out to Jeff Sidebrow in the chat. That's my boy right there.
All right, man. Go take a breather and probably go pump some iron because that's what I'll be doing tomorrow after this is done. So, Tony, any last words from you? Because 2-1, Direwolves. Last map just going an absolute distance. Well, not really a distance, but one-sided.
It's, I guess, unfortunate to see from Pigeon, but, it's a bit of a storyline builder for that matchup, of course, if it ever happens in the future. We'll see it, of course, probably next year. But, we saw Pigeon 2-1 Direwolves in the semis, of course, in the open qualifiers. Now Direwolves getting their revenge and doing it in dominant fashion there. Ascent, looked a little bit closer. Pigeon had their rounds of brilliance, but overall, my God, the amount of dexterity, the amount of, mental fortitude to come out from Direwolves was massive tonight.
Plus, once again, friendly atmosphere. So, guys, we'll be taking a short breather before we go into the final matchup for tonight. It could be a best of 3. We'll see what happens. Funky Monkeys versus Orglis coming in hot soon. Don't go away.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour Stage 3 Close Qualifiers 2. I'm William Zhang, Digital Cast, and of course with me, 2Tap Tony, Anthony McMullen. We just got done our first matchup for tonight, Dire Wolves versus Pigeon Esports, and oh man, I want to say it was a crazy, very close best of 3, but unfortunately, it really wasn't.
I didn't actually hear what you said, but I believe it was a lovely breakdown of what just happened. Of course, Pigeon unfortunately falling there to Dire Wolves, and now we of course move on to Funky Monkeys versus August there, and it's a little bit of an interesting one as we said, August, a team that's been in these close qualifier situations. They know what it's like to play against the best, but they haven't quite put the numbers up we want to see from them. So they've, shuffled up the roster a bit. I believe they've also got a coach in, which is cool to see, but they're going up against veterans here in Funky Monkeys. Of course, a core of 3 from the old Overpower Strike roster, and I believe Kanga before that, and adding much needed firepower like Jordation and Firms, of course, Firms from Genuine Gaming, I believe, and Jordation, a former Overwatch professional player.
Yeah, indeed. And, despite being in X-Pro Jordation, the 6-time MVP, by the way, just had to point that out, I don't want to, insult him, but I feel he's perhaps a little bit of the weakest link here because he has the mechanical skill to back up his prowess, but unfortunately, when you look at, the game-wise, right, it's a completely different game. It's a slower-paced tactical shooter where game sense and, strategy knowledge comes in clutch. So I want to see if he's improved and how much Funky Monkeys, at least the more experienced players, have managed to pound into him to at least come to this matchup of course August, who are no small fries themselves. So without further ado, let's check out the team breakdown of Funky Monkeys to start things off. This name has been around for a while, from old CSGO days apparently. Reloaded, Psycho, Chronix, Firms, and Jordation.
Yeah, and we highlighted Jordation, but I have to, of course, highlight this core 3 from the Overpower Strike roster: Psycho, Chronix, and Reloaded. They've been teammates, I believe, even since different days. They played Paladins professionally, and Chronix and Psycho, some of the more impactful players I've seen. Psycho especially likes to put up numbers on his Duelist days. I don't know if he's still in that role because, of course, this is a different roster. This is a different team completely. So maybe, the lineups have probably swapped up a little bit here for Funky Monkeys.
Well, at least going off of paper alone, Psycho, he's a bit of a duelist, semi-secondary duelist slash flex. But yeah, look, that's basically Funky Monkeys. Let's just take a look at Orgless, because that's a team who, I mentioned earlier, an absolute union of unsigned players. This iteration, Aaron, Nameless, Xenix, Hyok, and Hunter.
Hyok and Hunter adding in, I guess, to maybe a little bit of firepower for the August roster. Of course, not to, discredit, I believe it was Cream and Toxic that were on the roster previously, but we saw Hunter, we've seen glimmers of hope from Hyok as well. August, this could be the roster that, pushes them into that next stage of the lower bracket.
Potentially, and of course, losing Cream, as much as I hate to say it, it was a bit of a devastating blow. Similar to how Mindfreak have lost Lakers, it's like such a strong firepower player gone and replaced by Hunter. So I don't know, man. I haven't seen them play too much. Let's hope they can bring exactly what Orgless needs. Checking out the head-to-heads right now of these two teams. Who else would we rather have other than Chronix versus Hyok, the two defensive powerhouses of teams respectively?
Yeah, and both Sentinels here for, of course, their respective rosters, and I have to, give credit to Chronix a little bit more because, of course, I haven't seen Hyok. He's a little bit of an unproven talent, maybe. Chronix normally doesn't put up the numbers that you expect to see of an all-star Sentinel player, but, he's there in the background doing his job the best he can, and that's really all you can ask for the end of the day from a Sentinel.
Yeah, and if he's defending his side and they do end up pushing him, he could maybe get a kill or two. His job is done. Let his teams come onto the side for the retake. But Hyok last night, I saw him play on Breeze as a Killjoy against Nebula. I mean, he had its moments of brilliance. So I want to see more from this guy. There's so much potential we haven't seen just yet. So let's just check out the vetoes as well for tonight's this best of 3 series. And of course, Breeze gets banned, and I'll talk about why I'm a little bit sad a little bit later. Split's banned as well, so we will be going to Haven, Icebox, and Bind. Sorry, just have to look behind my camera there.
That's all right. It's sometimes gets in the way. Haven, you know, a little bit of an interesting pick because we just saw Haven from our last series. August to pick that up on, you know, maybe a little bit more of a comfort pick. Funky Monkeys there to pick up the Icebox. I don't believe we've seen Icebox from either team in terms of the qualifiers for this, and then Bind being the decider. But yeah, Breeze and Split being taken out. Expected Funky Monkeys, you know, one of these rosters that's a relatively new upstart and maybe don't want to play it against a team that played it very well against Nebula.
Yeah, Split's probably the most hated map, you know, amongst all the teams. I think Breeze actually isn't that bad when you really start playing it. And the reason I'm a little bit sad that Funky Monkeys have banned Breeze is because Orgless, they actually have experience on Breeze. They're one of the few teams that managed to play Breeze against quite a few top-tier teams in the region, and that would have been their trump card coming into this matchup. I wouldn't call it a guaranteed win, but at least it would have given them, you know, sort of like a one free map-ish. So going to Haven and, of course, Icebox, I'm not really too sure what to expect. But, of course, to finish things off on Bind, that's what I want to see, you know, Funky Monkeys really shine. Because I've seen their Bind a few times, and they play it really well, at least on the attack side. Defense, perhaps not as much. And, guys, you saw the light absolutely shine from my eyes. And then we're back into the lobby because someone has crashed again.
It always happens, technical issues, as we said. But I guess, you know, we get to talk about these rosters a little bit more. And, you know, we've seen Orgless, of course, in their last qualifier run in the closed qualifier number 1 for the stage 3 here. And, you know, it's a roster that's come together recently, but they've started to put up numbers here. Of course, they speak very highly of their Autumn Cup Evo season, where I believe they went 6-0. I'm not quite sure their playoff runs. I believe they played Legends relegations as well, but unfortunately didn't make it all too far in that respect. But, you know, having a coach is a much needed step for a new team such as Orgless.
Yeah, but it's also very confusing as well because the roster for Orgless has changed like 3 times over the past, I don't know, like 3 weeks, really. So if you want to coach, it has to be such a big headache to, you know, break things down and to, I guess, keep newer players, you know, in the loop of things. But look, finally, we're in the game now, Agent Pixelex. Let's take a peek at what these teams will be playing. Back-to-back Havens and, well, Jets and Cyphers to start things off. Oh, Reloaded, what are you doing?
He's thinking about it. He's being cheeky, and so is Firms. You can see that Yoru being covered by a fair few players. I don't think he'll be locked in unless, you know, Funky Monkeys have been cracking something that we don't know about. But August, they've locked in their lineup completely. Are only going to be on the Sky, which I very much like on a map like Haven. You saw, of course, from our last series, we didn't get to see Sky, but this is going to be really good at setting up for these picks, of course, with Hunter. You know, it's a bit of a more passive secondary style of aggressive player that you want from an attacking side.
Yeah, I suppose. Sky, I think she's just a better util version of Breach. Well, at least the old Breach. New Breach, I think he's basically toe-to-toe with Sky. But it's the fact that Sky's util, you know. She has a kit that can do it all, and of course her flashes and the dog, it gives intel. And they recharge, the flashes at least. So let's just check out how these teams do leverage these agents at the end of the day. Funky Monkeys, I just want to say, it's pretty stock standard. This is like literally day 1 Valorant compositions, and if it ain't broke, I suppose don't fix it. Psycho and Firms, Double Duelist, Phoenix and Jet. It's very iconic and simply just works on Haven.
And I guess it works a little bit more considering that Astra has, you know, fallen out of favor with the recent patches, and, you know, Omen's come back to life a little bit more. But, you know, it's interesting to see that, you know, as highly as we talked up Jordation, he's going to be playing the smokes a little bit more of a strat-oriented player here for the side of Funky Monkeys.
Which I think is good, you know. In the past, I've seen him play a little bit more of an aggressive duelist role, and things just didn't quite work out. Mechanically, he was good, but in some situations, I think he was just a bit out of his depth. So taking a step back and learning perhaps the more tactical basics is the way to go. Funky Monkeys, if they can see long control and Reloaded on a really aggressive flank here, what's this Astra doing? Not spotting out Reloaded at all. Nameless finally strikes back, but the damage has been done. Orgless, they plant the spike, but it's already a 3v2, I should say, favoring Orgless.
Yeah, that's a little bit chaotic and maybe a little bit of a misspray on that frenzy. Opportunity was gifted over to Reloaded, but unfortunately is only able to find the one. Now it's Chronix and Jordation to go for this retake. Paranoid is still available here for Jordation. He can blind out the 2 players playing towards the front here. Aaron just holding point guard towards his link side. Hunter with a beautiful swing there. The Gravity Well to come out. Nameless with a beautiful 3 to top it off. And August, despite getting flanked early on like that, they're still able to pick up the round and pick themselves back up in it overall. 1-0 to their board, and well, for the side of Funky Monkeys, they're going to be saving a little bit, but a few pistols have been purchased.
Yeah, for now, and I guess, nothing better than some absolute madness on the pistol round to get your blood pumping. August on Hunter. Hunter, I have to say, that round there when he was in the gravity well, he was just playing Jump Rabbit or something and just being the distraction while his teammate goes for the swing and confirms that final kill. So, very comedic as well. And full Spectres and armor to go into this round. It should be relatively easy for August, as they are actually playing really slow, not really working the ult orbs, much to my surprise.
And you have to respect it. They're giving a little bit more respect to Funky Monkeys because you never know where these pistols could come. You could just be wide swung by 5 players and all of a sudden you've lost a Spectre, you've given a gun up, and it potentially starts to spiral out from there. But August, you can see, have taken a ton of garage control for the moment. They're going to be walking up with that Owl drone from Xenix flying over the site. Doesn't actually see that Chronix is there, but now it leads them into Hunters. Now, the rest of Funky Monkeys have been locked out completely of the C site. It's a little bit hard to retake with just pistols.
I think a little bit is a bit of an understatement, but hey, look, man, they have a sheriff in their hands. Wonders can happen, although I think it's unlikely. As you can see, Orgl is setting up for this post plant, really close angles to play with the SMGs, playing off each other as well. One player goes down, the trade should be instantaneous. Paranoia, that was good, but Garage unfortunately isn't under their control. One by one, Orgl, they mow down Funky Monkeys. So, Funky Monkeys, Brave Monkeys, Dead Monkeys, I don't know, man.
They're definitely not
monkeys.
Funeral Monkeys. They're not feeling very funky at the moment. They're a little bit sad. August 2-0 to start it off, and well, for Funky Monkeys though, it's a little bit of hope now. Of course, going over to this purchase round, it's going to be Phantoms, Vandals, and of course, only light armor, unfortunately, for Firms. Doesn't have as much cash as the rest of his teammates. August, this is their bonus round. If they could steal this away, this could be getting off to an early lead here on Haven. You can see that's what they're all about.
Oh wow, look at that instant jump out to mid. Granted, like you said earlier, it's the bonus round, so just be a little bit more aggressive, feel free. Hyok, he may fall prey, indeed he does, as Firms works up the angle, and also audio cue was just a bit of bait there. Last Sky Flash to come through, and Chronix, he just was blinded for long enough, but Psycho strikes from within the smoke, only good for 1 though, and despite being on a bonus round, they've done some sizable damage. Another flash to come through, and it's crucial that Funky Monkeys don't lose any more guns.
And that Paranoia, unfortunately, not going to land there from Jordation. Maybe a little bit early to call it, because you can see nobody else from Funky Monkeys really on the retake position here. Aaron, back of the site now, needs to do it all, and Jordation going to catch the swing. They're able to retake it off of August, peeking into them. A little bit of a weird one, but I guess to the credit, they take the round. First bonus denied by August, and well, now we're in a little bit of an even situation. All that's now to purchase, though. They've got a ton of money, and they already have the knives available for Hunter. He's 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1, and Blades, like I said earlier, so he doesn't really have to buy the Vandal coming into this round. But you take what you get, and hopefully it works out. Funky Monkeys, they won the first round indeed, but their economy still struggling just a little bit. As you can see, Chronix there sitting on a Spectre with Psycho half armor, which is a luxury I think Phoenix can afford, because after all, he can self-heal. Looking to be some aggressive A presence coming up from both sides here to start things off.
You can see Firms holding with that old orb, and you can see Xenix tempting fate. The dog will come out from Aaron. Firms is going to take an aggressive high angle on top of the box. Hunter heard the sound cue, and August, for all of the intel that they've gained, unfortunately no kills just yet, but I guess you can take that intel, work with it, maybe rotate out, because there is a heavy amount of presence over at A. You can see 3. No one actually on this B side. They're going to play for a little bit more of a passive setup from the Funky Monkeys side. I have to give them props.
Yeah, I think B is probably the easiest site to retake of sorts. It just comes down to a lot of these duels and firefights out over towards mid. Utility usage, of course, coming in really handy for B. But August really slowing things down here as a spike gets out over towards C, and I do believe it's a bit of a fake being sold by onto A, and it's working actually, because essentially 4 players have rotated over, and the ultimate that has been baited out onto Reloaded, that's huge already. C site should be so free. It's all down to Jordation. Let's see him go huge.
And he's going to have to go big there. The guiding light goes out to guide them in there. Jordation, though, with the first onto Nameless, as the rest of August can't quite get in just yet. Psycho finds a player up in the garage window. Jordation hasn't been checked in this corner. He misses astronomically. And it's going to be Chronics taking Xenix. 2v3 now. Low HP for both of these players, and they're just going to be freely lined up. Funky Monkeys, it was the play set up by Jordation for the rest of his teammates to capitalize. The damage done, and Funky Monkeys are going to be securing themselves that fourth.
Yeah, Jordation, despite only good for one there, he bought some time at the very least, gave Orglis some food to chew on while his teammates rotated over. And I gotta say, in that retake, they reloaded a single shock dart and basically put the last two players of Orglis very low. So well done on his part, and then the retake was basically a piece of cake, no HP, or much util really for Orglis to play with there. So it's an even scoreboard, 2-2, and it's Funky Monkeys who come out with a pretty good buy, and I'm pretty sure Orglis, they can force into this. It's a matter of if they want to or not, because Hunter, he has cash, he can afford full armor, use the blaze, and drop a teammate a rifle.
He's got cash to splash here, Firms. Haze and the knives come out, and oh my god, that's a swift tap there. Xenix loses his life as soon as he goes for the swing. It's going to be early being picked up by the side of Funky Monkeys here. Aaron just outside the garage. The knives being floated here by his teammate. Psycho going to be holding Hyok over on a lurk towards A, trying to spot and maybe catch a potential player in a different position. Knows that the camera could be high, spots the wire too. And Hyok's just selling a little bit of a fake for the moment, and the rest of his teammates are actually going to join him in a little bit, but Firms found Hyok, the trackers come out, and August, this is a little bit of a rough take to go for.
Yeah, it's getting rougher by the second as well. Funky Monkeys, they're just getting these kills despite, playing really defensively. Firms, he's managed to walk through the smoke, gets Nameless, and he's basically got a dual Aaron who manages to catch him out. 2 headshots for Aaron, but still, a 1-on-2, 1v1 on site to be precise, and can't land the headshot onto Psycho. Oh, okay. A moment of brilliance there, perhaps, but Funky Monkeys come out on top, and now they take the lead with a strong economy. It's the eco for Orglis.
And again, the highlight that play from Firms, that's a massive push to come out from him, and now confidence being instilled for Funky Monkeys early on. Operator out for Firms, still knives available. Psycho has to run it back. This is both duelists here for Funky Monkey with their ultimates available, and I'd be scared if I'm August now. Of course, only an eco for them. Sheriffs to come out, Stinger as well, and I guess I'd be scared for Chronics too, because some of these pistols could go awry and some headshots could be found here by August.
Just alluding to the previous round as well, I'm going to say I'm just a little bit concerned for Orglis's team structure right now, because we talked about it, right? They've changed players so often, then Cypher Trapper wasn't destroyed out over towards A as well. Okay, Nameless, he does get slowed down a little bit as he pops it, but look, it's the fact that in the previous round, Hyok, he walks onto the side by himself and his teammates didn't ape on ASAP to secure control. Psycho this time on the retake early on, pumps the runner back. Looks a few bullets as he does go down, but it's okay. Intel was gathered. Hyok, that's a really nice shot, but Firm strikes back. Despite being on an eco Orglis, they're making this round work.
Yeah, they got the spike down. They've done a heavy amount of damage on the Firms too. They're trying to find these kills, but Reloaded comes in, the savior and retaker of this site with the rest of his teammates. The knives are out, of course, for Firms still not going to right-click. He's going to leave it. Oh, actually, he did. That was a quick one. I was not expecting that one. Firms, you blink and you'll miss it. Swift play with the jet, 4th taken by Funky Monkeys, but August, to their credit, they got the spike down, they got a kill as well, stealing away some money and making, Funky Monkeys work for it in that retake. Props to them.
Yeah, not bad on an eco, and the big thing is they managed to get Psycho to use the runner back, and it's a 6-point ultimate granted, but just depriving him of its availability coming to this buy round, it could actually help out Orglis potentially in the short-term scope of things. Now, yeah, full buy, 3 ultimates online. Xenix, if he can get to the orb, there'll be Hunter's Fury available. Fast swing by Firms, and that's already the man advantage. Xenix, yeah, you have the Hunter's Fury, but no, you can't use it.
Denied in this round and denied opportunity. Take flight. This is Funky Monkeys getting aggressive on the defense side, and Orglis having to cower in wait of what has just happened. Our drone goes through the window, spots Hunter. That's info gathered. That's spike in the hands of Hunter. Of course, Funky Monkeys aren't going to know that. They're just going to know that there's a player there. ton of wallbangs coming out, and a potential rotate to A, but Funky Monkeys, they're already ready to go.
You are divided.
Okay, Cosmic Divide has been utilized. I suppose it's good. It'll buy time. The Cypher Cam spots them out though, but I suppose it's information they should already know. Seek is popped as well to ensure, I suppose, Hell and anyone closest isn't on site. So, cool, I guess. The spike to go down, 45 post plants, and Funky Monkeys, they don't have to worry about their flanks. Let's see this retake happen.
We expect to see Jordation coming in with that Paranoia to line up for it. You can see Auglis. Bit of a nice crossfire, double shock dart on the Eoc. That is such a crucial angle to check for, but they're able to make it work and turn it back into their favor. Now Nameless v Jordation. Nameless has wrapped his way to default, and Jordation's looking to which way. He doesn't know where Nameless is. That's such a smart reposition. An almost retakeable round by Funky Monkeys, but Auglis, they hold strong there. A credit to Iron as well. The double from him was massive.
Yeah, I think in the situation, you know, it just comes down to, once again, like I suppose, game sense and just automatically knowing what to do in these situations, because him being the last player alive, 1-on-1 for the retake and the spike, it's already ticked away quite a bit. You sort of have to run at that point and just, you know, just bait out potentially positioning and you trust in your mechanical ability. Unfortunately, didn't go that way. I really liked what Funky Monkeys did, though, on the retake. You had all these crazy lineups, but unfortunately, if Reloaded Shock Darts managed to open things up on that with that first kill, that maybe would have been the game changer on the retake. Didn't happen, though, and unfortunately, the util, I suppose, didn't really get them anywhere because it was a bit of a crossfire setup via Auglis and House of Cards at that point. Auglis, once again, now starting things off with an early round pick, and Funky Monkeys, okay, their economy is on the edge of collapse.
Unfortunately, that door a little bit paper thin, and Psycho probably not expecting a wallbang to come his way. Flash goes into B. Zorglis posting up for a potential B tank, but of course, it's just going to be the lurk sold by the Jet. As the rest of the teammates now group up, they've swapped the positions though. It's not Chronix holding this A site, it's now Reloaded. And you can see Firms needs to be awfully careful. He's able to dash out, get himself to safety, reposition, and re-post himself back up on that angle. Hits the shot finally on the Hunter. And, well, for the rotation that was about to come to A here for August, they're going straight back over to the other side of the map. And Funky Monkeys, they've read it. They're already on their way, Jordation. And, of course, Firms shortly behind him.
Yeah. This is going to be really rough. Nice Paranoia to come through from Pump Jordation. Unfortunately, can't really capitalize off of it. Foams gets another pick. Jordation chimes in. Finally, Spike is down on the sides. Auglis, I think they've lost this round at this point. It's all down to Hyok. 1v4. You know, I said he played okay. As I say that, he misses out the audio cues of Chronix just leaping onto his back there. And they go down just like that. Funky Monkeys, their economy survives.
Yeah, they're able to live and fight another day, and they break the economy, of course, of Auglis now, because they don't have the money to really invest into this next round. You can see ultimates available for Hyok and Xenix, but, you know, this is now Funky Monkeys, and, you know, a bit of an unsung hero, I have to say, for the side of Funky Monkeys. Firm's 11-4. This guy was a gun on Genuine. He is still putting up numbers here with the Funky Monkeys roster.
Yeah, he is. Auglis, this may be a slippery slope now because Funky Monkeys is getting dangerously close to at least securing the first half. So they are pulling this crazy bum rush strat onto the C side. It works out, I suppose. Jordation, mechanical skill, that's what I'm talking about. Shuts it down, nice tracking, gets the triple. Hyok by himself again, a similar situation. And this time the Steel player is staring him down and he gets executed. Nicely done.
Years of Tracer will do that for you. Jordation beautifully tracking a few enemies as they come out through the garage side. And Auglis, you know, it can't really fault them going for a bit of a Hail Mary rush through the garage because they found themselves an opening. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to capitalize off it. Funky Monkeys now 6-3. Jordation securing his ultimate now, and they've got, you know, Hunter's Fury and the Neural Theft as well to work with. Auglis, back to a buy though, they've got 3 ultimates for themselves. They've just secured the Seekers, and Hunter's one off the knives. This is going to be up to Funky Monkeys again to start it off with an early pick.
Oh. Yeah, really early ultimate pops by Reloaded. Unfortunately, his intuition fails him there as he gets not much intel and no damage off of it. All good attempts, I suppose. And Funky Monkeys, you know, Jordation, I've covered him in the past on Haven, solo basically, locking down the seaside as Omen. It's a wonder why some teams don't really adapt to where he plays. He always plays behind the default box and just throws out Paranoia, and then he holds the same angle and starts spraying people down. I suppose the easiest way to counteract that is to go for a C-split, and of course have a jet dash up high instead of low, so Jordation has to focus on multiple angles at once. But that's for another time, I suppose. August have shown aggression across mostly all areas of the map, but they do have a really strong liking towards the A site.
So then the Seekers out for the flank there. They're completely covered. No one has to hold it because of the Seekers, and not reloaded now to hold it. Firms over on the rotation towards door. Swing out wide, catches Heok on the cage toss, and you can see Hunter just trying to get that spike down default. Takes a bit of a shock dart damage, and you can see now, of course, nowhere to run. The Hunter's Fury being popped here, but actually not going to be able to find anyone now. 5v4 on this retake again for Funky Monkeys, but we saw August in this situation, a little bit of a different positioning, but they were able to hold it down last time.
Oh no, Hunter's he's trying to get a heal, and that may be the death of them, but the crossfire is working out greatly. That's a super hat, but Orglis, they nearly managed to win out the engagements. Funky Monkeys, they did come out on top, and I would just like to think, you know, if Xenix, the Sova from A-Long there, held onto the Hunter's Fury for the post-plant, this round may have turned out very differently.
Now, that round could have gone either way. But still, Funky Monkeys, you can see a little bit of calm even in those dire situations. You know, the trades start to happen, August start to really mow down their numbers, but you saw they identified Jordation and, of course, his teammate able to capitalize on the numbers, play for the crossfire, and set that round beautifully up for, you know, Funky Monkeys to take it. 7 out of 3, and August back to this rough purchase. It's a Bulldog out for Hunter, but full armor, and a few Sheriffs in to boot, and a missed shot there from Firms.
Okay, on the bright side, this is a C-split to come through. Jordation's, however, not on the C site, so my theory can't be tested just yet. Instagram cross here from Psycho, coming in clutch, pops Nameless right in the head. And August, okay, man down again. This is a bit of a half buy. I want to see some more damage or fast trades coming out, otherwise this round's just going to flow one-sided in the favor of Funky Monkeys again.
It's definitely looking that way. You can see August panicked now outside of lower mid. Chronix. Is Wire going to be taken out? The dog going to be taken out by Aaron. 55 seconds and only, of course, 4 remaining members. Knives are available for Hunter. He can toss his Bulldog over to someone else and give him a whirl, but at the moment, this C hit is bound to come in, but Funky Monkeys haven't budged.
Yeah, no. August, they're trying to cut noise, and it's funny because there's really no one who's taken A control or mid, really. So, nice read, I suppose. Jordation, same spot again. The king of C, and he does get dethroned, just like that. Psycho pops the runner back, and it's August to really start, you know, popping off, getting these kills. The spike's down, 4v4. They've made this very much doable. Now and never, I think those blades can really come in clutch.
You see Chronix walking up the garage, though. He's coming in clutch with his Vandal there. Fight 2, 3, as he nails Xenix, and a 4th onto Aaron. He's pushed against the wall, and Funky Monkeys do it in style. Chronix, the Sentinel player, of course, we didn't speak very highly of his results, but that's when you want him to show up. Massive round from him. Another round on the board. 8-3 for Funky Monkeys. A 4K of massive proportions there for Chronix.
Hey, well, it was you who didn't really believe in Chronix that much as a sense, but I always had faith. I know this guy, he can hit some nasty shots. It just comes from that, you know, experience from playing tactical FPS shooters. But yeah, you saw it in action. That was great. And Funky Monkeys, they've easily won this first half. Looking to make it a perhaps 9-3 scoreline. Looking to be a little bit one-sided and Orgless, to say the very least, you know. Oh, these 2 new players picked up. I think they're just struggling a little bit. It's either comms or maybe it's timing, cohesion. The takes just aren't working out. They really tried to dedicate themselves over towards A early on. It didn't work out. Now coming to this round, it's the final round of the half, and they're not really, you know, taking default map control or trying to challenge for early picks. Instead, it just seems to be this, you know, Hail Mary seaside push this time. Cosmic Divide to come down. There's only 1 defender on site, so this should be doable.
It's a superhero that last round. Chronix now put under pressure, and of course the cage to cover it for the moment. He's going to be wide swung, but reloaded, and Jordation on there to trade it. Of course, Jordation finds his kill over in mid. That was reloaded, trading it out, and well, Spike goes down. Shocked lands point blank on R, and such beautifully lined up darts here from Reload. I have to say, he's been doing his crack heavily. Dart and the paranoia comes in. Nameless trying to find Firms, but he goes high with the knives. And Funky Monkeys, a massive defense half from them on Haven. You can see why this core of 3 is such a scary sight to behold.
Switching sides.
Yeah, their defense half on at least Haven, a map in which, you know, I said it earlier over in the previous game, it tends to be attack favored because 3 spike sites, the defense tends to be spread rather thin if one player goes down early in the rounds. But Funky Monkeys, I suppose, they're just a little bit more composed, a little bit better, and they got those reads down to a pad, I would say, because Auriglis, they were walking into, you know, stacks pretty much of Funky Monkeys everywhere they went. The timeline basically shows that it's a sea of red, blotches of green in between. Now, coming to the second half, you know, Funky Monkeys, they are sitting in a really comfortable position, but it's a team of old ghosts versus Classics half armor and a frenzy. I'm curious to see how this unfolds.
This is a little bit of a Hail Mary buy as well from Auriglis. Ghost, you know, nothing to slouch out of the pistol round. Nameless, just going to be jiggling that C-long position, and you'll see a few more members than just one there. He's going to back off completely, and they're going to have to play for this retake. Funky Monkeys not really having to do anything there. Psycho with some beautifully lined up shots on the Xenix, and sight given, Spike goes down. 5v4 now in this post-plant for Auriglis.
Yeah, I bet, you know, Auriglis, they would have really liked the Recon Arrow to start off the retake, but Nameless, he did commit to this smart play there, I believe. Solo on C, it's smart for him to back off, but now look at this, the gravity well gets used, but no one's really pushing off of it, and the trades are coming in, though, to protect, but Funky Monkeys, who are sort of coming out on top. I say that as Auriglis, they start to get revenge for the dead teammates with the Ghosts. Now, Firms at that distance with the Frenzy. It's a very hard shot to land. Hunter trying to stick it halfway, maybe all the way potentially, and they're tapping away. Firms with the Frenzy, last player standing. This is going to be absolutely comedic to watch as Aram with the better pistol at range taps away. And Auriglis, they pick up the pistol round.
For Firms, I guess all he can really do is hope at that stage, but, you know, he's just going to get back up on the horse. Sheriff immediately going to be purchased here, because, of course, Funky Monkey's still in a sizable lead, but Auriglis, they can start to slow that gap and, of course, make it a little bit more bearable with this Spectre by full armor. No one really hesitating on this purchase.
No, not at all. Well, why would you? Now's your time to, you know, really go hard and fast to make up for lost ground. Funky Monkeys, this is a bit of a force buy. Okay, they did fully force back into this, which is interesting to say the least, and it's working. That first pick onto Xenix again to start the round off of, and B-side looks to be a really fast spike plant to go down. But the question is, do they play off-site for post plant or on-site? As they do lose a life to Nameless.
And Firms gonna be taken out. The Chronics, that is a great push to come out from him. Reloader gets the dink on the Heof too. He's not gonna be able to find it, but Psycho, the sole saver of this round alone, he's been finding the picks that Funky Monkeys need. Chronics gonna be spotting another towards the link only. A tag onto Hunter. You can see Jordation just waiting patiently with the Sheriff. He's got the paranoia out. Psycho caught on the swing though. It's up to Jordation with his mechanics down, put to under the pressure, and he's gonna be outswung by Hunter. 5th round taken by Auriglis. A valiant effort and so many kills going the way of Funky Monkeys.
Now, if it was a full eco round for Funky Monkeys, it would have been fantastic because they brought Auriglis down to one last player. But since they forced up, they got the spike down, but they didn't win the round. They're onto a proper eco now, and Auriglis, they're hanging on, looking to play a second pseudo SMG buy round after winning the previous. So nothing's really changed, to say the least, and Auriglis is still closing their gap a little bit by bit. I also want to say on that retake there, Auriglis, I felt that the timing was just a little bit off. You know, Heok did open things up very nicely, but then he started just inting, I want to inting, but just pushing really aggressively, making a lot of noise, while his 2 teammates were just sitting far back off of sight. And I think in this situation, it's really crucial that everyone acts together and just create a lot of noise and get the team post plant to really, you know, look at all angles and get confused. And that's when he can properly strike and pick up these frags.
And maybe it's the nerves, I guess, getting to both of these teams, because, you know, this is lower round. This is do or die for them, and do or die. Hunter says died to 2 players of Funky Monkeys as they're both mowed down completely. Though Ronnie's able to take out Aaron. Will be falling victim to Hunter in the end. It's just left to young Psycho. The swing, the flash, the curveball, the wall bang. Okay, Psycho making it a little bit more expensive. As now there's 3 players left for him to deal with. He has retrieved himself that Spectre, but unfortunately, they have his position on lock. A player in the window. Player over at B and another player to join him in just a second.
Psycho does go join his teammates at the end after all. It was a valiant effort though, I want to say. But unfortunately, Hunter, wow, really showing up at that distance with the spectral guns. It's not the easiest gun to land consecutive headshots back-to-back at distance, but hey, he made it work. And both Jets right now looking at the scoreboard, leading the charge. 16 on Hunter, Firms on 14. I suppose as things should be, to be expected. And August, okay, they're within 3 rounds now, and this will be a proper bonus round coming out from them. Hopefully they can win this.
Hopefully, Marshall out for Aaron, maybe see some crazy things happen, but they're not going towards his side of the map. It's going to be up to Heok. Jokes over your dead just a second, though. Psycho isn't going to be able to check him. Heok stuck through that smoke and taken 2. Puts the hold and the take on Arai. Jordacian able to get that spike down, though, and now this is going to be up to Funky Monkeys to hold it off. Hunter is popped the knives. He's on the flank, but he's given his position away off of that wiretap. 3v3, and well, for Funky Monkeys, they're playing fire off of this side.
Yeah, I'm hoping they do manage to land the shots, because August, they have the Nebulous to play with, and that's like, what, 15 seconds, I guess. So, nice camera, ping onto Xenix, but they need more than that, as they indeed do get it, just tapping away at distance, landing these headshots. Xenix 1v3, very hard to do, especially when the spike's planted for long. Alright, Funky Monkeys. They lost 2 players early on, but then they close out the round without losing anyone else. Double digits now for them. Oh dear, Orglis, now's your time to full buy and maintain the gap.
And I'm going to take this moment to apologize to Chronix. I appear to have angered him, because this man is absolutely popping off right now. 16-11, and I guess, you know... no, he's a sharp player. I'm so sorry, Chronix. 10-6, of course, on the board. August, back to a buy, as we've seen, you know, Cosmic Divide, Neural Theft available. A ton of Util Gathering could be also available for them if Aaron does opt to pop a few cheeky little dogs over towards that A site, because that's where Funky Monkeys are going, and they're wasting no time. They're going with pace.
That's a bit different. You don't really see a lot of Jets, you know, just updraft and get onto that box. They tend to dash on site and clear space for the team, but at least it works out at the end of the day. Double shock dart lineup. Firms gets one to Hyok over towards Heaven. Jordacian, what a TP, man, standing on the spot, puts him down to 4 HP. But they survive. Hunter gets spotted out, but still manages to take down Psycho. This retake very much doable as they are lined up for it potentially. Hunter gets 2. I think his job is done here as his teammates can aggress onto the site, pushing through out of the Cosmic Divide. It's suicide at this point. Firms trying to make some work happen. It is not to be though, and the recon arrow, it basically exposes everything. The defuse stuck halfway by Xenix. He could get perhaps more. Connex runs out to his death. Firms, what do you do, man? Hold on to the blades, misses it. About to lose his life potentially. Aaron, one tap through the smoke, finishes the job. Auglis within 3 rounds again.
Such a well-placed ultimate, I have to say, from Nameless. That Cosmic Divide was crucial. Of course, Hunter being there on that flank, stopping Funky Monkeys from re-aggressing back into the site, just forced them towards that short corner and just forced them into such an unfavorable position. Auglis capitalizing on the ultimates there. And the Funky Monkeys, they're looking a little bit worse for wear in the economy. Only a Sheriff full armor here for Chronix, but the rest of them, they've still got guns.
Let's see what they try to do with the slightly worse buy that they have. They've taken decent map control, though, to say the very least. They've gotten the Sea Orb onto Phoenix, which is good, and just poking and prodding. And if anything, I do think that Chronix can actually work onto the A side potentially if the timing works out. Hunter, he's not aware that Chronix is already so close.
And you can see Firms posted up just outside of lobbies. They're expecting pushes here, but nobody really budging for the side of August. They're letting them walk to them. Firms walks to the beat of his own drum. Chronix almost catches Hunter too, gets a little bit of a damage dealt, and this is signaled an A hit again from the Funky Monkeys side, but August, we've seen them time and time again be positioned for a retake, and they can look to go for it. The spike is not down yet here. Shock darts, though, not available here this time.
Yeah, Xenix, he's been having a little bit of a quiet game. But hey, look, it's map 1, so there's still plenty of time to warm up on. August, very good discipline. They fell off the site to regroup and basically try and retake as a team. They have flashes and they have, ultis to work with. Smokes as well. Firms holding this close angle as August starting to work onto the site. And they're getting stopped a little bit by Yuzel, and this retake taking its time as Hyok does start things off, takes down Firms, but it's a tip for a tat. It's all down to the last player, Hunter, by himself. He's been carrying August through this mess, but now I think this is a little bit too much even for him. Oh, although I say that. Okay.
A valiant effort, I have to say. They're nice little flick onto the long player, but in the end, it's too many players. Too many angles to check. Funky Monkeys secure themselves 11, and we spoke highly of Chronix. Firms, Psycho too, doing their jobs very well as these duelists, and entry onto these sites is massive to see from Firms, and I guess to a credit, he's a bit of a CS veteran now, of course, newly turned Valorant. Hadn't quite hit his mark, genuine. They had showings of brilliance, but couldn't quite put it together overall, and it's always good to see, some of the old guards still have it when it comes to Valorant.
Well, look, you say old guards, and I don't want to even know how old he really is, because some of these players, man, they're so young, and I just feel like an old fart sitting here still in the scene, even though at the ripe young age of 23, so getting a little bit ahead of myself here. Funky Monkeys on a bit of a staggered buy, I suppose, but it's August on the worst serve buy into this round. Trying to show a little bit of aggression on the defense. C-long control is sort of theirs, so at least they can dedicate manpower elsewhere. Oh, but Psycho, makes the manpower a little bit less for August.
I think that's just off of timing alone there. He knew that the guiding lights were starting to be expended from Aaron, and this angle from Hyok could have been massive. He gets 2, that's more than enough here, because now it's an even situation. Hunter's Fury comes out onto Funky Monkeys as they try to hit 30 seconds. And of course, they will look to get that spike down. Chronix the one to plan it, reloaded to hold his crossfire. Jordation to tag out the dart, and Nameless a little bit low, down to 30 points of HP. And still more firepower in the hands of Funky Monkeys, but they've peppered some bullets into Chronix.
Yeah, that shock dive, it's done a lot of damage, but it may not matter at the end of the day, hence it's Funky Monkeys who have the better guns after all. And Reloaded, he just cleans up. He doesn't care. Chronix, you sit back, man. It's my time to shine now, and that's match point for Funky Monkeys. Looking really good. Despite the scoreline, I felt that Funky Monkeys, they've been in control, at least for this whole game. So, props to them. They are playing well, and like you said earlier, it's that old guard experience on some of them, the 3x Overpower Strike players, and of course, Jordation, Mechanical God here, the 6-time MVP. And they're about to bring it home.
That goes there.
This is a very good pick here, of course, his first map of Haven. And I looked a little bit more at the stats because I was like, you know what, Funky Monkeys are playing really well. Haven must be one of their best maps, and rightfully so. 75% overall, 3-1, I believe, in the qualifiers to get to this stage. And well, a credit to them, they play it solidly. Xenix there catching Psycho on the run it back, but that's just an expended body to the side of Funky Monkeys, and they're just sending bodies at a wall to see if it sticks. If it doesn't, we'll rotate out.
Yeah, that's just the power of Phoenix in general, because especially on the map like Haven, that's why he works for a reason. 6-point ultimate, you build it up, and it's basically a free life to throw into angles, and if you feel that there's too much danger, just fall back and you can still try to hit elsewhere. There's still a minute roughly on the clock to work with, so the Funky Monkeys definitely not out of this round just yet. Psycho, he gets spotted out, and it has a many Tiger leaps towards death. Hunter though bags one onto Firms.
And deletes Firms in that round. Well, 30 seconds to work with, and Funky Monkeys still don't have really room to go anywhere right now. Nice. Beautifully timed guiding light there from Aaron to set himself up for the pick. Jordation, Chronix, And Reloaded all grouped up here at B, but there is so many players outside of this C position that just easily rotation over to B. Reloaded though to take Aaron, though they're not able to find the shots there. Xenix a little bit of a missed opportunity. Reloaded next another on the Nameless, and Reloaded just put this round on his shoulders. He was done with this one, and it's going to be the Hunter's Fury. Jordation closes it with a wall bang, and my god, that is a game. That is a round to close out there for Funky Monkeys.
Reloaded, unlike his name, he doesn't need to reload at all. Just picks up another fresh gun off of the ground, going an absolute tear there. Because understand that he's a bit of a ex-CSGO player, and very good one at that, if memory serves me right. So yeah, Funky Monkeys, they close things out in very good fashion. 13-7, not really much to say there. And Aurgelus, you know, once again, I felt some timings were off here and there. Hunter, despite being, I think, his second official game with Aurgelus, he was doing well, but unfortunately, some other players on the team were a little bit quiet, at least for map 1, perhaps a little bit of a warm-up game. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt, as we will go into map 2 real soon.
Yeah, map number 2, of course, I believe we'll just take a quick look at the vetoes and see what that is in store. Of course, Icebox to come up next, and that wasn't even Funky Monkey's map pick. That was Aurgelus's map pick. So we go to now Icebox, and I guess if, you know, a team like Funky Monkeys is picking Icebox, they've got something to bring to the table. But, of course, we'll go to a quick commercial break before we bring you our second map. Guys, don't touch that browser. We'll be back with more VOT action very soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 2. I'm William Zhang, Digital Casts, and of course with me, Two-Tap Tony, Anthony McMullen. We just saw map 1 of Funky Monkeys versus Orgless, and I felt that Funky Monkeys had things under control all the way through.
Yeah, they definitely look very composed, despite, you know, losing a few early rounds there on that defense side swap. And of course, a credit to Orgless, though they put together some beautiful retakes, but in the end, they weren't able to put together the rounds necessary. Funky Monkeys looked very, very good, and, you know, they steal away Orgless's map pick. We now go to Icebox, and this is going to be an interesting one, because I don't think we've seen all too much of Orgless on Icebox, at least in recent circumstances. Of course, Funky Monkeys, if they're picking Icebox, they're going to be feeling very, very confident.
Yeah, I certainly hope so, because to be honest with you, I haven't really seen both these teams play an awful lot of Icebox, but once again, back to my original point, Orgless, they're just a little bit perhaps shaky and not as cohesive, because the roster changing up continuously back and forth, it can't be good. And plus, you know, they have a coach in their slot, but I don't think there was a single timeout that entire first game in which he could have, you know, told them anything or slowed down. I'm not too sure, but Funky Monkeys, yeah, that's 5 stack of players. They've been playing for a while now. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some things rehearsed on Icebox. But yeah, Agent Pixelect's coming in soon. Let's see if we do see a KO as per Komodo's wishes last night.
Yeah, hopefully one of these teams is looking to bring it out. And of course, we look now at Icebox. We saw, of course, recently Pigeon. Really, really dominant game from them against Direwolves. But unfortunately, they got reverse swept. Direwolves, a credit to them. Very nicely played. But we can see Jordation, smoke roll means Viper to come out on Icebox. Chronic's going to be swapping over to the Killjoy. Firm's going to be locking in that Jet again. And here we can see a potential mirror comp in the works if reloaded goes to a duelist, but I don't think he will. So double duelist here for Orgless. Maybe, you know, he's done. He wants to go demon mode in this game and unleash onto the Funky Monkeys roster.
Well, you know, actually, this is the exact same lineup we saw for our first map of tonight of, what was it, Pigeon Esports versus Dire Wolves. Pigeon Esports, of course, being the one on the left, having the Killjoy, a more defensive composition. And, of course, Killjoy, I said it once earlier tonight, I'll say it again. As soon as you station her over towards mid and kitchen, you ensure that no one can make sneaky plays up over towards that angle. And on the flip side, Dire Wolves having the double duelist of Reyna and Jet. We saw some pop-off moments, I suppose, but it just fell short when they couldn't really emulate the sneaky plays that Pigeon Esports did. But those are two completely separate teams, so let's see how Funky Monkeys plays this specific composition.
Sometimes, I guess, util more so than the kills is what's necessary to win some rounds. We see, you know, it comes down to the wire, and ton of teams have post-plant lineups. They've got, you know, swarms to throw. They've got Viper, Snake Spites. They've got darts as well to throw out. This is a ton of, I guess, pressure on the Orgless roster to solidify themselves if they get that spike down.
Yeah, and nowadays the funny thing is, in a bit of a what do you call it? Post-plant util meta, you're seeing lineups that counter the lineups. I'm just curious to see the one day it actually happens, at least in OCE. Orglis, right, on the attack. It's good to have Viper, at least, as the primary source of smokes for a map like Icebox. Double Smoker wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing in the world, but Viper more or less gets the job done, because B side, it's one wall that will cover everything. A side's a wall and a orb lineup that should basically sort out all your problems. And, okay, early aggressive wall for the attack, as they are just looking to get aggressive, while still holding angles far back, seeing if Funky Monkeys on defense decides to overly be aggressive on defense.
No, thinking about it, Firms has that Sheriff in play, but he's going to be taking out Hunter, holds his nerve. Hour and now to the Sage, a little bit of a change up from him, but you can still able to heal Jordation. That's a shot on the Hunter, trades it immediately back, and well, now Jordation and the rest of Funky Monkeys that can play for a passive angle reloaded. Just for the swing instead, Sheriff traded over to Zenix, and well, Spike going to be picked up. And you can see, Orglis are backed up to their spawn, and it's 50 seconds still to go in the round.
That was a really interesting choice of weapon onto Aaron. As the Sage, he bought no util, no armor, and a Sheriff. I'm not too sure what to make of that, because, if you can have armor, classic, you can still afford a wall, you know, to help out on a pistol round. So now they don't have much left, no heals at least.
30 seconds left.
This is going to be a difficult pistol round for Orglis to win, as Chronix, however, is the last player on the A sites. He can do damage.
It's only if they let him there. He's going to get the double dink on the Nameless, and he's able to tuck himself in the corner for the moment. That Swarm flushes out Zenix, and he takes the fights 1-1. Now it's 10 seconds. The Spike will go down. It's 2v2. A low Reyna lies in wait in mid, and Zenix now to peek the front to sight. He's wrapping himself around Psycho and Jordation. Slowly make their approach. The drop in right click from Psycho. Shots not being able to be landed by Hyok, and the retake comes the way of Funky Monkeys there. Not even needing all too much util. That was just gunfights alone.
Yeah, honestly, I saw a world in which Orglis they would win that round. Zenix especially, that's a very nice 2-tap. But the thing about Funky Monkeys was Chronix, he did initially take down, who was it, Nameless on the A side when he tried to bring the spike on for the plants, and then he backed off to safety. I think that was it. He didn't really have to aggress any further, just wait for his teammate to come so they can 2v1 it, and that would basically guarantee them the round win. And it didn't have to get, I would say, that close to a 2v2, but they still did win, so that's just water under the bridge, I suppose. A bit of a full buy SMGs and, you know, anti-eco round from Funky Monkeys. Orglis looking to just bum rush A, but there's a lot of Killjoy util they may run into.
Yeah, you can see the Swarm set up in a different angle. Chronix playing the headshot line with the Spectre. Brave one, of course, you get double dinked, you're dead. To right there, Dart comes out, wall goes in. Chronix going to bust that as the alarm bot is triggered. Right click from Hunter, not actually able to finish off the kill. That means Chronix is able to re-swing and re-aggress. Shots landed there by Hunter. He's done so much damage to this Funky Monkey side. He's actually taken out another player. Now he's just tucking behind the default box for the moment, trying to wrap himself thin and trying to keep himself alive, but Funky Monkeys are hot on his trail. They peel him like a banana, and they will peel away another round. Second on the board for them.
Peel him like a banana, or as you know, the more brutal people say, they flayed him. But hey man, it is what it is. Funky Monkeys. Okay, that was a pretty good anti-eco, all things considered. But Hunter, he was definitely putting in the works briefly with the classic. Now, just having a little bit of a discussion, exchanging guns here for Funky Monkeys as they play this bonus round. Not really much to lose, just do some damage, you know, get a few rifles off. 2's good, 3 is just a value for money. Orglis, this is their round to lose.
Here.
This is their round to lose bonus. You know, normally around we don't see many OS teams actually take, because, you know, you're facing down rifles, it's not an easy task with just Spectres. But, you know, a defense side, especially an A-hold as well, you can really set yourself up in some favorable angles with those Spectres. That wall's going to be busted immediately, because of course Vandals shoot quicker than Spectres. And, well, now Orglis trying to get over on the A side, go over the top. Hunter takes the rope of death, and, well, he's able to take a life with him.
That was dirty, the instant lock onto his head. Aurgelus looking to make this a flawless gun round at this rate. Well, I say that, but they only have gotten 1 kill. Spike is down, however, and this post plant with rifles should be relatively easy. As I say that, Hunter nearly getting caught off guard there. That's okay, he secures it at the end of the day. And it's now all down to Jordation, the 6th time by himself. A Spectre in hand. Please do some damage.
Yeah, hopefully looking to find an exit. He could find Hunter and Heok in just a second. Double dink on Heok, but unfortunately, there's too many bodies in the way. Heok takes him, and the light will be seen. Aurgelus find themselves the first round, and you know, Funky Monkeys, that was just bonus for them. They're back to now rifles themselves, Phantoms and the Vandals and such. Hunter does have the knives available, but so do Funky Monkeys. They always have a few ultimates available, not the knives, of course. The knives are a little bit out of sorts. Firms had a little bit of a rough start to this one, because, you know, Icebox, not very easy to play against, you know, a pretty stacked roster like Aurgelus.
Oh, I had my small doubts about Hunter and Heok earlier on, but I suppose they are putting up numbers and performing, at least in this map. And Chronix, oh dearie me, by himself gets caught off guard and reloaded as well. Hunter is just going on an absolute tear right now, taking down everyone. This is a very interesting spike plant, except that Sage Wall, it just stops the attackers, I think. Oh no, Aaron can still plant. Very interesting.
Oh no, Firms is caught looking the wrong way. He almost got caught on the timing there to Hunter. He goes over the top, on top of the tube. Aaron takes out Firms. Psycho gonna be taken out. Jordation finds another before falling. But in the end, it's another round of Aurgelus. They even it up at the 2-2, and well, now they forced Funky Monkeys into a bit of a rough situation, but they've got 3 ultimates now to work with.
Yeah, 3 ultimates, but then again, it's really only the blades on Firms that are useful in an eco round, which he doesn't have, so out of the question right now. And I just wanted to talk about that previous round there, because that's something you don't really see on the Icebox at all. They push through mid, and then the Sage all up by Aaron to plant in that sort of like mid corner. I've never seen that, and I suppose it worked out at the end of the day, but things got very confusing for a second there, as we saw, you know, back and forth trades, people behind one another. But let's see if they re-emulate it later on down the road, as aggression already over towards A, 1 player down on the defense, and Aurgelus being so systematic about this, just clearing every single angle. They want to make sure they don't lose any rifles.
Heok can look to maybe get a few more numbers on his port though, but Chronix able to flick his head out. A few players still trying to approach for the moment, but there's a res available. Jordation! My god, that's a swift head tap. Normally, you're not what you expect to see of an Overwatch player. They're normally known for the tracking a little bit more, but steady aim on this man is good to see. 3v3 now for both sides, and the rest comes out from Aaron. Hunter's back with the knives available, and maybe the side of Aurgelus look to rotate out. Not quite so. They're still going to go towards A.
It's very interesting that they actually used the Resurrection in on an anti-eco, but I suppose it was warranted because those Sheriffs were doing quite a lot of damage. Funky Monkeys down the last legs now. Reloaded. Oh, tagged down onto 30. I don't think he's long for this world. Jordation, you got one nasty tap earlier. I want to see more. The 6th time. Oh, yeah, indeed. He delivers, baby. So he got 2 kills that round, sorta. Not bad. But they lose it after all, and this time Aurgelus, they maintain their economy and they maintain their streak. Funky Monkeys able to buy back in this round, and Firms pulls out the 4.7k 50 cal. Let's see it get an early pick.
I have to, I guess, give credit there to Hunter getting that res, and I guess Aurgelus overall playing that round a little bit slower. Normally you see teams go for the rush attempt and it falls apart when the hit comes in. Funky Monkeys, you know, are one of those teams to probably falter a hit like that. Hunter going for this aggressive play in middle again. Firms has tossed down the smokes, he's covered himself. Hyokdo has popped the Empress. Firms needs to get the hell out of there right now. There are so many Aurgelus players wrapping up through middle, and shots missed. So many kills going the way of Aurgelus. It's so hard to dash.
They're pulling the exact same strat again. They go through mid and they've walled off basically the angle for the spike plant to basically, I don't know, plant over towards kitchen and mid. However, this time the spike is making its way slowly over towards the sites, as that was just pure chaos. Like, you blink and you miss all these kills there. Such a tight and close space. And now Chronix, last player standing. Sure, you have the Killjoy lockdown, but it's a pretty open space, and it gets taken down as the gun model basically blocks vision onto Heok. Oh boy, Orgless, they're really showing their chops now on Icebox. Wasn't this Funky Monkeys' pick?
This is Funky Monkey's map pick, of course. Maybe looking to steal away theirs and, you know, do a bit of a reverse and look to send us to our decider. But of course, it's still early days. It's only 6 rounds into this first half. And, you know, to the credit, Funky Monkeys, they don't quite have the money to purchase, but they do have the ultimate still to expend.
Yeah, and also Funky Monkeys, you know, being on the eco here, being on Icebox with this composition, they had the Killjoy Yuta, which I don't really think they put it over towards Metal Kitchen, which is interesting to see. And that previous round there, that really aggressive fast play by Hunter caught Firms off guard, who invested heavily into it. And right off the bat, he gets stinks down to 47. And it's just absolute chaos, calling for backup, so much Yuta in his way. So it was a very fortunate situation for him to be in. There's some Funky Monkeys. There's not much defense. Actually, on the B side, and Xenix, what a swing. What a Phantom in that range as well. Takes down Reloaded. And Nameless already watching the flank. Good for one. Maybe aware there's a second. Funky Monkeys just not getting anything in this half.
Yeah, the Orgless, to the credit, they're not giving them anything at the moment. Jordation tries to sneak up through the top of the site. Firms spots the... Of course, Rain is shifting back towards the side. Shock Dart takes out Chronix, and they're just going to hold for the swing. Iron going to be stealing away Heox kill. Guess to say 5 rounds now to August, to still 2 to Funky Monkeys. And, you know, they now have 5 ultimates available. They have a buy again. This is the round we want to see Funky Monkeys turn it back into their favor.
Oh, Heoki, absolute filthy man. Funky Monkeys, okay. This is their buy round. 5 ultimates online. Surely now they decide to invest some of them to, you know, stop the momentum of Orgless. But hey, I'm not a pro player, I'm not on their team. Let's see what they plan to do. As Orgless, they're starting to really show massive aggression over towards A. And the Killjoy user, once again, is being put over onto the A side, which, I mean, it's okay, but I don't really agree with.
Yeah, I'm not too fond of it myself either. Chronix, though, seems to be fine with it for the moment. Goes for the peek onto the Jet. Tags him low, but the heal comes in, and Orgless going for this A, take a little bit more commanding this time. Reloaded pops the Hunter's Fury, does half tag to 2 players, but can't finish off a kill with Toxic. And of course, the Viper's Pit going down. Now, Orgless have a position to plant if they can... Yep, there it is. Tuck it straight in that corner. Shock Darts, though, are what Reloader's known for. These lineups are crucial here. Is coming. Hunter's Fury from Xenix, actually not finding anyone. Does find the lockdown.
Oh, no. He sort of whiffed the first shot there, so had to resort to a spray. So it was one and done. And the Resurrection now onto Jordation. It's a man advantage for Funky Monkeys, and this is a round that they absolutely cannot afford to lose. But Nameless, they're striking back with an absolute vengeance, and it's just absolute chaos, dancing in and out of the Viper's Pit. What is even going on? Tip for tat, Wall Street trades, and it's all down to Hunter, last player standing, and Funky Monkeys, they do come out on top, but it was messy.
I feel for Crash there. That is, look, that's hard to observe if you're anybody there. Even the world's best couldn't have caught that, and of course Crash is one of the world's best and one of the finest. Again, props to him for doing all of the lovely observing for us this evening, and props to Funky Monkeys. That was a chaotic retake, but they still won it out nevertheless, and they expended a heavy amount of ultimates though to do so. Yeah,
they started that round with 5, and now they're only on 2 left. If anything else, you know, their economy is not that great either. They have 3 rifles that are able to be bought into this round. 2 are saved, but Firms finally has the blaze that he can use, and it's Jordation on the Spectre, playing inside his own Viper's Pit. But however, over towards B-Long, he's very deadly and close with the enemy team. Jordation, good for 1, and he gets traded out instantaneously. Aaron with the res. Okay, it's Orgless with the advantage in every sense of the word. Firms by himself, he gets blinded, dashes away to safety, but perhaps could have dashed a little bit earlier because he took quite a lot of damage there.
And you can see Firms and Chronix actually getting very aggressive towards this midline. Reloaded, holding the yellow box swing. That's the Viper taking out. Xenix peeks onto 2 for free. Lines are both up. Xenix, I have to say, has been a key instrumental player here for Orgless in this game so far. He's been lining up some beautiful shots, and that's a lineup now to rotate over towards Zay site. Psycho going to be taken out before taking out Aaron, and now it's just left to Reloaded. No darts available, just the recon one, and he will be scanned by the opposing recon. The spike goes down.
Spike planted.
And Reloaded 1v2. Recon arrow, I think maybe a little bit too early there. Confirms the position of 1, but he's still not aware of where Xenix is. It doesn't matter. Reloaded is just too sharp. Gets the swing, pops ahead. Oh dear, that was close. Hunter somehow didn't kill Reloaded. 9 lives on this man. Reloaded, if he clutches this out, he's a bit of a god. It's 16 HP. He can stick this halfway potentially. And Hunter still trying to go for a swing, but now Hunter has the upper hand. He knows Reloaded has to try to stick it all the way. And Hunter just has to play the waiting game, dancing in and out. But he swings again. Reloaded didn't even tap the spike. Triple kill for Reloaded. They clutched the rounds. What happened there, Tony?
Reloaded's got a massive brain is what happened there. He tapped it as soon as he heard the sound cue of the player drop off of that belt, and he knew he could go halfway, and then just a catastrophic whiff there from Hunter, I have to say. That's such a free round to win. But giving up to Funky Monkeys, he was on 16 HP, exactly. That is not something that's losable. Funky Monkeys, though, they take it. It's now a little bit more of an even half, and I guess they start to now break the economy open of August. They need to take a few more rounds, though, to do so.
Did you see that, actually? That was the butter knife pulled out earlier there. But whatever. Fast take by August into this round. Sage will be invested early on, and this time it doesn't get broken. Funky Monkeys, they need rotations fast because August, they're starting to trudge all over them onto the side. Xenix in the prime position to get a few kills, gets distracted, dodging the shock dart as Reloaded, hero of the previous round, comes in huge against, opening things off. Hunter looking to do more. Does get the dink on, but look, similar situation. Reloaded, he's on 16 HP. It doesn't matter. He gets a heal. Nice double dink by Hunter. And this is just such a slow round. What's going on? They're not aggressing onto the side. The defenders are just holding backside, waiting for a plant. This is just what? And Hunter's going around dinking everyone.
Yeah, he's tagged up so many players. There's a few low HP bars here, but Funky Monkeys, they're still 5 strong here. They've got 4 over this A side, just Jordation chilling over at B, maybe sipping a nice old cold lemonade. As the rest of August now try and take this A site, they will try and tap a spike here. Nameless holding on the rafters for the swing, but the Hunter's Fury comes out, tags up Ara, and that's 3 from Reloaded, almost tagging up Nameless. Toxic Screen goes down. The Sage is not moved, though, here from the side of Funky Monkeys. No one's going to expect it here. Psycho holds the angle, a little bit rusty on the spray, but he gets the kill in the end. Evens at 5-5 now here. Funky Monkeys shouldn't be at this.
I'm speechless, really, because that round, yeah, you had Psycho just sitting in the angle the entire time. It just didn't move at all. His butt was firmly planted in that corner, and I guess it paid off eventually. Well, August as well. I'm not too sure what was the thought process there. Okay, there you go. There's the butter knife. August, I don't think they had the conviction to just rush onto the A side. I mean, they invested so much Util, and then they just hung around. I'm not too sure why. The spike didn't even go down, despite the Sage Wall being thrown up early. So just a series of unfortunate events, I would say. And now Chronix, Killjoy playing inside Kitchen. This is what I'd like to see. And there you go. You already know there's one over towards Tube. Executes Xenix. Knows there's one under the window. Oh, but he misses that shot. Nameless, what a swing.
That's a good swing there. Jordation still in the site. They haven't, of course, checked him just yet. Eok has popped the Empress. Psycho takes out Hunter on the back line, and this retake's now doable because there's nobody contesting or trading these kills out from August, and I have to give props to Funky Monkeys. They know their positioning. Nameless up in his kitchen, flicking to and fro. He doesn't know where to look because there's too many bullets going his way. Jordation going to stick the defuse fully around, retaked again by Funky Monkeys. Now 6-5. This is their 3rd in a row. Sorry, 4th in a row.
Left, right, center, whatever, man. Just fire shots out. And that round there, we saw Orglis, I think, try that strat again. Just run it down mid and go for that really weird plants. It worked the first 2 times, but however, this time with Chronix as a Killjoy playing inside Kitchen, I think it may have disrupted their plans slightly as he did open things up with that first frag. And I'm not too sure what the post-plant idea is there, because there's very limited angles you can hold from. You essentially have to hold it from mid and tube and maintain Kitchen control with more players alive. So perhaps a standard plan will work them more in their favor. And the shot between the legs! He survives by a hair's breadth and firms. That's a bit of a whiff there. And now the defense, they're lacking the play again. The resurrection, however, is possible.
The res is available. Good answer from Reloaded to trade back out Eok. Wall goes up in the Viper's pit here. It's a 5v4 here for the retake as the plant goes down. August Of course, all going to be funneled around that yellow box and back site B area, but for the side of, you know, Funky Monkeys, they've got the lockdown of their own. They can force them into a funnel and force them off this site completely. Xenix holding the flank, but Psycho's just a little bit smarter than him. He knows where he's coming from. Jordation takes out Hunter, he takes out Iron, and now it's just left to Nameless. Only one Snake Bite, no Toxic Orb on Spike. Of course, those Snake Bites taking it first. Nameless taking out Jordation too. It's a 1v2 for Nameless. Just needs to isolate Dwarves here, but Reloaded holds the wide swing. That was almost doable, and that almost went the way of August, but in the end, Funky Monkeys will take the last round of the half.
Switching sides.
I think that may have been a very different round if there was no Killjoy lockdown invested, you know, because the Viper's Pit was used early on site, and Nameless just being forced off site, his Viper's Pit expired, and then he was basically left out, hung out to dry, having to go for those kills. Very sharp, strong 3k to start things off. Two with the rifle and one with the snake bites, but unfortunately wasn't quite expecting Reloaded to be holding with an operator to one pump him. So that's the story of the first half. Funky Monkeys, they have a 2-round lead now, and they could honestly be eliminating Auglis already in a 2-0 fashion. Auglis, they need the pistol rounds, and this is a very good scoreline to do so.
You can see Reloaded just sending that early out drone out. Going to be spotting for Nameless. Actually going to tag him up. Actually, he's going to take a few bullets as he gets out to safety. B presence being taken, but Heok has taken out Firms. Chronix able to trade it back though, and even standings at the moment for both sides. You can see though, Funky Monkeys are still playing a little bit more default, trying to catch off and maybe another pick.
I just want to point out there, on the defense, that was a nice aggressive play coming out from Auglis, but unfortunately he had Heok, you know, pushing really deep in. He got one kill over towards Bell, and then Hunter, it was just still holding Bell for whatever reason, wasn't quite, you know, pushing with his teammates, trying to go for more, and then unfortunately wasn't there to trade him out over towards the main entrance there. So I don't know, maybe it was a small blunder or just overcommitting, tunnel visioning on one angle, because this time Hunter's by himself to stop this A push, and by God, does he have a lot to do.
You can see he's holding the belt line and let a few players sneak up underneath him. Chronix though, and Dart comes out, and that signals to Funky Monkeys to go. Wall goes up, Hunter has to dash out, and well, now they can set up the util as well for the post play. Hunter goes for the swing, and Psycho lands a beautiful shot there. He's playing a game of tic-tac-toe, and well, that's a tick. That's one kill. Now 3 more to find here if Funky Monkeys want to take this first round here. The wall going to be knifed out, and the crossfire being held here. It's going to be up to August to swing into Funky Monkeys.
Oh, such an easy kill for Psycho now with that. Sheriff, 50 to the body, and they save the Sage Wall for the post bar. Psycho, what are you doing? That's just psychotic! Runs right through, gets the shot onto Nameless, looking for more. It takes Iron to take him down, but Iron 36 HP, has a heal available, but time is running thin. He can't really afford to use it and slow him down. 1v2, Reloaded, secures it, and Funky Monkeys, they win the pistol round, looking to make this a 9-5 scoreline.
As crazy as that play was from Psycho, I have to say, it's also crazy smart because, you know, your team doesn't actually take all too much damage from the Toxic Orb, so he just ran it straight through. The Swarm was damaging the other player, and, you know, he was low. Just goes for the swing, hits the shot if necessary. If he falls, he's just buying for time anyway. Funky Monkeys, 8 now on the board. Spectre's going to be fully invested. Jordation going for the Sheriff, though. He's feeling himself after that last half with some impressive shots, I have to say.
Such a risky play, you know. The Sheriff with its sort of slower fire rate. Oh dear, you miss a few shots, you're done for. But this time, Auglis going for this really aggressive B stack flank. I don't really think it's paying off. As Funky Monkeys, there's run onto the A side, gets spiked down for free. Now Chronix, he's looking to do some damage before he maybe gets taken down. If he gets all 3, good for him. 1, none. Pistols out, and Xenix executes him. But Funky Monkeys on site, they take down everyone else. As the last 2 players on the defense, isolated in that angle. Nice shot up by Reloaded. Hunter's gone. Xenix on what, like 1 HP now? Reloaded, just get it, man.
Now Reloaded's a maths major, little did we know. He's well immersed in his trigonometry. 9 rounds now for Funky Monkeys, and well, we're back to bonus territory yet again. Auglis, we saw them after, you know, the first 2 go Funky Monkeys' way. They were able to take that 3rd and stem it into a nice, you know, 5 in a row. But now, this is Funky Monkeys 7 in a row. After being down such a deficit, they're now feeling very confident on this attack side of Icebox. And of course, their map pick, and you know, they've already taken away Augus's here, and a potential 2-0 on the cards if they continue up this form.
Potential. Let's see, because August, they need to stop this right now. They have to win this buy round, otherwise Funky Monkeys, I'm pretty sure they're going to just 2-0 them at this rate. August on defense, nice start. Jordation's gone, that's the source of smokes, but Psycho, once again, channeling his inner madman, pushes in aggressively as Sage. Spike yet to go down as the wall will get broken, and August still fighting, securing at the A sides. Tip for tat, trades bullet here and there, but it's August to come out on top at the end of the day as they send Funky Monkeys scurrying over towards B. Maybe.
It was a little bit of a sloppy take, I have to say, from Funky Monkeys. Not what I was expecting going into that, but I guess a props to Xenix and the rest of August. Almost shot landed down through middle. And as you can see, Funky Monkeys on the rotation towards B. Let's see, Firms, though, thinking about going for a mid push.
But yep, he gets spotted out, and that range with the Spectre, you don't want to take your chances against the rifle. Aaron, he's locked Firms in the corner, confirms it at the end of the day, and yeah, he won't double dip into that engagement as he's already low. Funky Monkey's looking to go back over towards the A site, but there's 2 duelists there to welcome them.
And to lie in wait, but Eok is found by Chronix. Hunter, though, playing a high line, finds them both. 6th secured, no bonus again this time for Funky Monkeys and August. Now, this is where they can stem it into a little bit more, but rifle to rifle, mano y mano here, and we look at the scoreboards. I have to say, Reloaded and Psycho starting to pick it up. Firms, we haven't seen all too much, but you know, it's a little bit of a rough one from him on Icebox, and that happens to the best of us. And I guess to props, August, Heok, start to put up some numbers here.
Yeah, but they're going to need a lot more of that because they're still down by 3 rounds, and this is elimination map. In the previous round as well, the defensive Sagel, it just stopped Funky Monkeys to aggress onto the A site for just that much longer. And then when the wall did break, he had rifles on the other side to counteract the SMGs. Buy versus buy, August start things off nicely, I suppose. They take down Psycho, that's the walls and that's the heals. Did he have the res prior to this? I don't think so, but we'll leave that discussion for later as Firms now channeling his inner, who was it? Who was that Pigeons esports player? Orange Pearl, walking into Tube the Kitchen.
Jordation holding that flank. Firms, there you go, the position pays off. He finds Nameless, that's the smokes. And the wall, I guess, now dropped from the side of August, though Aaron playing a little bit too front and forward, and an unfortunate position he's found himself in. Xenix could be looking for Firms, and well, they're playing just off of behind of each other.
Timing.
Spike goes down, the timing is of the essence. Now Xenix revealed his position and Firms now can turn tail. Doesn't hit the shot though, Xenix. My god, this Phantom is filthy from him.
Yeah, on a map like Icebox, which is rather long range, but hey, if the pros do it in EU, then it has to work, right? Snakebite down, that's 1 or 2, I would like to assume, as they're doing a lot of damage, but Xenix finally does go down to Hunter, 1v2, it's doable, 3 cloud bursts, so he could potentially stick this halfway, but Chronix is just lying in wait with, what was that, a Nanoswarm. Oh yeah, this is going to be so rough. I don't know, Hunter, you probably got to save this one, just go for the kills, because they're going to just go down like that. The double peek from Funky Monkeys, and that's how you bring it back in nice fashion.
Well, that's how you hold for a post plan as well. You can even see how calm both Jordation and Chronix were. They played above and below, played at the angles, played the man, and unfortunately there for August, they weren't able to take it. And you can see now their economy has taken a bit of a hit. They're still going to force into it. A few Vandals light armor, but if Funky Monkeys take this, this is going to spill disastrous for August.
Yeah. Just barely though, but that 4-round buffer will still give them probably still 2 rounds to work with, even if they lose this. We'll see how things go. Funky Monkeys, they put up the Viper Wall over towards B, and they're gonna sort of dry push onto A. Oh, Hyok. Not quite missing the headshot angle there as Chronix starts things off. He takes down Hunter. Hyok is not quite landing his shots right now, and he will be forced off to the side. He's still trying to reinvest onto the peak. He's gonna get detained, I think.
Yeah, he's completely locked out. And Well, August are completely locked out of sight for the moment as the spike goes down the wall to cover the rafters here, and Firms and his teammate going to be playing very, very close together as the Recon does tag them up. Chronix, though, lining up for two. Firms playing underneath the raft, finds another. Now Nameless trying to do the unthinkable, peeks out, isolates one duel, but he needs to isolate three more. He finds Psycho, but Chronix is the headhunter right now. He steals away the real estate, and it's Funky Monkeys now with 11 to the 6 still of August.
Remember how you stared at the start, like, Chronix, yeah, maybe he's not that good. Did he top frag Haven? Now he's also top fragging Icebox?
Yep.
This guy's having a show up as a Sentinel.
Yep, I guess I reverse caster cursed it, you know, Chronix.
Yeah.
A very smart individual player, and, you know, I'm now going to take my moment to suck him up, you know, because he's a smart player. He's a very seasoned player as well. He's been playing FPS for quite a while. Of course, Paladins before this, and played Paladins at also a very high level.
Well, let's see what happens, because Firms, he's popped the blades and he's not managed to land a single one of them. Orgless, they do have a man down, and Firms just dives into his death. Okay, interesting tactic. Maybe it was just a bait and set up for Psycho, but now Hunter's popped his own blades. This is going to be risky, as Psycho does go down. No one there to back him up. Hunter misses the rest of the blades. 3-on-3, Tony. What a round.
Yeah, I was a little bit interested to see why Chronix was still in spawn, and I guess he's identified that he probably shouldn't be there because he almost lost his head. You can see he picking underneath the tube. This is a very long-range engagement, and that favors the Marshal, I guess. Jordation falls, turret goes down, and two players trying to take this A site. There's still, you know, two on the flank, one holding the rafter. This is going to be very hard to solidify this play with Funky Monkeys.
They're being patient. Hunter, he did swing off of the spike plant, but unfortunately doesn't manage to do much damage. He needs his teammates to come in clutch right now because Funky Monkeys, they're taking a lot of control, especially over towards defensive spawn side. Nice shot, the Hunter. Oh, fantastic dodge, but he's on 6 HP. Chronix surely to secure this kill. No, Hunter, what a shot! He manages to land one onto Reloaded as well. Reloaded playing off-site with the Hunter's Fury. Can do damage, but it's been stuck halfway. Reloaded, this is going to be a rough situation to clutch it out with, and it's not going to happen because it was just a sneaky defuse. Reloaded loses his life as well. Orgless, this was a bit of a highway robbery round.
Yeah, there's no chance that they get away with that. That's a very nicely landed retake for them and a very nicely landed round because, you know, this starts to test the money now. Funky Monkeys. You can see Guardian being invested by Ferbs. Only light shield for him and Jordation, and I guess they still have two ultimates available, but Orgless, they can start to stem this back a little bit closer. They've got the Viper's Pit, they've got the Res, they've got the Hunter's Fury, and, well, it's still anyone's game to take here.
Take flight.
Let's hope. And you know, how you said that Chronix, like, oh, he's not that good as a Sentinel. I want to say, Firms owning a Jules, yeah, man, he's pretty average. Like, yeah, he totally won't, you know, start pick up the pace right now. He does dive up first, creating a little bit of noise. And Funky Monkeys just playing this round really slow, and it may pay off because look at Orgless. I wouldn't quite call this desperation, but they're pushing these angles really aggressively. And the timing, my goodness.
I think they heard the sound cue, the updraft too. They know that they might look to go aggressive because they are in dire straits. Jordation, unfortunately caught to the timing this time, will be falling. Hunter gonna be landing a shot. Heox peeks out from main. And turret gives away that spot. And the wall goes up to try and cross, but Aaron's just lined him up in the meat grinder there. The slow orb goes down, Reloaded and Firms to try and combat this 2v4. They're going to be grouping up together. Hadra going through the tube. Reloaded going to be spotted. 35 seconds to work with, and this is very rough.
Oh!
Spike down, B.
Did Firms change his crosshair midway through this game? Hey man, I suppose give it a shot, see what happens, because 1v4, he needs every advantage he can get. Oh, it's working. Good start. Hyok is gone. But still 1v3, about 15 seconds left to go. Probably gonna have to invest a dash just to secure the spike plants. It's gonna be hard, and look, there's another Jet Hunter already lying in wait. Hunter, he can probably just be patient and go for the swing, secure the kill. And the fake as well by Firms. He's running out of time for this. Hunter can secure this easily.
Oh! A bit rough on the right clicks there, but he's still able to get it in the end. It's going to be another round secured by August 8th now on their board, and as we said, that's affected the economy quite substantially here for Funky Monkeys. It's going to be Marshall, a few Sheriffs, but not going to be all too much expended in terms of their economy because, you know, they want to keep it high. This is starting to get a little bit more closer. Auglis are starting to inch together these rounds, and it's almost at double digits. This could still go the way of Auglis if they can continue to find these.
Yeah, and it's Funky Monkeys who are starting to slow down a little bit. They're sitting inside the Snake Bites. Look at Reloaded. He was on the Aldron early on. He's already taken so much damage. The Sage Heal has to be invested this early on so round. That's another 40 seconds you have to wait for a second one. They're making a ton of noise over towards B, and this is the first, I think, plain B-side take they've attempted in quite a while. And Auglis, they should be aware of what's happening. Flank's about to come through, and the rotations as well.
Yeah, the rotation. Oh,
that's nice.
That's a nice little boost wall. Reloaded reads it though. Nameless gonna lose head, and well, the Vipers pit pop by Jordation. Welcome to my world, but he's taken out immediately. No world is Jordation's this time around. Eok now on this flank line and going to wallbang out Psycho. The rest comes on the Nameless. They're holding with that alarm bot, and that's beautifully peaked. Chronix and Firms land some beautiful shots. The lockdown goes down. And now You Should Run Hunters have the spike, and Chronix plays that round to a T, securing it on an eco for Funky Monkeys. That's now match series point, elimination point here for Auglis. They almost had it, but Chronix pulling off some heroics again.
Wasn't Funky Monkeys on an eco that round? We talked about it earlier on, and they made it just work out so well. Huge props actually to Firms. The crosshair change is working out. He landed those two nice shots, and on top of the Viper Spit, it basically helped them, you know, edge out that win there. Hunter just trying to stick it all the way. A little bit of a desperation move, but didn't work in his favor. And now it's Auglis on a bit of an eco as Hunter has to invest heavily just to get the ult orb. He will have the Blaze to play with, but he does need a heal as well. Maybe.
You can see that pre-round lineup, the slow orb into the shock dart immediately from Funky Monkeys just to get a bit of early damage onto somebody securing that ult orb. Of course, it was Hunter to fall victim to it. They've been doing that the entire time, this attack side, and of course, finally pays off for the first time. Wall goes up, and again, another flat-out B take, and another plant secured. This is Funky Monkeys and Auglis now to play for this 5v5 retake.
Yeah, and this time Auglis, they're not going for any heroic flanks. They're just going to attack them head on. It comes down to the battle of the Jules and Useful now. Nice start. Firms has been executed, and there's the post-mart lineups. Where's the counter lineup to the lineup? Rico now comes through. That's beautiful. But however, I think there's a Sage all deployed. As they kind of stick this all the way, Auglis, they're going to get it. There's no way the defuse can be prevented at this point. Well done.
A little bit late there to pull the trigger from, I guess, some of the bits of util there. And Auglis, I guess, to their props as well, they identified that, you know, Funky Monkeys are just going to be playing passive. We swing them, we force them while they're in their util to, of course, fight us. And, well, it's paid off well for them, 9 now to 12. Funky Monkeys, still a bit of money to buy, and, you know, Auglis, they're starting to expend the cash themselves here. Really, anyone, you know, well, of course, Funky Monkeys, they win the round, they win the game. But as many kills as they can get is more than enough.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit close for comfort though. Auglis, they are starting to turn on the afterburners. I just want to see if they can bring it to overtime. That round, saving the Sage was a very smart move. Instead of using it to, you know, deny positioning, they just saved it for the sneaky defuse. It works in situations like that. This time though, Firms, yeah, just not having his day. Dashes right on to try to clear some space for his team, open things up, but Arons just spray him down. Spike goes down for Funky Monkeys. Postmon Util already deployed. Jordation takes down Heok. Oh no, it's falling apart, Tony. What was that, Hunter? He ran out of ammo? Not like this.
It's not like this. Xenix trying to bust that wall because he heard the tap onto the spike. It isn't halfway, it's only, of course, now to the halfway mark, and Funky Monkeys can't play for this post play because there's too many players peeking them and holding lines. Right click jump from Xenix. 12 now to 10. Funky Monkeys falling victim again to another Auglis retake.
This is just almost comedic right now because that's 2 rounds back-to-back in which they've tried to play for post-plant, and all Aaron had to do was save his wall, just pumps it up and then just goes for the defuse. This time it was Hunter who got it, but still, same concept, and it's working because look at this. Funky Monkeys, their economy's weak. They're going to have to half buy this, and Auglis, we could potentially be looking at overtime.
We're looking very likely, but for the moment, Funky Monkeys might be able to take some mid control for the first time. And of course, Heok, though, in the tube, very willing to fight against these Funky Monkey players right now, because he's, of course, got a Vandal. Dash forward, Firms, again, maybe a missed input, maybe a bit of a blunder on the button press, because we've seen him do that twice.
Yeah, Fat Finger, Butterfingers, who knows? Oh no, there's a gap in his smoke, and Chronix, yeah, he does get the gun, but he gets tagged down to 56 in return. Needs a band-aid from Sage, and Psycho is quite a ways away. Nameless tears his head right off. No heal for you. I just want to say right now, because Reloaded, he does have the Hunter's Fury available for Funky Monkey, so they can potentially try post plants one more time, and this time it may work out better. But Hunter gets caught on the ropes. No Jason Bourne free today, as Jordation opening up A side just a little bit more, but look at the rotations. It's instantaneous. August, they should be in prime position to close out this round.
30 seconds
You
left.
see the slow orbs, and the shock dart comes out immediately. Snakebite, though, to cover the rafter. You can see Jordation now to walk up to secure this plant. They've got 20 seconds now to work with. They will just get it down, Reloaded. Gonna take it Aaron, but Heok has found Chronix. That's a key player of util. Jordation, that's a nice shot to land on a Heok. He goes for the wide swing on a Xenix, and now Reloaded, as you said, had the Hunter's Fury available, but he's gonna lose the duel to Nameless. We go 12-11. Again, another retake from August, and they're just looking poised and composed in these plays.
Yeah, they are realizing that we can do this, and they're pulling out their A game right now. It's either that or it's Funky Monkeys. They're starting to run out of steam a little bit, because as you can see, Firms there just not having the game of his career at all. This is 23 rounds, and he's still on 8 kills. Most deaths in the server. That's just unfortunate. But hey, man, if they can win this game, they can still go to map 3. Oh no, if Funky Monkeys win, then that's it's elimination for Orglis. So now, this is the points August was building up to. Invest everything into this round, and all eyes on the Hunter's Fury of Reloaded now.
All eyes on Funky Monkeys as a whole, because of course they have
that's
just more than the Hunter's Fury there. Dash forward, and Xenix is going on top of the belt here. Chronix is able to hold it. He knows it. He's got the sound cue. Gives it up. Iron's now spotted. They just play for the angles that maybe August aren't expecting them to be in. And it's now Heok, the sole defender of A. Jet over in middle. The Viper's Pit was popped at B, but now it's probably gone a waste. Heok swings off the Aldrome, but the timing favors Funky Monkeys. 5 strong into this A side. The lockdown even being expended. Hunter taking a cheeky one before they get it down. And this is more than a secured plant. This is going to be August 2v4 for this retake.
They individually have to go huge right now, because this is going to be a very tough situation. Hunter gets tagged down to 30. This is not how I want things to start. Nameless can't quite take care of Reloaded. Fishes him off, but his position has been revealed. Firms can't afford to go down here, as he does take down Hunter. But Nameless, on the flip side, he's got another onto Chronix. But now, not much ultimates to play with. Has to walk into the Viper's Pit of Jordation, which may go down soon if he doesn't re-walk back into it. So Nameless has a chance. Spike is sticking away. Nameless clears the angle as Firms finally had a quiet game, but he got the final kill of the game, and that's what matters to secure the 13-11 win for Funky Monkeys. My goodness, Tony, what a roller coaster of emotions. But finally, Funky Monkeys, they closed it out.
They're all impact kills from Firms in the end there. You can see the last one is the one that counts. And there we see Funky Monkeys 13-11, a 2-0 over August. And they will be moving on through the of course, lower round here. And moving on to face a powered up Direwolves. This is going to be a crazy series on paper alone.
Yeah, crazy series, and honestly, I wish Funky Monkeys the best to go into it, because they have shown, you know, they can play together as a team, and they can have these crazy performances, even individually. We didn't get to see Bind tonight, which I would have really liked to see again, see what Funky Monkeys have cooked up in the lab, as Reloaded tends to play KO on Bind. Works well on attack, but on defense, falls a bit short. So it didn't come to it, which is good for Funky Monkeys, I suppose, as they can, you know, end the night early, get some rest in before they face off against Dire Wolves. But to break down this game, Tony, all I can say is Orglis, It was a very valiant effort, but once again, I just think it's just that little bits of, team cohesion and maybe decision making. It's not quite centralized, because you saw some of the players there try to go for these really ballsy plays and it doesn't play off. Like say Hyok, walking down to the tube, and the one time I think he did on the first part, he just got gunned down instantaneously. The second time, it didn't really pay off either, as I don't think he really aggressed. So yeah, that's the game put to rest, and August, they're out of the running. So we do have an interview lined up for you guys, and it will be Psycho for Funky Monkeys. Let's get him on and let's hear what he has to say. Psycho, man, congratulations. It was a really grueling second map. What went sort of wrong to go to 13-11?
I think just like a lot of small mistakes, and they played pretty well. Like they just adapted to what we were doing. So yeah, it's just a lot of small mistakes on our part though. Like they kind of screwed up, I think, on the last round though. Like they shouldn't have aggressed because what they were doing was working.
Yeah.
Like, I get you wanted to change it up, but yeah, I think that kind of gave us the map.
And of course, I look at you guys, as a little bit of a newer team, but you guys still have, a core of 3 from the old Over Power Strike days. What has it been like, injecting, of course, Firms and Jordation into this roster with, I guess, an already kind of style that you guys like to play?
Well, it's kind of a different style to what we were playing in Over Power Strike. Like, we stopped playing together for like a few months there, and then at one point, like, kind of just got back together. Don't know what happened. And then we needed to find 2 people, and I've been friends with the Firms from like ages ago in CS, and we just picked up Jordation because we found him at the time. It was very sharp. We're trying to just still find our playstyle. Like, it's only been like really since the start of this VOT where we've been playing together, so not that much time at all. Haven't had much time to work on any maps and stuff like that. Just kind of winging it.
Yeah, man, and so far I guess it's working out. Just in those small parts due to individual performances. Chronix, I always like to talk about this guy because despite being a sentinel, he does definitely put up numbers and gets kills when it matters. And I do believe it's Reloaded who does the IGLing for you guys as well.
Actually, yeah, no, Chronix is just cracked. Like, no matter what, I just like 100% faith he's like the solid player that we have. I'm actually IGLing this time. It's like my first time IGLing as well. Trying to see how that goes.
Fair enough.
But just kind of put on
As
there.
the IGL, I just want to ask, there was that one round, I think, in the second half pistol, and you just dived headfirst with the Sheriff through the smoke, through the Killjoy Molly to go for the kill. What was the thought process behind that?
Just like Funky Monkey, just spraying it. Like, just aim. Like, I don't know, just had faith.
A-pin, send it.
A-pin, yep, that's it.
And of course, props to you guys now, moving on through that lower bracket, you'll be facing Direwolves tomorrow. And I guess, to wrap up our interview here, any quick sponsor shout-outs, any, shout-out to the fans that are watching at home?
Yeah, I mean, this is like a friends org, so I guess anyone that's supporting FM is pretty cool. And shout out to Firms, he played the best I've ever seen him play this map.
Yeah, man. Impact kills, like Tony said earlier. He got the final kill of the game to secure the win. That's what matters, man. Right? Psycho, thank you for coming on. Wish you the best of luck further on against Direwolves.
All right, thanks for that.
Well, Tony, you heard the guy. Very nicely spoken, very calm, very friendly. I gotta say, if that's the IGL, the mood in Funky Monkeys must have been pretty good because, hey, 2-0, the result speaks for itself. And once again, if you can maintain a good environment for your team, they do perform. Well, guys, that's this matchup done. So let's just quickly check out the bracket before we end things tonight. As you can see, we covered the lower bracket run for Funky Monkeys and August. Funky Monkeys, they just 2-0 to August. Pigeon Esports, they tried their best against Direwolves, but eventually went down.
Veteran Seed just favoured Direwolves there. The reverse sweep to come in after such a strong first map, I have to say, from Pigeon Esports. Their Icebox looking a little bit very, very good. And of course, looking to make that lower bracket run. Both of these teams very situated in doing so, and I have to, call and watch, for them in the coming days because these are some very stacked rosters.
Yeah, indeed. And also tomorrow, it will be Pilsky and Mac on the microphones, of course, with Still Crash on the sticks. Shout out to him, by the way, as this will end our run for this part of the tournament. And tomorrow, it's Mindfreak versus Nebula and Peace versus Villains Esports. It's Mindfreak and Nebula. I have my eyes on that game, especially. Mindfreak new and reformed, with Ferg, of course, joining the roster as a bit of a brains of the operation. And Nebula, they had a bit of a rough patch after losing some firepower in the form of Dragon, but they are coming back as Cal. He's been putting up some monster performances recently.
Yeah, Kauth, I guess a little bit more of a one-for-one trade in terms of, as you said, losing Dragon. But Kauth, a sharp individual duelist himself, and of course, very, very key player for that Nebula roster. And as you said, Minimize, if he's popping off the IGL, that looks very, very good on paper for the Nebula game. And of course, the other one is going to be interesting. Very stacked group of games and very stacked bracket overall.
And, Peace, the other team, they said that they don't really expect to get too far, at least in this tournament, but and they're building up, for the future. But from what I've seen right now, they have definite promise, and I can honestly see them going far and potentially going into the Oceania Championships. Well, guys, like I said earlier, this is the two matchups for us tonight. I'm William Zhang, Digital Cast. With me tonight's my other half, Anthony McMullen, 2Tap Tony. We hope you'll enjoy the show. Don't forget, sign up for the LPL season next, season 3 actually, on Let's Play.live. So guys, thank you for watching. See you next time.